Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. And don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Good morning, everybody. Well, court started a little bit early, and now we are a wee bit behind, so we're going to catch up. But in the Texas versus Adrian Gonzales Uvalde trial, the court has begun early. They are voir diring a witness outside the presence of the jury, and I haven't had my cup of coffee yet, so we're gonna take care of all that though. Good morning, Miss Sarah. One sunny day. Good morning, beloved. Okay, we're just going to get right into it. Here we go. And I'm going to get my coffee.
I'm a retired farmer, sir.
Tell me about your career.
My career as a law enforcement instructor and a military instructor started in the 1970s. I was a member of the elite Marine Corps reconnaissance teams. Left the Marine Corps, went to college, left college as a commissioned officer in the United States Army. I left the Army as a captain and joined the Dallas Police Department in 1988, graduated from the academy in 1989, worked patrol. I was a member of the Dallas SWAT teams for a couple of years. And then after several severe line of duty injuries, I was forced into retirement. Unfortunately, the injuries that I received eventually led to the amputation of my left leg. In 1998, I started Charlie Mike Enterprises, excuse me, during the time that I owned Charlie Mike Enterprises from 1998 to 2020. We trained somewhere around 5,000 Texas peace officers up in Alaska, California, and on the East Coast. We conducted approximately 160 law enforcement schools, active shooter, basic and advanced SWAT, hostage rescue team leader, then counter-paramilitary operations were the big schools. Now we also worked exclusively with individual teams like Cedar Hill Police Department. At the time, they had their own SWAT team. I worked with Dallas County Constables Precinct 4 on their SWAT team.
Okay. And that's been a wonderful job going through your experience. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
So you, after leaving the police department, you started training.
Yes, sir.
And one of the subjects that you trained in was active shooter.
That is correct.
And you know that this is the case of the state versus Adrian Gonzales.
I do.
And you know whether or not you trained him.
Yes, sir, I do. All my records indicate such.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Yes, sir.
In your testimony. Your training of him, what was the topic?
Well,
let me just ask.
Please.
You trained him in active shooter immediate response.
Yes, sir.
Tell us how you came to prepare that training.
All right. Starting with Dallas, when I was with SWAT, we trained on high schools and regular schools long before Columbine. That is where I got my experience in that genre. In the Marine Corps, I was trained on recovering our embassies. Many people don't know it, but we lost a lot of embassies back in the late 70s. So embassies are almost the same layout as many schools, long hallways, rooms. So that is what I built my curriculum on.
And is your curriculum all lecture?
No, sir, absolutely not. It is 25% classroom, 75% hands-on.
And that 75% hands-on is predominantly based on your experiences?
Yes, sir. Mine and my assistant instructors.
And as far as active shooting, is there a standard, a universally kind of accepted basic columns of what's required when you engage in an active shooting?
Well, yes, sir. As the name would indicate, active shooter, immediate response. All of our response has to be quick. We have to get in there. We have to stop it. Or if the bad guy is at, let's say, a park, we've got to get in front of him. We've got to stop his movement.
Okay. And so when you prepare a training, do you have to, for a police officer to get credit for it, is there any kind of routine that the trainers must go through in order for the police officer to get credit?
Okay, I'm not really understanding your question, sir.
Fair enough. Tell us about TCO's involvement with your work.
Okay. It is not mandatory. I feel it should be. You have to be a TCO instructor, which means you have to go through their training to get what would be known as an instructor's license. From there are requirements that TCO demands, things like credits being submitted for the peace officer, his career, his resume. In this case, the active shooter school was 40 hours. It's longer than anybody else's other businesses that might be teaching this subject.
And do you submit what your lectures are going to be to TCO?
Yes, sir. Well, I submit them to the training provider, like in Uvalde, the Southwest Community College. They have their own police academy. They're considered a training provider. I submit all of my paperwork to them, and they, for accreditation for the officer, they submit it to the state.
And so by the state, you mean TCO?
I'm sorry, TCO. Yes, sir.
And so, no, I think you got it right. I'm just making it specific. And so then, what's the course that you taught to Adrian Gonzales accredited by TCO?
Yes, sir.
And is your testimony then what the 25% lecture is, as well as the 75% hands-on training? That's why you're here.
Yes, sir.
That, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's all. That's the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Witskell. My name is Witskell.
Witskell, exactly the way it's spelled, sir.
Witskell, got it. Just I want to make sure of that I don't want to mispronounce it. My name's Jason Goss, and so I have a few questions. Just I guess to start out, it sounded like your understanding of your testimony is to testify that I gave this training, Adrian attended this training, and this is what we did during the training.
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any opinion as to whether or not Adrian followed his training? Are you going to offer that opinion that he either did or did not follow?
No, sir.
Okay.
Not unless you ask me specifically questions in that line of thought.
Well, and I guess because the reason I asked that is because I kind of want to get into what has the prosecutor, because you and I haven't talked before.
No, sir.
So what has the prosecutor given you to review in order to come here and testify today?
We talked about the circumstances, at least as far as we all understood them to be. From there, that's about it. He has constantly specified that I'm here to talk about the training.
So, and I guess meaning that you have not reviewed body cam, you've not reviewed any kind of radio traffic, you've not reviewed any
No, sir.
witness statements, you've not reviewed any ranger reports.
No, I have not.
And So you can talk about the training, but you would not be able to talk about, I guess unless I gave you a fact scenario and asked you, but you would not be able to talk about any in specific about how whether or not Adrian followed the training or not.
Very little, sir.
Okay. And so, like for instance, and I'm assuming I know the answer. Since we're here and we're in the hearing, I just want to make sure that I'm right about it. This map, have you reviewed this map?
I've seen it.
Okay. And I know you were talking about in parks or whatever, were you talking about that in relation to this open field here or this area here, these areas out in the open?
That would be both.
Okay. Both.
Open area, a big park, or in and around buildings.
Mm-hmm. I got it. And so you're going to talk about there was training, open area, in and around parks, and also inside a building. That's what your training covered.
Yes, sir.
Now, as far as any information about, for instance, other officers being here with a line of sight to the building, you didn't review any of that information or no?
I know about it, but I haven't reviewed it, sir.
Okay. So you know about it from, I guess, your conversations? I mean, did the DA ever talk to you about those three officers? Because we're not really talking about it much during the trial. I mean, we are.
Sir, I'm sorry, repeat your backwards to me. I'm very hard of
I
hearing.
apologize. That's 101. Don't do that. So I guess my question is, did the DA, did you get your information about those three officers from the prosecutor in your conversations with him, or just from, I guess, watching this? And
Sincerely, well, I haven't watched any of this.
mm-hmm.
All right, sincerely, I don't remember. I don't know if it's something I read in a news report. So everybody understands that I got the subpoena for this in December 10th. And that is when I stopped reviewing and watching any news reports on this. Now, once court started, Your Honor, completely cut off everything from any conversations at all.
And I'll just tell you that I appreciate understanding that you did it, but they have told me from the beginning they were offering you as an expert, and so you would have been able to.
I'm going to object to that, Your Honor. They asked what I was going to offer. I said, it's just doing training. And he said, well, that may be an expert, so would you please call him in? So I have not designated him as an expert. That is a misrepresentation of the court.
Well, it's not intentional. I mean,
I didn't say it was intentional.
Okay, I got it.
Oh, I was
We don't
saying
need to argue now. Let's just go. Let's go. Come on.
Okay, sure. So the
engagement news broke, Kylie shared on Good Morning America.
that may or may not be me, but it stopped. The
That the entire family was.
I guess ultimately then your understanding is that you're simply offering your testimony as to the facts of your training course, your training, and the fact that Adrian took your training. Can you tell us when he took it?
I think it was 2018, sir. I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I look at this? Yes, sir, that would be, it was class 5-18, so the fifth class of 2018. The specific dates were from April 9th, 2018 to April 13th, 2018.
Is that done in Dallas?
No, sir, that was in Uvalde.
In Uvalde. So
Yes,
I guess that's what I'm asking. So you go to Uvalde,
Yes, sir.
and were you training at Robb Elementary?
No, sir.
Okay. Where were you training?
We used the college, the police academy. We used their grounds. Now, we did not go into schools, mainly because school was in session, if I recall correctly, but we had 70 false walls that we put up to represent long hallways, classrooms.
And in these scenarios you talked about, 75%, did any of those scenarios, do you have a, I guess, because what we have is we understand, like, I understand what your course you're offering, but like, did you take any photos or?
Yes, sir. You'll have to forgive me. I went through a big move and I don't know where those photos are at this time. But we took about 300 photos. That's kind of average for a class. Adrian was provided those pictures of the entire class.
And for the record, Your Honor, we have those photos and turn them over to the defense.
Okay.
But you don't have them here now, or you do?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay, but you do, and but he doesn't. Did you review those photos with the DA has in his possession?
I gave them to him. So I did look at them and answer your question.
Sure. I guess it's just in preparation for your test. One of the things about this hearing is I got to know what you've reviewed in preparation for your test.
Okay, well, before I turned them over, I had to go through them and look at them, find pictures of Adrian in there to turn over.
Understood. Thank you. In any of these training scenarios, did it begin with a vehicle accident, like in front of the location?
No, sir.
Okay. And to your knowledge, do you know any mass shooting in the United States that have ever started with a vehicle accident?
Objection, Your Honor, this is to come cross-examination.
No, I'm asking his expertise. I'm just wanting to know if he. In
Okay,
order
I'll
to make,
overrule the objection. We're outside the presence of the jury. You can answer, sir. We're going to need to conclude the hearing here pretty quickly. So let's go.
Sir, not to my knowledge.
right. Okay. Oh, as far, because I did go through I did hear your resume, your SWAT experience,
Yes, sir.
and SWAT is special weapons and tactics, right?
It is.
Okay, so your SWAT experience, how many years on SWAT did you have?
Well, Dallas SWAT, it was about 3 years. Back at Fort Hood, I ran the SRT, Special Reaction Team, helped them train. So that was 2 or 3 years. After that, I've been a member of different SWAT teams. Specifically, sure, my job was to help them train. I was completely crippled, so I was not a door kicker. I was a trainer.
Sure. Okay. No, and I appreciate your service in every aspect of your service.
Thank you.
Judge, I'll pass witness back.
No further questions.
Okay, sir. You can, I don't know, is he going to be the first witness?
No.
Okay. I guess I don't think I've got a witness room for you, so you excuse to be called later on. Thank you very much. Nice to
Thank
meet you.
you. Yeah, thank you.
Well, that be all, folks. That be all. Okay, so they did that outside the presence of a jury, and we are waiting for them now to resume court, and that'll be another 4 minutes or so. So we are got some time to breathe this morning. I hope you were having a good morning. Breathe. I was sitting here covered in a blanket and I got fuzz all over me. All right, so that was an interesting voir dire. You ought to see this cat. She has got the zoomies. Big time. What? I mean, she literally is. She's going nuts, y'all. Okay, so I love voir dires. Voir dires are fun. You get a little peek of what's to come. So we definitely were having a voir dire moment this morning. Um, uh, I'm trying to get to it. Sorry. The thing is not cooperating. All right, let me see the comments here. Crazy cat. Yeah, we got crazy cat time. So what I would like to do is I missed the name of this guy, I'm going to bring it all the way back because this was interesting. While we wait for jury to begin, because they started talking to him before the judge even sat down. Hold on. Before the judge ever sat down, they were talking to him. You can hear them all come. I can feel them all coming in on my ears.
Your Honor. Would you tell us your name?
Michael Whitskall.
And what do you do now?
I'm a retired farmer, sir.
Tell me about your career.
My career as a law enforcement instructor and a military instructor started in the 1970s. I was a member of the elite Marine Corps reconnaissance teams. Left the Marine Corps, went to college, left college as a commissioned officer in the United States Army. I left the Army as a captain and joined the Dallas Police Department in 1988. Graduated from the academy in 1989. Worked patrol. I was a member of the Dallas SWAT teams for a couple of years. And then after several severe line of duty injuries, I was forced into retirement. Unfortunately, the injuries that I received eventually led to the amputation of my left leg. In 1998, I started Charlie Mike Enterprises, excuse me, during the time that I owned Charlie Mike Enterprises from 1998 to 2020. We trained somewhere around 5,000 Texas peace officers up in Alaska, California, and on the East Coast. We conducted approximately 160 law enforcement schools, active shooter, basic and advanced SWAT, hostage rescue team leader, then counter paramilitary operations were the big schools. Now we also worked exclusively with individual teams like Cedar Hill Police Department. At the time, they had their own SWAT team. I worked with Dallas County Constables Precinct 4 on their SWAT team.
Okay. And that's been a wonderful job going through your experience. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
So you, after leaving the police department, you started training.
Yes, sir.
And one of the subjects that you trained in was active shooter.
That is correct.
And you know that this is the case of the state versus Adrian Gonzales.
I do.
And you know whether or not you trained him.
Yes, sir, I do. All my records indicate such.
Good morning, Case One. Good morning.
In your testimony, your training of him, what was the topic?
Well,
let me just ask.
Please.
You train him in active shooter immediate response.
yes, sir.
Tell us how you came to prepare that training.
All right. Starting with Dallas, when I was with SWAT, we trained on high schools and regular schools long before Columbine. That is where I got my experience in that genre. In the Marine Corps, I was trained on recovering our embassies. Many people don't know it, but we lost a lot of embassies back in the late 70s. So embassies are almost the same layout as many schools, long hallways, rooms. So that is what I built my curriculum on.
Okay, we do have the judges back in session. I'm going to zoom because we're going to hear this all over again.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, I'm Melody Flores.
And Ms. Flores, what do you do for a living?
Well, I used to work at with the school district in Uvalde, Robb.
And where do you work now?
I work in BVO ISD.
And what do you do at BVLIs?
I'm a bus aide.
A bus aide?
Yes. Mhm.
And tell us what a bus aide is.
Bus aide is when you go with the driver, and that's my part is the special ed bus. So I make sure they're seated with their seatbelts at all times and follow the rules on the bus.
So your assignment is basically the special ed children
Yes,
on the bus.
Yes.
You help
Yes.
make sure they're following the rules while they're
Yes.
on the bus. Thank you. And when did you start that work?
I started back in January, which I already have a year working with it.
So you have a year, so it's been just right out a year since you started that work.
Yes.
Okay. And before that work, what did you do?
I was working at with the school district in Uvalde, Robb, at that time.
And how long had you lived in Uvalde?
I want to say like 25 years. And I
25
worked
years?
with the school district there for 23.
Okay. And what did you do at the school district for those 23 years?
First I started off as a parent liaison, and then I started as an instructional aide.
And tell us what an instructional aide
An
is.
instructional aide is helping a teacher with some of the students that need the extra help.
And the kids that need extra help, what kind of kids are we visiting about now?
They're like the lower, like
Excuse me?
the lower class, the lower, like their studies.
Their
So,
studies
yes.
need help,
Yes,
and you assist in that way?
yes, I did.
Okay. And in 2022, that school year, what were you doing?
The 2 years there at Robb, I was an instructional aide with the fourth grade teacher, and then these last 2 years there, I was a behavior unit aide and special ed aide also.
Behavioral unit aide and special ed
Yes.
aide? Tell me what those two things are.
Special ed is I would do part helping with the special ed students, and the behavior unit I would do the other half with just a student. the
Behavioral
behavior,
aide, you would
with
just
the-
work with one student?
Yes,
at a
I would
time?
do half and half day with them. the
And
other
what
half.
did you do with those students?
With those students,
When you aided, what kind of activities were you doing?
of course, like if they would, yes, you want to call it like do a little outburst or something, just to calm them down, talk to them, and just to keep them calm.
So your job was to calm kids, behavioral kids down,
Basically,
get their-
yes. Mhm.
And I'm sorry, sometimes I'm talking and you're talking and the court person to yell at me if I do that, so. And so was that a full-time job?
Yes, yes.
When did your day start?
At Robb,
Yes.
like in the morning, or are you talking about the year?
Well, I was talking about the mornings,
The morning. My time was from 7 in the morning till 3:30.
7 in the morning till 3:30.
Yes.
And where did you report at 7:30?
At 7, I would go into the office to clock in.
And after you clocked in, what did you do?
Then I would go sit my stuff in the classroom and wait out there. Well, not wait, but to do the duty that I needed to do.
So before school started, you would do bus duty
Because I had to wait for some of the students.
for your kids specifically?
Right, yes.
And how many kids did you take care of?
At that time, it was 3, actually. You had to wait for 3 of them to get off the bus. There was 2 and 1, and then the other one was later on, a couple of minutes after, yes.
So 2 buses, but you ended up with 3
Yes.
children.
Mhm.
And what did you do with the children?
And then I would, of course, take them, if they needed to go to eat breakfast and stuff, I would take them and then we'd report to the room, to the classroom.
And now I'll direct your attention to May 24th, 2022. You were working that day?
Yes, I was.
And did you go through the same procedure early in the morning that you just described to the jury?
Yes.
And did the kids go to the cafeteria then?
At that day, like I said, I was waiting for one of them to take them, but he didn't show up that day. But we did take the other students, yes.
And so that morning, how many students did you have?
2 that got off the bus, but in the classroom, we had about 4 or 5 that day.
That you were not responsible for taking off the bus, the other 2 or 3?
I was, but they, like I said, one of them didn't show up for that day.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. What did y'all do that morning?
That morning, we're just in the classroom, keeping them busy with activities and stuff like that before it was our time to report to the cafeteria for their awards.
So they had an awards day?
Yes,
And what time was the awards day?
I don't remember exactly what time it was our turn to go to report to the cafeteria.
And how long did you stay at awards day?
We were done and then we just waited there for a couple more minutes and we saw the other teachers with the classrooms and while they were presenting the awards to them, I want to say maybe like, I don't know,
So you
20,
don't
30
have-
minutes, I guess.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Like 20 to 30 minutes that we stayed there, so they,
Okay. And are we in mid-morning now?
yes, just,
And then after the awards were presented, what did you and the class do?
like I said, we waited there for a couple of minutes. And then our teacher said, we're ready to take the students back to the classroom. So that's what we did.
And what age were these students?
We had 3rd and 4th graders at that time.
Okay. And did you get back to the classroom?
Yes, we did. We did.
And what happened next?
We were there and and it was like almost time for them to have their lunch where we had somebody bring their lunches to the classroom because they eat in the classroom.
Okay. Do all students have the option then of having their lunches brought to them in the classroom?
Yes.
Okay. And so what did you do in regard to lunch?
What I did is we were there and of course we had the TV on, that's cartoons, music and stuff for them and they were eating and of course they were watching TV and stuff. And the teacher already was already eating her lunch and I said, well, I'm gonna go ahead and warm up my lunch. And that's what I did.
So you were eating your lunch as the children were eating their lunch.
Right, just about, yes, because I was just ready to warm it up.
And did anything disturb your lunch?
Yes, it did.
And what was that?
I had the school radio, which I carry with me.
Let me
And
stop you there then. Tell me about the school radio.
it's a radio that I carry where we can communicate.
And
At
who can you
office or,
communicate with?
excuse me,
Who do you communicate with?
whoever calls in, whoever calls me, or I need to call somebody.
Is it just for that school? Just for
Yes,
Robb
just for
School?
that, yes.
Okay. And is it just adults or is it kids too?
No, it's just for the employees only.
And you keep that radio with you?
Yes.
And you got a call on the radio?
Oh, I didn't actually get a call. There was a call and we didn't understand what they had said because the teacher said, what did she say? I said, I had no idea because I don't know. I couldn't understand. And then,
So the first communication, you couldn't understand
No.
what was being said?
and then the second time it called and they said that there was a shooter and he was jumping the fence and had a gun.
Do y'all have a fence around Robb School?
Yes, we do.
And could you describe that fence?
It's chain link, I think that's what you call it. It's all around the perimeter of the school.
Okay. And what were the words that you heard?
When we kind of understood, they said that he's jumping over the fence, he's shooting, he has a gun.
So a man jumping over the fence, shooting, and has a gun.
Mhm.
So what did you do when you heard those words?
When I heard that, I just got the radio, clipped it back where I would clip it at, and I just ran outside. And as I'm running outside, one of the coaches was running this direction, getting the other students and teachers, I guess, in. I don't know what they were doing or what they were at. So I run the opposite direction and run down a sidewalk where some fourth grade students and teachers were coming out from that door, from that building.
Let me stop you for a second. What is a lockdown?
A lockdown is where you get all the students in, make sure your doors are locked, lights are off, quiet.
And what causes lockdowns?
I want to say, I don't know, like high-speed chase, bailouts and things like that.
Would an indication that there was a shooter, somebody that jumped the fence and was shooting, would that cause a lockdown?
Yes, definitely, yes,
So normally you would stay inside and lock the doors?
yes.
Tell us why you didn't do that.
Because I knew the schedule that we had, and we already knew who was outside at that time and who wasn't, and things like that.
And who would be outside at that time?
Some of the students with some of the teachers either having recess or just coming out from lunch or before lunch in the playground.
So it was your understanding of the schedule that caused you to go outside?
Because what they had said was said on the radio.
And what was the schedule for people being outside at that time?
What was it like? Like I said, it was someone were going out to recess, or someone going to lunch, or someone coming out from lunch.
And so that was your concern?
At that time, yes, because if there was kids outside, like I said, there were some of the classrooms and teachers were coming out from that fourth grade building door, and that's when, because that's when I heard that. Well, of course, we have to take precautions with that and stuff. And as I was running over there, I was telling them to get back in, and they were like, it's kind of confused for me telling them to go back in.
Who were you telling to go back in?
The classroom, the fourth grade classrooms that were coming out with some of the teachers.
And where on the fourth grade classroom were you?
I was running down the sidewalk, going to that building, to the fourth grade building. Because I was actually in my classroom at that time.
And the north side or the south side or the east side or the
It
west
was
side?
on the side of where the pavilion, where they have PE, that building, there's that door. They come out from there.
The announcement to you had been that there was a shooter.
Yes,
Wouldn't that pose a threat to you?
right, but I just wanted to make sure that the kids were in and safe.
And so you ran to the south side.
Yes, and
Were there kids out?
they were coming out, yes, and then I believe
Coming
there
out
was
of where, ma'am?
the fourth grade building door.
Okay.
And I kept telling them to go back, and they were confused, like, why? I guess there's fire shots, and that's when they ran back in to the building.
And where were you when you were telling the children to go back in?
Like I said, I was running down the sidewalk, and when we all heard that, they went in, and I kept running to make sure. Once they all went in, I wanted to make sure that door was locked.
Okay. And so as you were running down this toward the fourth grade, did all the children get back inside?
Yes, at that, yes.
Did you leave until all the children got back inside?
I didn't make it to the door to see if it was locked or not.
So you were headed to the south door for the purpose of locking it?
Or making sure it was locked.
And why did you want the door locked?
So nobody would go in, whoever was there.
But you didn't make it to the south door?
No, I didn't.
Tell us why.
Because there's right there an area in the corner where the ACs are at, and it's fenced up. And that's when I saw the shooter right there.
Had you seen him before that period?
No, I didn't, no. It was
You
just
just
that
seen
time
the
when I saw him.
kids? And so it was right by the ACs?
Yes, right in the corner, that's where,
Describe what you saw.
um. Like I said, I didn't make it to the door. Because that's when I saw him. He was wearing all black and a hoodie, and then the hoodie just fell off him and had curly that kind of shoulder length there. And that's when he started shooting at me.
And he was wearing all black?
Mhm.
And how did you know he was shooting at you?
Because he just stood there and lifted up this rifle as I started running back.
At one point, did you think it was a handgun?
I thought it was at one point, yes.
Okay, but this is, a lot of media has passed since then, is that correct?
Yes.
But at the time, that's mainly what we want to know about, is at the time that you observed it as opposed to other influences, okay?
Mhm.
So at the time, you thought it was what?
I thought it was just a regular handgun or something.
And why did you think he was shooting at you?
I mean, because I was running and he just kept shooting, and when I looked back, all I could see was that he was still standing there, and all I could see was just the fire coming out of the barrel.
Now, when you saw him, what did you do specifically?
I just ran. I ran away from him.
And did you take a pattern as you ran?
I did. I was running, and
Excuse me?
I was running, and then I looked back. Like I said, that's when he was still standing there and was shooting, and I could see the fire from the barrel. And then all of a sudden, I ended up on the ground. I was on the ground.
You fell down?
Mhm.
Let me stop for a second. I never asked you, do you recall what you were wearing that day?
I want to say some khaki slacks with the orange peach color shirt.
And you fell down?
Yes, I did.
And what did you think when you fell down?
I thought he had shot me.
Just because of the circumstances that
Yeah.
occurred? Had you been shot?
Have I?
Had you been shot?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. And how long did you stay on the ground?
I want to say just a couple of seconds because I was like, I need to make sure, these kids are in to make sure these kids, I take them in somewhere for them to be safe.
So you got up immediately?
Mhm.
And what happened when you got up?
When I got up, I seen this vehicle drive right up to me, and I was telling him
Describe the vehicle?
it's a white vehicle. I know it was a PD vehicle, but it didn't have all the, I guess you want to call this logos on there or something. It was just a plain vehicle, white vehicle.
And when you got up, where was the vehicle?
It was like kind of like almost parked
It
next
was
to
almost parked? And
to
then
where I was at on the ground. when I
And
got
what
up.
happened then?
That's when I said that he was heading into the fourth grade building, and we needed to stop him. We needed to go in and stop him before he went in.
Who did you say that to?
It was a PD. I cannot recall.
You didn't know him or be able to
I
identify?
really didn't know who.
And what did you say to him?
I told him that he needed to get stopped before he went into the fourth grade, but we needed just to stop him.
And what did he say?
He did nothing because
Did you say it more than once?
I did
What did you say the second time?
the same thing. But
Which was what?
we need to go in and we need to stop him. He needs to be stopped before he goes into the fourth grade building.
Did you tell him what he was wearing?
No, I didn't. No,
Did you tell him where he was?
I think I told him he's right there running in. He's in the corner. He's running in to the fourth grade building.
And did you use any arm gestures to point out where he was?
I did.
Tell us about that.
I just kept pointing. He's going in there. He's going to the fourth grade building.
And how many times did you say that?
I went to say a couple of times.
And did you hear anything from this gunman while you were talking to the police officer?
To the gunman, the shooter,
Uh-huh.
I just kept hearing shots.
You heard gunshots?
Yes.
Where were they coming from?
That's where he was going into the fourth grade area.
That south area?
Yes.
Could you see the gunman at that time?
And no, I couldn't.
But you heard where the gunshots were coming
Yes.
from? And when you heard the gunshots, what reaction did that have with you?
Like I said, I just had to make sure that everybody was in, the kids, and as I'm getting up and trying to find a place, I see a teacher, second grade teacher. I'm not sure exactly what she was doing. I don't know if she was the last one in or she was opening. I don't know. So when I went over there, she told me if I wanted to go in. I said no, because I need to make sure your door's locked. And so
Let me just stop. I think you're getting a little ahead of
Oh,
it at this time. How long had you been talking to the police officer when you heard the continued gunshots at the south end?
a couple of seconds,
Just a second or two.
maybe 3 to 5.
And how many shots did you hear?
Couple.
Okay. And when you heard the shots, did that cause a reaction from you? Did you say anything to the officer?
Like I said, I kept telling him that he needed to be stopped. He was going before he goes into the fourth grade building.
And while you were talking to the officer, did anything on the east side of that fourth grade wing catch your attention?
The east side is you're talking about
The side that, yes ma'am, that you were on,
it was just shots.
there were more shots? Did you see the window break?
I did not.
Excuse me?
I didn't.
Okay.
I could not see where I was at. I could not see it from the other side, but I could just hear them.
Okay, you
The
couldn't
shots.
see the west side,
Right. As
and then the other side, the east side, did you ever see any of those windows break?
not that I recall, no.
When you told the officer to go in, did he go in?
No.
What did he do?
Is he just stayed there? 'Cause like I said, that's when I ran to see if everybody else was in and find a place.
He just stayed there?
I believe so.
And about how many times did you urge him to go in and do something?
Like I said, it was a couple of times,
A couple, does that mean twice,
2, 3 times.
2 or 3 times? Then what did you do?
And that's when, like I said, I got up and I saw the second grade teacher on her door of the classroom, and she asked me if I wanted to go in, and I said no, I need to make sure the door's locked. and it was locked. And I went in, and when I went in, she already had the kids in the corner covered with her bookshelves, to protect them, and her phone was ringing and her blinds were still up. And I said, you need to put your phone on silent or turn it off, and we need to put the blinds down and close them. So I guess while she was doing that, I'm not too sure, like I said, I put the blinds down and closed them up.
And where were you when this happened?
What do you mean? I was in,
What room?
I don't remember the room number, but it was a second grade teacher classroom.
While you were in the room, what happened?
And then I started looking around. I gathered some papers from different desks that were there and taped them up and taped them to the door window. And then I put a chair on the door handle, which I guess I didn't do it right because it fell. And just telling the kids for them to stay quiet. I wasn't gonna let nobody,
Excuse me,
I wasn't gonna let nobody hurt them.
did the kids stay quiet?
Yes, but you can still hear when they were like crying and stuff.
And where were the kids?
They were in that classroom. They were, as soon as we walk in, they were on the left side with the bookshelves around them.
And is that how they've been trained?
Yes,
And while you were in the room, did you hear anything else from the gunman?
or nothing but shots.
You continued hearing shots? Could you describe how many?
Just kept shooting and shooting.
And you could hear that where you were?
Oh yes,
How long were you in the room?
that day for me was like fast forward, slow motion day for me. I don't know.
While you were in the room, what were you considering or thinking or planning? Did you do anything like that while you were in the room?
I was just like, I mean, what can I do if it, if it doesn't come here and I did grab some scissors that were there. I said, I can protect not only myself, but the kids if he does or comes in here or something.
Scissors are about all teachers or kids had in the room.
There was the teacher's scissors.
They were teachers'
Mhm.
scissors. And any other planning?
Would you,
Did you do any other thinking about what would happen?
that's about it. I mean,
Fair enough. How long were you in the room about?
it was a while. I don't remember because like I said, it was a while.
And how did you leave the room?
I guess whoever was going by classroom in that area was knocking on the door and which we got a knock and I was trying to tell the second grade teacher not to open the door because at that time they didn't say who it was or anything like that. But she went ahead and opened the door, but it was law enforcement.
Okay. And what did law enforcement do?
They said that if we're okay and stuff and they were there, but for us to wait because they were still gonna go down the hallway classrooms and then they would be back for us to just to
And did they come back for you?
yes, they did.
How much later did they come back for you?
It didn't take them that long until they finished going down the classrooms down that hall.
And when they came back, what happened?
When they came back, they said for them to hold their hands together and go behind each other and follow them.
What?
To go behind each other and hold hands and to follow them.
And did the kids do as they were told?
Yes.
And where did y'all go?
They took us down like 2-3 blocks down the street away from the school,
And then what happened?
and we just waited there
Until when?
until they brought buses or whatever vehicles they could get to pick us up.
And you were taken where?
We were taken to the Civic Center at that time.
Is that where the children were reunited with their family?
Right, yes.
And as far as you're familiar with that grounds and those areas that you just described for the jury,
Yes.
and have you been out with personnel from the DA's office to pinpoint the things you saw and where you were where the
Yes.
gunman was, as well as where the officer was.
Yes.
And were photographs taken during that time?
I'm not sure.
You didn't take any photographs?
No, I don't think so.
May I approach that?
Yes, sir.
Showing you exhibits 921 through 924. Do you recognize this area?
Yes.
And 922,
Yes.
and 923,
Mhm.
and 924.
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation, finally, in 924, where the cones were placed by the correction? Is that correct?
Yes.
The state offers 921 through 924.
No objection, Your Honor.
And they be displayed.
Yes, sir.
Before, these are gonna be displayed and they're gonna be shown back on that TV to your right, so that we don't stand in front of the jury and use that point in my view. Okay? Starting with page exhibit 921. Can you tell us when you got that first radio communication, where you would have been?
I would have been in that area over there. That's the
If you need to stand up to get close to it.
I was in this area. That's where the classroom is.
And you're talking about the second building from the bottom.
Yes.
And was that's your classroom?
Yes.
And when you heard the communication, you didn't understand that communication, but you heard the second one?
Yes, it is.
And tell me about that one.
They just said he's jumping over the fence. He's got a gun shooting.
And where is the fence?
This is way over here.
So you get a communication and the gunman is jumping over the fence shooting. And where do you go?
I decided coming out and I start running over here this direction because this is where some of the fourth grade students and teachers are coming out. And I'm running and I'm telling them to go back in and that's when they're gunshots. And I just made it just so that
Okay, let me stop you for just a second. So you ran in the direction where you believe the gunman was jumping the fence?
I didn't really know what direction or who this person was until I saw him from here.
Okay, so you didn't know where he was, all you had was information that somebody has jumped a fence and they're shooting.
Yes.
You didn't know where they were,
You know,
but you acted.
you know,
And you acted for what purpose?
to be safe.
To save who?
Everybody, the students, everybody.
And what, did you see students?
I saw what they were coming out from this building right here.
And how far out did they get?
I guess they got just about right there.
So they hadn't yet gotten to the green area.
Not these, not these.
And where are you? At this point, you see the kids?
Yes, I was like right here, telling them, yelling at them for them to get back. And that's when they heard gunshots, and that's when they went back, and I guess I just made it like right here while the gunman was out right here.
Okay, about how many kids were outside?
Outside, out here. I don't remember.
Fair enough. And is there a recess area?
I guess the recess area is over here in the pavilion pew area. And I guess it's in this area. Some recess.
So there's several recess areas?
Not several, but there's many of the, like, they say that there's too many in the playground area. Some just stay on this area right here.
Okay. And so you don't see the gunman when you see the children,
No, I don't. I just hear the shots.
but when the children get in, you have an intention?
Yeah, that's when he's right here, comes out right here.
And you're talking about at the southwest corner?
Yes,
And when you see him, you also saw the gun?
yes,
So you didn't stay long?
I know.
What did you do when you saw the gun?
I stopped there, so like I said, I saw him right here, and I just ran this direction right here.
And show me again, a little more slowly, the direction. Okay. And then at the bottom of that photograph, there is just a small white corner. Can you see that? Is there another building there?
Was it this one right
Yes. That's the last building on the campus as far as south, is that correct?
here? Right.
Okay. But that's the direction in general that you were running?
Yes.
And when you turned to run then, I suppose you weren't watching the gunman?
Not until I said, well, let me see if he's running behind me, you know, and that's when I looked back to see if he was still there or not. But he was still right here.
Okay. And where did you fall?
I felt somewhere around this area right here.
And can you describe what vehicle that is that's on the photograph?
That's one of the,
Excuse me?
that's a PD vehicle.
Is that the place that the PD vehicle parked?
It was a different one.
Excuse me?
It was a different vehicle.
You think it was different? How was it different?
Because it didn't have, I guess, the logos on there. It was just a plain white four-door car.
So you don't remember any logos
No,
from that? You believe it was a different vehicle? Was there more than one vehicle that arrived, police vehicle that arrived while you were there?
that was the only one
Okay.
I saw. So
And,
that's when I ran into this area right here.
okay,
Went
but
into
before
the
you
cash-
ran in, did you have a conversation? Did you talk to the officer?
I didn't talk to anybody. I was just telling them,
What were you telling him?
like, we need to go in. He needs to be stopped.
Where was he?
He was, like I said, there was the other vehicle was here, and he was just, I don't know exactly what he was doing, but he was just like running back and forth.
Pacing back and forth?
Yes,
As you were telling him to go in?
Yeah.
And you pointed to where he was?
yes.
And then where did you go?
Like I said, I believe this is a second grade building, and I went into one of these second grade classrooms.
Thank you. You can sit back now. Showing you State's Exhibit 922. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
I believe it was that vehicle.
Excuse me?
I believe it was that vehicle that I saw when,
Okay, so now we see two vehicles, and you believe it was that one?
yes.
And on the first vehicle, is there markings that you can see there?
No.
Would you approach it?
What do you,
Would you just get closer to it, so you can see if you can say what's on the side?
on what side are you right?
I'm sorry, ma'am, approach it. Yes, sir.
Ms. Flores, I'm just asking you, does this say police
Yes, it does.
and Uvalde CISD? Thank you.
And State's Exhibit 923, is this the time that you went out to show us where you were?
Yes.
And would you point out how far down you got as you were helping the kids?
So like just about where the cone's at. Area right here.
And is there a second cone there?
Yes,
What is that?
that's kind of where the gunman comes out.
And State's Exhibit 924. Do you see that first cone still at where you were when you were telling the kids? And did you show us the direction of the path that you ran?
I believe it's somewhere right in here, this area.
So from that farthest cone, you ran to the second cone. Would you point out which cone?
Somewhere right here.
And then the third cone,
I fell in somewhere in this area. That's
is
Where
that
you
where
get up
you
on the
fell?
ground. That's where I kind of ended at on the ground.
And where was the police car?
Still somewhere right over here.
And does that fourth cone indicate where the officer was?
Talking about this one right
Yes.
here? Yes. Still.
Thank you. Ms. Forrest, when this happened to you, did you talk to your family?
At that time when I was in the classroom, I did. I called one of my brothers
And why did you call your brother?
to let him know what was going on.
And did you find out what was going on?
Yes, there was a
And what-
shooting going on.
Excuse me?
There was a shooting going on. There's a shooter on the campus.
And did your brother have any advice for you?
I told him what was going on and what happened. He just said for me to hide and to check myself if I was shot or not.
Did you eventually go to the police with this information?
To the police.
Did you give a statement to the police about what you just told the jury?
I know because I left out of town, and when I had told him that I wanted to come back when the funeral services started. So I did. I came the day before, and then I had a report to the Fairplex.
To who?
I had a report to the Fairplex, but I didn't make any reports to that's the PD that you're talking about.
Uh-huh. Did you eventually give a statement to police officers?
It was when I got there at the Fairplex. It was Texas Ranger.
Oh, a Texas Ranger. Okay. Thank you. And how is it that you got with the Texas Ranger?
Because I went in there and I had some people there. I don't know. They were like counselors and stuff like that, and that's when they told me that Texas Rangers need to speak to one of them or something. I really don't know exactly how it all started there. I eventually ended up talking to a Texas Ranger.
But you just remember talking to him.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
May I proceed?
Please.
Good morning, Ms. Flores.
Good morning.
My name is Nico LaHood. I'm one of the lawyers that represents Adrian. I'm assuming you've never testified before?
No, never.
Okay, you a little nervous?
Yeah.
And it's emotional. So there's no gotchas here. I'm gonna ask you some questions.
Okay.
And I may ask you questions about what you perceived, what you remembered.
Mhm.
And it's not that I'm questioning your character, but we're gonna be, I may be questioning your perception or your memory, okay?
Okay.
But just don't take that as a personal attack.
Okay.
It's gonna be just observational questions, okay? If you don't understand my questions, you ask me to repeat them and I will.
Okay.
And if we need to go slow, we need to stop, I'll do that, okay? And for the court reporter, you have to say yes, or you have to say a word because she's typing it down.
Okay. Okay.
So you were, it seems like for Robb Elementary and for Beeville currently, you are a special education aide.
Yes.
I'm gonna take a side note here. I'm a daddy of a special needs son, so I appreciate what you and all people, all professionals like you do.
Thank you.
There is no doubt in my mind you're a special type of woman. You've been doing that for 23 years, 25 years.
Yes, sir.
That is a unique type of teacher. So my wife and I thank you, okay?
Thank you.
Because you talked to, and I knew that because
Okay, I appreciate what he just did. I really do. But was that the appropriate moment? Not sure.
I'm sure you're involved in ARD meetings, right? Those assessments.
At
for
one
what-
point I was, but
Okay, and that's part of your duties,
Yeah.
dealing with special
Yeah.
needs kids. but you described outbursts, and you have to deal with outbursts, and
Yes.
and as a daddy of a son on the spectrum, it's a meltdown. They have a sensory overload, and
Right.
it can be intense.
Yes.
And so it takes a lot of patience, and thank you for that. So I want to direct your attention to May 24th, 2022. We're going to get into this. And you testified that everything started the way it normally does for you, and you went
Yes.
through the procedures with the government. At some point, you were eating lunch, and you described where that was, and you heard on the radio something, but you didn't understand what it was.
At first. Right.
And then it came in again, and the shooter jumped a fence, has a gun, something of that nature.
Yes.
And you responded, right? You left the building, and you wanted to make sure that the kids were not outside.
Right.
Because the initial report, and you had not seen anything, was that there was someone that jumped that fence, and you know where that perimeter fence is.
Yes.
And you didn't know what direction they were going, but you were just rather be safe than sorry, and you went outside.
Yes. That's
So you get outside, and your instincts were correct. There were some children that were trying to come out of that south end of the fourth grade building.
yes.
Now, you had already seen, because you could see the playground, there were no kids in the playground, thankfully,
Right.
right? So there were no kids on the playground. You were focused, when you got out there, you were focused on those children
Yes.
coming out of the building. And can I have states, government's exhibit, the 920, 922? I'm gonna walk beside you, okay, Ms.
Oh.
Flores? Thank you. And so you come out here, you can scan this area, and you can see that thankfully there's no kids out here.
Right.
And so you turn and you see children coming out of here, and you tell them to get back.
Yes.
Okay. And so, and that's your focus, and you don't see any children over here, correct?
Correct.
Or over here?
Right.
Okay, just at that building. And they were confused, but they listened to you and they went back.
Right.
I don't recall, at that time, had you yourself heard any gunfire?
As I was telling the kids to go back in, like I said, that's when we heard, and that's when they kind of like started running back in. To
Right.
the, yes.
But at that time, you hadn't heard gunfire yet. You told them to go in.
Right.
So there were no shots while the children were exiting. Thankfully,
Right.
you got them in
Yes.
before. But then I think you testified. I want to make sure I get it right. So please correct me if I
Okay.
don't. Well, before I get to what actually happened in your experience there, the government asked you about lockdowns. The jury's heard a lot about lockdowns, but one of the things you said is a major part of the lockdown is you have to make sure the doors are locked. You remember
Yes.
saying that?
Yes.
Why is that so important in a lockdown?
Just make sure nobody's gonna go in.
And so those doors are really the only barrier between anyone with bad intentions and the teacher and the children inside, right? And so we've heard about the procedures of turning the lights off and hiding and getting away from windows and turning off your phones. But the main barrier of protection are those doors, right?
Right.
And you would agree that there was a policy that all doors at the school needed to be locked
Yes.
at all times.
Right.
And I won't belabor this with you. The jury's heard about teachers having keys and other teachers using magnets and that magnet system or whatever. But the school policy was for the external doors to be locked and the internal doors to be locked, correct?
Correct.
And something caught my attention when you mentioned lockdowns. I think that Mr. Turner asked you, what is the purpose of lockdowns? What is it to protect you from? And your two things you said were high-speed chases and bailouts, right?
Yes.
Because that's in that community, that's you correlate lockdowns to high-speed chases and bailouts, right?
Yes.
Because thankfully there had never been a school shooting before, right?
Right.
And so lockdowns in the community's mind was for that because there was a lot of bailouts at that time, right?
Yes, it was. Yes.
I mean, a lot. right?
Yes.
And so now I want to direct your attention about your engagement here, or what you testified about the shooter. Get back up. Start with that. Thank you. So you testified that, I think you pointed it out on one of the other ones, and we'll get there. That the shooter was somewhere out here when he shot at you. You can stand
No,
up if you need to.
He comes out right here to this point, right?
Is it fair to say, and I want to put words in your mouth, are you saying that he kind of stood on this sidewalk here?
Yes.
Okay. And these shots towards you, are these the first shots that you had heard?
Towards me?
Well, just in general, because you hadn't seen shots before. Thankfully, when the kids weren't there, the kids go back inside. I guess you're coming back here, you're saying to the jury that you see the shooter come out to here,
Mhm.
and then that's when he starts shooting at you.
Right.
And where were you when he starts shooting at you, that you recall, if you can recall?
I was just running.
Do you remember if you were kind of near the, I mean,
I
obviously
was-
this vehicle wasn't there yet, but you were somewhere here maybe?
Yes, just
Okay.
about, yes.
And do you recall how many times he was shooting at you? Because I think you said more than one time he just kept shooting and shooting and
I
shooting.
want to say maybe 3 or 6.
So
I
three to
don't
six.
recall exactly, but
Okay.
there were.
And then you fall down, correct, at some
Right.
point?
Mhm.
Because you look back, but then the shooter doesn't shoot you when you fall down.
No.
Okay.
That's when he started running.
Yes, ma'am. He started running?
Mhm.
Okay. You know now that the shooter shot up this whole side of the school before he
That's
entered, right?
yes.
Are you aware, and I'm just asking you, are you aware that there are no spent casings? You know what a spent casing is?
After you finish.
Yes, ma'am. After you shoot and the projectile goes out,
Mhm.
a semi-automatic weapon will get the
Mhm.
dispel that casing. Are you aware now that there were no casings found over here?
I didn't know that.
Are you aware, and if you're not, are you aware that there's no evidence of shooting, they call them defects, that they're shooting in that direction? Are you aware that there are no?
No.
Okay.
Objection, it's a misstatement of the law, Your Honor, of the facts. If there's a defect in building 24, we put on a number of pictures of it.
Yeah, at the lower level, Judge, and I recognize that one up top.
Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if it conflicts with your memory of the evidence, rely on your own. You may proceed.
And look, I'm not ragging on you, I'm not, because there's a lot of people, I shouldn't say a lot, there are multiple people, even police officers up here that thought they were getting shot at. I'm just saying, I was just asking, are you aware that there are no shells? That's all, and you're not aware of that.
Right.
So now, I want to make sure the timing's right. Because I wasn't sure, because the way you testified, it made it sound like that this happened right behind each other. So the shooter is here shooting at you, you fall, he doesn't keep shooting, he runs over here, and then the police officer drives up here.
Correct.
That kind of happens simultaneously?
Yes.
And the shooter did not try to shoot at the police officer?
No, because I guess he just kept running
Okay, he kept
towards
running.
the,
And so then that's when this officer parked right there. And you were on the ground still, or had you gotten up at the
that
time?
was not the vehicle though.
If I had to represent to you and the government won't contest me that is the vehicle, but that, again, that's just your perception. In your mind, you perceived it, that there were no markings on that vehicle, correct?
Right.
We'll stipulate to that, Your Honor.
Thank you, Bill. And so stipulate means they agree. And let me tell you something. You went through a hellacious experience. There is something called perception distortion. Have you heard about that?
No.
Okay, where stress. Have you heard of
Yeah.
PTSD,
Yes.
post-traumatic stress? That has a very serious and real effect on people. And that's why we're asking you these questions. This is not an attack on your character. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I promise you that. So this is the vehicle that was there, but at the time you thought that it didn't have any logos and you were sure of it, right? Even to right now, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You want to take a moment?
No.
Okay. Excuse me, I'm gonna pass you up. And so may I have permission to ask you about some of your other perceptions?
Mhm.
Okay. You initially described the officer as wearing khaki pants, correct?
Yes.
A white shirt.
I believe it was more like a bluish.
Well, no, you said white. Remember, you've spoken to a Texas
Right,
Ranger?
yes, it was,
Right.
yes, I did say yes.
You spoke to, well, this for clarity, you've spoken to a Texas Ranger and you spoke to Mr. Rick Garza with the DA's office here, right? This gentleman,
Yes,
behind-
yes.
am I right? Okay. And so you described that officer in that vehicle as having khaki pants, correct?
Yes,
A white shirt, correct?
yes,
Short sleeve white shirt
yes.
and a full beard.
I wasn't a fool, no.
But that's what you had spoken.
But that's, okay, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
You had said that to Mr. Garza and then Ranger Pettis previously, correct?
right,
Okay. And so if I represent to you that Mr. Gonzales had a dark uniform on, no white shirt, no shirt sleeves, and no khaki pants, and did not have a beard, that's kind of an example of your perception, right? In
right,
your mind, that's what you saw, right?
yes,
Okay. And so the officer gets out, at the time, you didn't know it was Mr. Gonzales, right? You didn't know it was Adrian.
no, I didn't, really, no,
But that officer, I believe the government asked you, you testified that he just was kind of pacing back and forth,
yes, he was.
and that's your perception of what he was doing. Is it fair to say that, I mean, I can see it's emotional now, but at the time, because this was real time, that you were frantic. You were extremely excited at the time.
Excited as,
This was traumatic experience.
yeah,
Right? I mean,
Yes.
so you're running out, you get this call, your instincts were correct because you know the school. You have an absolute love for children. I know that, it's obvious to me. And so you go out there to warn children to go back in.
Yes.
You're yelling at them, because I think you're yelling at them to get inside. And then you see this shooter, whether he shot at you or not, I believe you saw him.
Mhm.
And then you fall because you're running, because at the very least, you perceive that he's shooting at you. And then you fall, so you think, I believe you told investigators, he got me now, he's gonna get me, right?
right,
Matter of fact, you initially told them that you thought he shot you,
yes,
but he had not shot you, thankfully.
right,
But you thought he did.
yes,
And so that's all I'm trying to set this tone. There's a lot going on in your mind at that time, right?
yes,
Okay. And so you perceived Mr. Gonzales as, you didn't know it was him at the time, as pacing, right?
right,
But he was getting out. He's assessing you because you're yelling things at him, right?
yes,
You're saying he's over there, correct?
Mhm.
You're with Adrian for somewhere between 2 to 7 minutes, right?
right,
But that, you've said that to Mr. Garza before, right? You said that you were with Adrian and you gave yourself a range. You were with him in that scene for anywhere as low as
I
2
didn't
minutes.
recognize the PD that was there,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What
I
did you
did not, I didn't know, I didn't recognize the PD officer that was there, that was telling that to,
When I mean Adrian, I'm talking about the PD officer.
okay,
Let me represent to you that Adrian Gonzales sitting to our left is the officer that drove that vehicle with the logos on it, okay? And he's
okay,
the officer that you were dealing with. So if I say Adrian, I'm sorry, I mean Mr. Gonzales, the PD officer, okay?
Okay.
So you're yelling at him instructions, but he's getting out. At some point, there are gunfire, right? At some point, there's
Yes.
gunfire. Do you recall the PD officer, I'll just say PD officer, do you recall the PD officer radio in and saying shots fired, shots fired?
I don't recall it,
Okay. But if that's on dispatch, that dispatch will be the best evidence for that. Do you recall at some point after getting instruction from you and you're yelling at him and he's ducking, do you remember him moving around the vehicle to get behind it for cover? You didn't know it was cover, but do you remember him getting behind the vehicle?
I know I would see him, see that PD, pacing back and forth.
Yes, ma'am. So you're pacing back and forth. Could that be that he was going behind the vehicle to get behind it for
I'm
cover?
unsure.
Okay. Do you recall hearing him say, west side of the building, supposed to be wearing black?
No, I don't.
But when you're talking and yelling at the PD officer, you're pointing to the south side of the building.
Correct.
And look, and it makes sense, Ms. Flores, because those children were coming out of the south side of the building. You have tunnel vision on the south side of the building, right?
Yes.
And so you're focused on that south side of the building and you're yelling at him, he's going in, but you're thinking south side of the building,
Yes.
right? You thought it so much, understandably, that you were under the impression that the shooter went in the south side of the building. Do you remember that?
No, he went around.
I know that, but at one point,
Right. At what? Yes.
you thought he went in, remember?
Yes.
Do you remember Ranger Pettis had to correct you because you kept asking and he said, I can tell you for sure he did not go in the south side of the building, and you said, I thought he did.
Okay.
You
Yes.
remember that from
Yes.
your 2 interviews? Okay. And just to give a little bit of context, I believe Mr. Turner was asking you this at the end. You didn't speak to police right away, right?
Right.
The first time you spoke to anybody was on May 31st,
That is correct.
and this incident happened on May 24th.
Right. Because like I said, I left out of town with my family.
Yes, ma'am, understandably. But by that time, you had seen the news for 6 days, 7 days, right?
Yes. Some of it. Yes.
And you were honest. You told them about that in one of your interviews. That said, I viewed videos, and so you had been watching the news
Yes.
that time, and then you're this traumatic experience, and you're putting your memory together. So all that's going on when you're talking to them, those 2 interviews, right?
Right.
Understandable. So you're with this officer anywhere between 2 to 7 minutes, correct?
If that's the correct time, yes.
Well, that's what
The
you said
minutes.
to them. Do you remember
Okay.
saying that?
Okay. Yes. Yes.
Okay. And so there's a lot going on, right?
Yes.
Because at some point, there's multiple shots, right? And I have permission to walk up to you, the judge has given us that. You now know, and you knew then that this person shot up all the way until he got into
I
the
can hear
west.
I'm gonna object to that,
gunshots.
Your Honor, that's not the facts.
Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if it differs with your recollection, rely on your own. You may proceed.
Do you know that the shooter multiple times at the building? I don't know what the government's comfortable
I have
with,
no
but,
objection to multiple times the building, but he pointed all the way up the building. That's what I object to. That's not what.
well, the evidence will show what it shows. Judge.
Okay, overruled. You heard my admonishment, ladies and gentlemen. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So there were multiple shots at this building all the way up until this monster got into the building, right?
Yes.
You know that now.
Mhm. Yes.
But when you were telling to the ranger, Pettis, and to Mr. Garza, you in your mind, you really thought that he had entered here.
Yes. It's,
And so you're yelling at the officer and you're telling him, you're saying he's on this side of the building and you're pointing here because you really thought it was on the south side of the building. And so there's this dialogue back and forth between you and the officer for those 2 to 7 minutes, right?
yes.
Because there's a yelling, it's frantic. I mean, understandably, you thought you had been shot. You thought you were being shot at. You're yelling at him. You knew that you got children back in the building, but you thought he followed those kids in the building, right?
Right.
At some point.
Yes. Yes.
And then you explained that he's on the west side of the building, and you say he's on. So there's it's definitely not intentional, but there's kind of this south side, west side discussion going on between you and the officer, right? At some point in this
Yes.
engagement. Is that a fair statement?
Yes. I really wasn't like really listening. I was just.
I know. And have you heard of something called auditory exclusion, where stress makes, you get tunnel vision visually, but then you can also get you can exclude things auditorily because there's just so much stress going on.
Right.
And so there's just a lot going on, a lot of perception, you're communicating with the officer and because you're really in your heart of hearts, and I don't think anybody doesn't believe you, and these children were in danger, but you had a specific perception of what entrance this man went in, right? Okay. And the officer is talking with you, he's communicating with you, he's focused on you too, because did you tell him you thought you were shot?
I didn't tell him.
Okay. But you're on the ground.
Right.
And when you hit the ground, and I mean hit the ground, I mean when you fell, do you agree that it created kind of like a dust?
Yes.
Because it's all dirt right there, right?
Right.
And he drives up to you. That's where his car is. He drove all the way up to you, right?
Yes.
So even though there was if you don't know, maybe you know now that there was a call of a person at the school with a gun, he didn't, obviously that vehicle is not parked on the corner. This officer in this vehicle drove into the trouble, right? He drove in, he acted, he drove to you. They didn't know it was you, but I mean, he drove to your area, right? Are you aware now there were 3 other officers over here?
I couldn't see.
And you know now.
Okay, yes.
But this officer isn't these officers, right? They stopped over
Right.
here. This officer made it over here, right?
Right.
At some point, after that 3 to 7 minutes, you described to the jury and the government asked you, you go to that classroom, and you see that officer move up. He moves up at some point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with that? Kitty moves?
I'm not sure because, like I said, I was in the classroom doing what I that needed to be done.
And while you're talking to this officer, because there's that 2 to 7 minutes, there's actually shots being fired. You guys both can hear shots.
Right.
So he's hearing shots. You're talking to him. You're giving him instruction. I'm not going to put words in your mouth. You said he's pacing, but let me suggest he was taking cover, but he's talking to you, and shots are being fired throughout this whole time.
The mischaracterization of her testimony.
She can correct me.
She said that he was pacing, not that he was taking cover.
Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, if it differs with your recollection, rely on your own, overruled, proceed.
No. I said that you said he was pacing. Do you remember me saying that?
Yes.
Okay. So, and if I say something, you want to correct me, you can say, Nico, stop. I'm going to correct you. You can do that, okay?
Okay.
So, I'm going to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 922. Oh, there it is right there. So you see that second car?
Yes.
Do you recall telling Ranger Pettis and Mr. Garza that at some point when you went to the other classroom, Mr. Trevino, and you didn't say it exactly like that you saw this officer, whoever he was, move forward? Do you remember saying that?
I don't remember saying that.
Okay, at some point when the jury's out, I can have you listen to your statement, okay? It's the audio, right?
Okay.
We'll stipulate to that, Your Honor.
Excuse me?
We'll stipulate.
Okay, thank you, Bill. So the government has stipulated that at some point when you go to Mr. Trevino, you say to them, to the ranger and to Mr. Garza, that you saw the officer move forward, okay?
Okay.
And when the government showed you, when Mr. Turner showed you this picture, you said, no, that's the vehicle that you thought was here, right?
Right.
Because this one doesn't have any emblems.
Right.
So at some point, this officer moves forward to this officer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And you might not have known it was an officer at the time, but are you aware now that you described this officer, Officer Page? He was wearing khaki pants
Really?
and a white shirt, a whiter shirt. He didn't have a beard though. So all I'm saying is there's a lot going on in your mind, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at some point after 2 to 5 minutes, there's gunfire, you're on the ground, you're yelling at this officer, he's going in here, the kid's in here, save the kids. At some point, and we can see, you can't see anything. You can't see the west side of the building from here, right?
Right.
And neither could the officer.
Right.
And so this fence here around the AC unit?
Mhm.
It's a chain link fence, right?
Right.
So you can see through it.
Mhm.
So can you tell that part of this SUV is behind that chain link fence?
Yes.
Can you see it? It's
Yes.
behind there? But you can still see it, right?
Right.
So if an individual was standing there, you could still see an individual standing there, right? So if the shooter was standing there, you would be able to see the shooter from where you were at.
Right.
I understand you perceived him to be out here, but if he was standing there, you could still see the shooter.
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about another one of your perceptions, and I think that Mr. Turner tried to clear it up. At some point, you told Ranger Pettis and Mr. Garza that you believed the gunman had a handgun.
At some point, yes.
And then you when you told them that you were sure about it. You were sure that it was a handgun, right?
Right.
And then either the Ranger or Mr. Garza, I can't tell on the audio, corrected you and said it was a long rifle. It was not a handgun.
Right.
And you correlated the handgun to a handgun that you carry sometimes, and so that's in your mind. That's
Right.
what you correlated that to. And so I want to clear one thing up also. You told the government, ultimately this jury, that when this officer showed up, you gave instructions and that he didn't say anything back to you.
No.
Oh, he did say something back to you?
No, he didn't. No.
But do you remember telling them that he said, which building? And that's
Okay.
what-
Yes.
Yeah.
No. Yes. He did say, that officer did say, where's the fourth grade building?
Right. So this officer didn't even know where the fourth grade building was, right?
Right.
Well, at least that's how you perceived it. That's what he said. Because Robb Elementary, unfortunately, did not have a full-time officer there.
No, not that I know of.
Right. But he kept asking you which building. You said fourth grade building. Which building is that?
Right.
And then that's when the discussion about south entrance versus west entrance
Yes.
happened, right? And so all that is within that 2 to 7 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Flores, thank you so much. And I want you to know that all my questions had nothing to do with your character. You have an outstanding character, okay? God bless you. Pastor Williams.
You good?
Yes, ma'am. And when you said the fourth grade building, the officer said, which building?
Yes, he said, where's
Is that when
Where's
you
the fourth
started pointing?
yes,
And where did you point?
to the fourth grade building.
And was the officer standing looking at you as you pointed to the fourth grade building?
At the, yes,
Y'all were having a discussion. He wanted to know where it was and you pointed it out,
yes,
but he stayed there.
yes.
I want to ask you about that short trip that you had down the walkway toward that south door, toward this door.
Mhm.
And show us about how far you got down toward that south door
Just about right, somewhere right here.
and where did you see the gunman?
He's standing right here.
Okay. Is there a little culvert just right here, a few steps behind that?
Yes, so it's part of the sidewalk
Okay.
going to the parking lot, fourth grade parking lot.
A culvert where a casing was located?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But the kids go inside the door,
Yes, back in there.
you're focused on them.
Yes.
When you see the man, how's he dressed?
He has the black jeans, the black hoodie, and the hoodie fell down from.
And black's a dark color.
Mhm.
And so if something black is in front of black, it would be a little bit more difficult to articulate what it was.
Yes.
And when you saw the man with what you perceived as a gun, whether handgun or rifle, you turned and ran.
Right.
And when you turned, that means you turned away from him.
Yes.
So you didn't see where he went.
When I was coming somewhere right here, that's when I looked back and he was still in this area here.
Okay. So he was kind of in this same area here.
Yes.
And is that why you thought he was going to the south door?
Right.
Okay. The police car is white, correct?
Yes.
You saw it.
Yes.
Was the gunman the position that he was facing? Was he in a position to see this white car
I
drive
believe
up?
that's when he like starts running this direction.
Sure. When he sees the white car, then you say, you believe that's when he went that direction.
Yes.
Is that just your common sense, or did you see that?
That's what I saw.
Okay. And as far as auditory auditory exclusion, I believe Mr. LaHood said that an officer got on dispatch and said, shots fired, shots fired. Do you recall him asking you about that?
You talking about?
Mr.
Yes,
LaHood asked
yes.
you about that? And to get on a microphone and say shots fired indicates either that he heard shots fired or you told him shots were fired. Is that correct?
We could hear shots fired.
Oh, you could hear shots fired.
Yes.
You weren't going through auditory exclusion.
That meaning, like,
I'm sorry.
I mean, that time, I mean, you can hear the shots. And I don't know, I don't recall him
Okay.
or the
So you
PD.
clearly could hear the shots,
Yes.
and you didn't get on the police radio to say shots fired, shots
Mm.
fired.
No.
Okay. But whoever did was in a position to either hear the shots or you told him shots were being fired.
Right.
Did you tell him that shots were being fired?
Well, you can hear him.
Didn't have to.
No.
Okay. That's what.
I hope you keep teaching special ed kids. I really do. God bless you. No question, Judge.
Okay, recall, you saw,
No.
Subject to recall. I don't want to belabor it, but we do, we might have some follow-up with this.
okay, so you want to recall.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
They should leave. They should go leave town and come back.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, ma'am, the rule's been invoked in this case, and all that means is, since you're subject to recall, you need to stay in touch with the DA's office in the event of a recall. We'll give you as much notice as possible, but more importantly, don't talk to anybody about the case other than the lawyers until you're aware the case is over with.
Okay.
All right, so thank you, you're excused today.
Thank you.
You'll call your next witness, please.
Sherry Hotmeyer. If I said that.
Okay, guys, how's everybody doing? This is pretty heavy, guys, and please make sure to self-care. And what do y'all think about that testimony, y'all? Thank you, Ari, for being here. Sarah, thank you for being here. K-Swan, thank you for being here. Good to see all of you.
You want to come up, ma'am? Raise your right hand, please. You just on the swear the evidence of the testimony given this cause due to this self you got. You're gonna have to sit right over here. Adjust that microphone, make it comfortable. Speak up so everybody can hear you, please. You can proceed.
Good morning.
Morning.
Would you tell the jury who you are?
Hi, my name is Dr. Shri Hotmeyer. I'm from Uvalde.
And Dr. Hotmeyer, where do you work in Uvalde?
Currently, I work at Uvalde Medical Surgical Associates, which is an outpatient clinic that's adjoined to the hospital.
And when you say adjoined to the hospital, does that just mean you have a business relationship, or is it also physically adjoined to the hospital?
The building is right next to the main hospital. It's also owned by the hospital.
And tell us what your credentials are.
I'm a doctor of osteopathic medicine, which is essentially, there's allopathic and osteopathic. We do the, same training, but we do a little bit more in musculoskeletal.
In what?
Musculoskeletal.
Muscular and skeletal?
Mhm.
Okay. And when did you get your education?
I wish you'd get on the
completed medical school
microphone.
in 2011, from 2007 to 2011.
And after medical school, what did you do?
Then I went to residency at Christus Santa Rosa in San Antonio, family medicine residency program.
How long is that residency program?
That was an additional 3 years.
And after the residency, then what?
And then I graduated in 2014 and I moved out to Uvalde and began working. And I've been there ever since.
Ever since 2014?
2014, yeah.
And so May 24th, 2022, what were you doing on that day?
I was working at the time I was working at a different clinic, which was right down the road from the hospital. And we had just finished morning clinic and we were in a meeting.
A meeting with other doctors?
Yes, with the staff at the clinic.
A business meeting?
Business meeting.
And about what time was this?
Started around 11:15.
Okay. And did you end up going to the hospital that day?
Yes, I did.
How did you end up at the hospital?
We had an alert that sent a mass text message to all the physicians saying that they needed us immediately in the emergency room.
When you say all physicians, I don't understand what the mass texting is. How does that work?
It was sent out by, I can't tell you I know the exact texting service or anything like that, but it's a messaging service that sends a text message to, physicians and basically was just asking them all to come immediately to the emergency room, that there was a trauma,
A need?
an immediate need.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you weren't actually in the hospital, but a text went out to all physicians to come.
Yes.
And did you go?
Yes.
And did other physicians go?
Yes.
And on that afternoon, then tell us how you spent your time.
I got there. I can't tell you exactly the time I got there, but I got there as soon as I could, and it was probably right around noon. And when I got there, I'm sorry, I don't quote me on that. I apologize. I don't know what time I got there. I got there as soon as I could. But when I got there, there were other doctors that were already treating patients, and I circled around in the emergency room and tried to help in any way that I could.
And so this is the emergency room where you see doctors treating patients?
Yes.
About how many doctors did you see working?
There were probably about 8 to 10 of us.
And patients?
Mhm.
Can you tell us about how many patients you saw?
There were about 15, I believe.
Okay. And did you treat any of the patients?
I did. I treated, I helped and assisted in some of the ones that were already ongoing and needed just like a little bit of help here and there. And then when those ones were stabilized, I went to a different area where children were waiting that were not as critical, but still needed medical care.
So there is an order in which you treat patients when they come in?
Yes.
And describe that for us.
And call it triage. And basically, those patients that are the most critical get the most immediate care. The ones that need to be stabilized, it's all hands on deck, and we do everything we can to get that patient better. The ones that are less acute, those ones typically will then be, you know, next in line, and then the ones that are least acute will then be seen after the other ones.
And is that the way the procedure went that afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you actually did treat some of the children yourself,
Mhm.
but other doctors treated children too.
Yes.
And let me ask you then, are you familiar with the records
Yes.
of the Uvalde Hospital?
Yes, sir.
And is it common for doctors to review the records?
Okay, guys, I need a sound check. I'm trying to boost the sound, and I think I got it boosted. Let me know.
Of other doctors?
If asked, we will do that.
I mean, you can read a medical record whether you created it or a fellow doctor did.
Yes, correct. Absolutely.
And I believe that the defense's agreement, they've agreed to allow you, rather than having eight or nine doctors come in, to testify to the records.
Yes, that's correct. This witness can testify to all the injuries to the kids and all the treatment that was done by all the doctors.
Okay, you can proceed.
And so have you done the time, you've spent the time to look at the records of those children that were treated at Uvalde Medical Hospital that day?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar enough, and have you summarized it so that you can tell us the name of the child as well as the any injuries they sustained and the nature of that injury?
Yes, sir.
And you have summarized that for us.
Yes, I have them here. If you don't mind me using my notes.
And we may not be in the same order, so it may take
Okay.
a second for you to find it.
Okay.
But if we could start with exhibit 910. Mia Cerrillo. Could you tell us what injuries Mia Cerrillo sustained?
From the summary on the medical record, she had pretty significant shrapnel injuries.
And what is shrapnel injury?
Shrapnel is basically little parts of or fragments of bullets that
Fragments of bullets.
fragments of bullets that get embedded in the skin or other locations.
And was there a location in which she had the shrapnel?
Yes, sir. She had fairly significant shrapnel to her thorax, which is basically the back and the chest area, in the left flank, and then on her left shoulder.
And when you see shrapnel in somebody, do you remove that shrapnel?
If it's superficial enough, then yes. Otherwise, it can work its way out. Sometimes it, may need to be surgically removed if it's symptomatic, if it's causing pain or causing nerve impingement.
So with all of these shrapnel wounds, the issue is if it's superficial, it can be removed.
Yes.
And if it's deeper, why would you not remove it?
Just have to weigh if it's doing more harm than good, then you would definitely want to remove it. I mean,
Shrapnel.
sorry, not good. It's not going to do good. Excuse me. If it's not causing symptoms, then it's something that could potentially be left in.
Because going in could cause harm too.
Yes, absolutely. It could cause, pinching of nerves. It could cause pain, pain with movement.
And the nature, because it was shrapnel, do you have an opinion as to whether or not this was a gunshot wound?
I think it's definitely a gunshot wound.
Thank you.
This patient was treated by a different physician.
Thank you. 905. Could you tell us what injuries
AJ Martinez, he had a gunshot wound to his right thigh with significant shrapnel to the right thigh, as well as some some shrapnel injuries to the left side of his head and his face.
And what is the right femur?
The femur is the long, big bone on the top part of the leg, right here.
And so is this shrapnel penetrating shrapnel or superficial?
Was the shrapnel?
Did it penetrate or was it on the superficial?
It was close to the femur, and it had multiple shrapnel injuries in the subcutaneous, which is basically the layer below the skin, and in the deep soft tissue, which is
Deep soft tissue.
Mhm.
Thank you. Exhibit 906.
significant right ankle injury from shrapnel foreign bodies. He had several pieces of shrapnel embedded in his right ankle, and some of them were large, up to 10 millimeters, which is 1 centimeter, about a little bit less than half an inch. But thinking about that being embedded in soft tissue, that is fairly large. And then one of them was close to the Achilles tendon, which is the large tendon in the back of the lower leg where the calf attaches to the heel.
Kendall Oliver.
To her left shoulder, she had a very large soft tissue defect, fracture of her humerus, which is the bone in the upper part of the arm, significant shrapnel to the left shoulder, and then across the front of her abdomen, she had quite a bit of shrapnel as well. Shoulder. He had an actual gunshot wound. It was described on the CAT scan as a massive soft tissue defect containing multiple bullet fragments of the right shoulder. And then, of course, multiple shrapnel pieces in that area as well.
And what is massive?
So this exit wound was described as 4 centimeters by 4 centimeters, which is about 1.5 inches in such a small anatomic area for a child. That's he had
Y'all take care of yourself.
injuries to his right thigh. His right thigh, so on the lateral part of his right thigh. This girl, she had shrapnel to her left thigh and also to the left side of her face along the frontal bone and then around this area of her scalp.
And where is her frontal bone?
Right here on the forehead. On the forehead.
And there was shrapnel there.
Yes.
Maya's.
When she arrived, she was scared, anxious. She wasn't talking. She was already receiving fluids from EMS because her blood pressure was low. She was found to have a gunshot wound to the left side of her chest, which was a sucking chest wound, which is basically air is going in, but it's not coming out, which then caused both lungs to collapse. She had a very, very large gunshot wound to the left shoulder, the left arm, and then the right hand. ER physician that was taking care of that trauma bay, he he had to do needle decompression, which is done in emergent situations to let that air out, allow the lung to expand, and then he had to put in bilateral chest tubes to continue to allow the lung to reach the pleura, which is the lining of the lung cavity. He gave fluids, crash blood, and then this patient was one of the ones that was transferred out to a trauma center.
When you say transferred out to a trauma center, tell us what that is.
BAMC is typically where we'll transfer to, university, a higher level of care that has a trauma surgeon available. Reported that he had a bullet go past his thumb and then it created significant ringing. In his ears.
And Jordan Olivetti,
He reported that when he was running from the active shooter, he hit his lower leg on an object, and he had a big bruise on his lower leg.
Dr. Hotmeyer, my name's Jason Goss. I'm one of the lawyers representing here. I just want to say, I know that you would just say it's doing your job, but we appreciate that you did that, help those kids. I don't have any other questions.
Anything, redirect,
No, you're.
excuse, not subject to recall?
Yes, sir.
No, no recall.
Okay, doctor, you are excused. The rule's been invoked, so we would appreciate it if you just wouldn't discuss the case with anybody until you're aware the trial's over.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, let's take our morning recess, take about 10 minutes. Please remember my instructions. Would everyone please rise for the jury?
All righty, then we are going into a break. This is difficult. This is not very easy testimony for anyone, and I'm glad to see that. I'm glad to see that they're taking a break. Just so y'all know what I'm doing, I have been working on getting a press pass. Woohoo! I have. I've been working on getting a press pass. And I am wanting to attend, I say wanting to attend the Simpson or part of the Simpson trial. And in order to do so, you got to have a press pass. And I'm trying to get a press pass. I'm trying. They're not cheap. They're not. So, yeah. Nationality means where you live, right? And what's happening is that every time I go in and do a application, it's not getting to them. So I have done this application more times than I care to say. And so I'm been on the phone with them. I've tried different nationality. I'm brain dead. And so I've been trying to communicate with them, and they don't know why. So Control Z. There we go. That trial is supposed to start, Sarah, sometime in February. And what I was hoping was that my fabulous and amazing mods would be able to stream the trial while I am there. Wouldn't that be amazing? And I thought, that would be cool. So we'll see what happens. We'll see. But I'm trying to get all of this done, and I've been working on it for a while, and it's not been going through, and they don't know why, and that's frustrating. And I've been trying to fill it out. And a part of this application process is that you have to show part of your work. And I mean, it's legit. Yeah, that would be great. It really, really would. So anybody have birthdays today? Oh, let me get this button pushed. Here you go, boo. I created something. Rest in peace, Ty. Thank you for all your love, purrs, kisses, and everything. Thanks for loving your fur mom, your human mama. You were a fabulous fur baby. And blessings to your mama. Rest in peace, boo. I hope that was okay, honey. I hope that was okay. They don't say when they're going to be back from break. So, what was I doing? Podcast. Me. They want pictures of me. They want a lot of things, y'all. They want a lot of information. This is something that it's a big deal, and you need to make sure that you've got everything you're supposed to have lined up. I mean, this is a legit thing. So I don't know. We'll see. I could do international, but I'm not planning on traveling internationally. Oh, do I sense some movement? So I will not be getting the international one. It costs a lot more money. It costs money. So now supposedly this this legitimizes. Oh, you're welcome, K1. You're welcome. Hey, anybody who's lost a fur baby, we do a little rest in peace. I believe in honoring them because they're a big part of our lives. And we spend so much time with them. They become our family. I know. I lost my little baby, and it's tough. It's very tough. And I still cry. I still get emotional myself through all of this. I do. And it's difficult. But you know what? They're with us for a reason. And we love them greatly. We love them greatly. I couldn't imagine life without my fur babies. I could not. Let me embiggen this so I can get out of here. My mods seem to have a break off today, and they've earned it. They're wonderful. Hi, honey. What? I'm going to have to call these people. Let me put y'all on a little break. Anyway, I need to go take a comfort break anyway. So court's is taking about a 15-minute break. we're going to go take a comfort break. I got to go, y'all. And I will see you in a minute.
National Writers.
Hey, this is Ada.
Hey, Ada.
I tried it again and then it looked like it was going to go and it says problem loading. After I sent it, it said error occurred during connection. Error code PR connect reset error. This page you're trying to view cannot show because the authenticity of the received data could not be verified. Contact the owner.
Okay, do me a favor. Screenshot.
I did.
Screenshot that and, okay, good. Send that to me. That's what I'll send to my department, and hopefully I can have the answer for you this morning. Because I leave now, so I won't be able to find out if they send me a message back. But I'm gonna get to the bottom of this because I have no idea. I've tried it on 2 different internet browsers and your phone. Something is going on. I don't know, but I literally just got a somebody submitted an application, so there's nothing going on our end. I just don't know what it is with the connection with your system and our system. I have no idea what's going on. So I just want to bring that error message.
Okay,
to the IT
we'll
department.
keep working on it.
Yeah, we're gonna make this happen. I'm sorry that it's taking so long. Just email me.
Well, that's strange. The old settings in Discord used to be when I put that video up, it would cut the audio automatically. But I guess they have changed their settings, but that's okay. I didn't share anything personal, but thank you so much. I'm sorry about that. Now I got to go. And I think they're coming back. We'll wait. We'll wait. We'll wait. We'll wait. Oh. We'll wait, guys. Honey, how are you this morning? Sarah, thank you so much. Y'all are simply the best. Let me go into our breaking news because I know that we did have some yesterday, I think. Why can't I see this? There's no name with it. I am. So in breaking news, I'm seeing if there's anything that's we can share. Oh, how horrible. In Thailand, at least 32 have died after a construction crane falls on a train. Oh, my Lord, y'all. That's horrible. At least 32 people have been unalived and 66 others injured after a construction crane fell onto a moving train in northeastern Thailand. The crane derailed the train and crashed some of its carriages, one of which caught fire. Oh, 1-year-old and an 85-year-old are still amongst the injured. 7 people in critical condition, according to the authorities. The train carried some 171 passengers on board when the accident happened. The state railroad in Thailand has launched an investigation. It had been traveling from Bangkok to northeastern Ubon Ratchathani or something like that, Providence, and with an accident occurring, carrying mostly students, workers traveling for school and working in other districts. Local outlets in the nation report that incident occurred while the crane was lifting a large concrete section which dropped onto the train, causing several coaches to derail. Y'all. Oh, how horrible. Oh, my heart breaks for them. Where's my thing? Oh, my heart breaks for them. That is so horrible. I'm seeing the photos. I'm not going to show them. They're pretty graphic. That is horrible, y'all. That is horrible. Okay, I am going to have to take a comfort break. The doors are opening, so I know they're getting ready to come in. So I'm going to leave this going. I'll be right back. Whew, y'all, that's so much better. The poinsettia is gone. The whole backdrop is going to change. I'm going to get all that. That was thrown up so fast. So I'm getting ready to change the backdrop and kind of move things around. I do want to get our Hamish and Heidi Highlanders back up in the background because they are our mascots for the channel. Good morning, Miss June. Good morning. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Oh, good. So you got good sleep. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, it was a crazy morning. We had a little bit of confusion. The judge said that the jury would be there at 9 and they were going to start at 9, but he wanted the lawyers there at 8:30 to handle something. And I got a little message from my mod, and guys, I'm without my glasses. I don't have glasses. I need my glasses. And I misread the message, and I'm like, no, I put 9:00. Didn't realize what she was saying. And of course, I was not quite awake when I did that. So anyway, I got up this morning with only 2 hours sleep, and I feel fabulous for some reason. And I got up and I noticed that I got up at like 8:10 and I fell asleep close to 5. So I had a few hours sleep, but I got up like at 8:10 and all of a sudden I'm in here getting ready. I see the Eagle come on and I'm like, ooh, we're going at 8:30. So we came on a little early and everything is fine. Everything was good. It was a voir dire of probably an expert witness. Nothing major, but something they had to do. I had somebody ask me in one of my other media formats, what is this on my hat? This is a tornado with an eye on it. You can see the eye and the star. This is the Texas Vortex Storm Chasing Team that I'm a part of. And I can't forget Saturday, I got a meeting. I chase every once in a while. I do more photography. That's my kind of thing. And I absolutely love it. Y'all have seen some of my photography. Yes, you have. And I have thoroughly enjoyed. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I thoroughly enjoy it, but at the same time, though, it takes a lot to do it. So I do storm chasing. I've not gone up into Oklahoma yet. I was hoping to go into Oklahoma this year, but that means I'm going to have to chase a trail of storms. For me, it's about a 6-7 hour drive into Oklahoma. And so I really, really hope to go into Oklahoma to do some storm chasing this year and get some, we're still just showing you, we're still waiting for court. And for me to be able to get some fresh content. I have captured 2 tornadoes, but one was rain wrapped, which is so frustrating because we see it on radar. Our natural eye, we can look and we can see the debris field, but it's so covered in rain, it doesn't photograph. So that is something that we do love to do. So anyway, I'm going to come back down here. I'm going to get the thing back up. We have been playing with, oh, that's not what I want. We have been playing with new formats for our framing, and I think we've settled on it. Trying to give you as full coverage as possible, but we do have to do certain things. And give me a thumbs up if you like the format that you're looking at the moment. This is what I think I've settled on. Had to do some tweaking of what we had originally thought of. We do have another one, which is this, but for some reason I thought I liked it, but it just started bothering with me, kind of wigging me out a little bit. Okay, we are back into trial. Come join us.
Have a seat over here, please. You can be seated in the courtroom. Thank you. State's called the next witness. She's been sworn, so you may proceed.
Good morning.
Morning,
State your name for the record.
Jamie Torres,
And Ms. Torres, where do you currently reside? Don't give me the specific address, but what town do you live in?
Uvalde, Texas.
And in May of 2022, where were you living?
Uvalde, Texas.
Now, I'm going to be real specific and go ahead and take you back to May 24th of 2022. Are you the mother of Chloe? And for the record, can you spell Chloe's first name?
Khloie.
And what grade was Chloe in on May 24th of 2022?
4th,
And how old was Chloe at the time?
10.
And what school was she going to on that day?
Robb Elementary,
And what grade was she in?
4th.
And do you recall what room she was in at Robb Elementary?
112.
Now, you were not at school that day,
No.
and was there something special about this going on at school that day that she was excited about?
Yes.
And what was that?
Sorry. She was excited. She left early that day to get bubbles and watch a movie after awards. And so she was excited for that.
And did she receive an award that day?
She did.
And what was that award?
The Good Citizen Award.
Now, at some point, did you receive a text message from the school?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember what that message was?
Yes, that the school went into a lockdown and to stay away from the premises, that everything was under control.
At some point, did you receive some information that was a little bit more than a regular lockdown?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the information that you received?
That there was, well, first I think it said it was a bailout to stay away, and then another one came in and said active shooter.
Okay. Now, when were you able to see Chloe on May 24th?
It was after she came home from the hospital because I was out of town.
And she was at the hospital for physical injuries that she suffered?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what those injuries are or were?
Yes, she had bullet fragments in her forehead and in her left thigh.
Now, those bullet fragments in her head, do they still exist today?
Yes.
What about the ones in her leg?
Yes.
And does she suffer from the fragments in her head?
Yes, she gets headaches frequently. And then in her leg, if she walks kind of far, sometimes she'll say that she has to stop because her leg was hurting her.
Okay. Have you decided if you will remove the shrapnel, or are you going to leave it?
As of right now, they don't want to mess with it because it's sitting to where it's able to stay. They did say if it was to move, then they would go ahead, but as of now, they think she's fine with it in there.
I'm gonna leave it at that. Ask the witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Torres, I'm very grateful, Chloe, that you still have her, because as we know, a lot of people don't. So I hope she continues to be a blessing to you.
Thank
That's
you.
all I have.
Thanks.
Pass it.
Okay, recall either side.
No recall, Your Honor.
No, Judge.
Okay, ma'am, you are released from the subpoena and you are excused. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
state calls Jennifer Havey. Step out real quick, Deputy.
Yes, sir.
Y'all, this is hard. These are hard. Something was cut up on mic. Did y'all hear them say step out real quick?
Good morning. Could you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony you're giving this cause will be the truth, so help you God. Now, seat right over here. That microphone will adjust, make it comfortable, and speak up so everybody can hear you, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
Jennifer Havey,
And Ms. Havey, where are you currently employed?
Bluebonnet Children's Advocacy Center.
And what is your job position there?
I'm a licensed professional counselor.
And where did you go to college at?
Texas State University and then Sul Ross University.
And you got your bachelor's degree from Texas
Sorry, my
State?
dad's alma mater.
What was that in?
Education.
And what did you get from Sul Ross University?
What?
Master's of Education and Counseling.
Okay. And did you previously work for the Uvalde Independent School District?
Yes.
And what did you work as?
I was a teacher.
Was that before you obtained your master's?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you a licensed professional counselor?
Yes, ma'am, through the state of Texas.
Okay. And are you licensed by the Texas Board of Professional Counselors?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're current on your licensing?
Yes, ma'am.
At this point, Your Honor, the state would tender Jennifer Havey as an expert in post-traumatic stress disorder counseling.
We're not in federal court. I don't know that the court can do that, but I
Do you
will
have
say,
any questions on?
yeah, as a board dyer, I will say that I will agree that she is good at what she does and that she has every right to testify about what she did.
All right, so you may proceed.
Ms. Havey, can you, where are you currently employed at?
Right now, Bluebonnet Children's Advocacy Center.
Okay, and for the jury and for the record, can you explain what the Bluebonnet Children's Advocacy Center is?
Yes, it gives a safe place for children to come and talk about their trauma, abuse, and then through that, it's so the child doesn't have to say things over and over again. They say it one time to an interviewer, and through that, officers, medical, CPS all work together through the investigation, and then they offer mental health services to the child, for the child.
So at the Children's Advocacy Center, you deal with clients, patients who suffer abuse or trauma of some sort.
Yes.
Okay. And through that, have you provided counseling to some of the survivors in this case?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Now, and for the record, those medical records and counseling records have already been admitted into evidence, okay? So what I want you to do though is can you explain to the jury what is post-traumatic stress disorder?
PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. It is ongoing stress after the traumatic event.
And how does that manifest itself? What are the symptoms of PTSD?
It can manifest itself in many ways, through the body, through headaches, stomach aches, nausea, as well as wanting to leave your home or not being able to leave your home, socially, trust with others.
And we call that disassociation.
Dissociation, yes.
Is that what's called? Okay. And do you also see children with anxiety and depression that are suffering from PTSD?
Both, yes.
Okay. And are these considered a disorder
Yes.
or an impairment of some sort?
Disorder, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what are the different ways that these are explained through children with PTSD? In other words, do they express it through like guilt, or I mean, how does that work?
Through PTSD, can you repeat your question? Just so I'm answering it.
Right. Well, if they have PTSD, do they also have maybe other impairments? Such as,
Yes, I apologize. Yes, usually with PTSD, anxiety comes as well with it, hand in hand, only because the stress, your body becomes alert, hyper alert, and stress rises, and that brings on anxiety.
okay. Do you know what survivor's guilt is?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, it's when a survivor feels guilty for living.
And have you seen that through some of your patients through their counseling?
That's me.
Now, what is a triggering event?
It's when something happens that escalates anxiety in their body. It's when you're triggered by something and it brings you back to whatever traumatic event they had.
Is it a sensation that stimulates the nervous system?
Yes.
And is it a biological response in a child?
Yes,
And
it's
can you explain that?
an automatic response of your body. It's not something that's they think of. It's protection. So it's dissociation, it's protection.
And what can be a triggering event in a child with PTSD?
I've seen many things that trigger children right now. I'm seeing helicopters, loud noises trigger children, colors,
What colors?
red.
Why red?
It's the color of blood.
Okay. And explain to the jury what these triggers do. What do they do in a child physically that they're called triggering events? What do they do?
Some children, when triggered, they might cry. Their heart might race. They might get under a table and not want to leave. They might want to hold someone's hand for safety. I have many clients I'm trying to go through, so many of them.
Well, do these triggering events take the child back to the trauma that was suffered?
Yes.
Okay. And is the child able to differentiate between where they are now versus the traumatic event?
Not always. It brings them back to the event. And their brain believes, or their brain is saying, no, this is happening, although they know obviously it's not happening over and over again, but they believe it is. Their body feels it as if it's happening.
Now, what type of techniques do you use in providing treatment for post-traumatic stress disorder?
So I work with children and adolescents with PTSD, and we use sensory boxes, art, breathing techniques, reframing, like rewriting or rethinking the trauma, knowing it's not there any longer, narrative, oral, and written.
Is one of these things you do called eye movement desensitization and reprocessing?
EMDR, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That is evidence-based treatment.
And can you explain to the jury what that is and how it works?
Sure. It's bilateral stimulation of the brain, which it's used to reprocess the trauma they've had. So although, may I give an example?
Yes.
Although they know the trauma has already passed, after EMDR, and bilateral stimulation just means back and forth with the brain. After EMDR, then they're able to talk about the trauma and it doesn't affect them as much. So their nervous system is a little de-escalated, I should say.
Okay. And what are the things you do with that? I mean, what specific techniques do you use?
So you can use is eye movement. So you can use a light bar where they follow the light back and forth. Or with my age, we use a lot of tappers, and all that's doing is buzzing their hand like left, right. And that's bilateral stimulation of the brain, which helps reprocess the trauma. That's what it's used for.
And what is TFCBT?
Trauma focused cognitive behavior therapy. It is for children and adolescents to, at their own pace, walk through their trauma with coping skills, narratives, and so forth.
Now, is post-traumatic stress disorder, is that something that can be eventually treated, and or how does that work?
Treated, yes. Both TFCBT and EMDR are both evidence-based for PTSD for children and adolescents. So PTSD can be treated, yes. People do heal from PTSD, although it is always ongoing. And when I say that, that sounds kind of backwards, but what I'm saying is it does not affect them as much, because our goal, or my goal as a therapist would be that they're able to hopefully function day to day in their living, live a healthier day than they did the day of the trauma, right? Making progress.
Is there a permanent brain injury associated with PTSD?
Yes.
And again, you treated some of the survivors in room 112, is that right? Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. KBT,
Yes, sir.
my name is Jason Goss. I'm one of the attorneys for Adrian. And I want to start out by saying thank you. I mean, I know it's difficult even for treaters and providers, because you're having to experience that with kids, right? So
Yes.
There's a secondary trauma that goes on with you as you're having to work through that. The fact you're willing to do that is important. So thank you for that. I did want to talk, not necessarily, I know that we talked about, yes, you've treated some of the kids. Are they all confined to 111 and who were in 111 and 112? Or were there some other kids at Robb that day that have also come in for treatment?
I
survivors?
treat many kids from Robb.
So not necessarily even the ones that were in the room
Not necessarily.
with the shooter. And that's because, and the point I'm trying to make with that is that's because you can get anybody that's involved in that situation can have PTSD for that situation.
Yes, sir.
Including the officers,
Yes, sir.
including the witnesses, the teachers, the adult. You would agree with that?
Anyone in a traumatic event.
Sure. And I guess and I didn't hear, I know you worked at well, I call it CAC, but a child advocacy center.
Yes, sir.
Do you ever do forensic interviews, or are you just the counseling side of that?
I'm the counseling side. So after the forensic interviewer, then the client is passed to me
Okay.
for therapy.
And it sounds like you have a lot of experience with PTSD and trauma and talking to people who have suffered trauma. So I want to ask you some questions about your understanding of the medicine and the science in your discipline, and as far as like what you have been able to learn about how people who experience trauma, I guess, relate and talk about it. Okay. So you would agree that like with the kids you've worked with adults you've worked with who has experienced that kind of trauma, the next day after that is not, they're not 100% accurately recalling everything that's happened perfectly, because trauma affects memory and stress affects memory.
Trauma does affect memory.
It does, right? And you know that. And so asking somebody the next day who's gone through a situation like that, what happened, you might not get exactly what happened or exactly in the right order, or exactly in the right times, right? Because if they've gone through a stressful event like that that has caused trauma, then their recall of that can be inaccurate. You would agree with that?
You might not. Every person's different.
Sure. And just so you know, I'm not talking about any of your kids or any of those kids at Robb. I'm not talking about any of their statements or anything about them. I'm using your experience to talk about, because there are other witnesses and other people that were at the scene who
Yes, sir.
also kind of went through this. You see what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the stress, you know, that stress can be like maybe you know, maybe you don't, but stress can cause things like auditory exclusion when it's happening. It can cause time compression when it's happening. Those kind of things can happen as the person is witnessing an event if it's a high stress or traumatic event.
Yes, sir.
Right. And so sometimes they don't hear things that you would think that they hear. Sometimes they mix things up, like what order things were in, right?
Yes.
You would agree with that, because, and I don't know if you've had this experience, but even people who, somebody can be absolutely sure of something and then see a video that didn't happen the way they thought it happened, but in their mind, because of the way their memory has been kind of forged into trauma, in their mind it happened this way, even if there was evidence that they could see that it didn't happen that way. And that's because that's how people process in trauma. You would agree with that?
That's how trauma works.
Right. So, and that's all I'm trying to point out is that it is hard. It is hard with witnesses and other people to get sometimes accurate recounting if they've gone through a traumatic event.
As a therapist, I'm not there for accuracy. I'm here to work on their healing.
100%. But I think one of the things you do want them to do is process by, like you said, you use different techniques to process by remembering or recounting the trauma or going through and talking about their trauma. And like I said, it's not up to you, or you don't care whether they're accurate, but you don't care if they're accurate about what they're saying. You want them to process it therapeutically.
Correct.
Right. But your experience and understanding of how trauma works and how stress works on memory and recalling and recounting is really what I'm going to. Like, that it can affect those different things. It's a physiological effect that happens to people.
Yes.
Right. I'll pass it. And thank you again.
No more questions, Judge, and she's excused.
Not subject to recall, Mr. Gus?
No, You're on.
Okay, thank you. You are excused, not subject to recall. Thank you very much.
Mike Westall.
Okay, this gentleman popping up is actually the person that they vordired this morning, and he is an instructor with active lead shooting. That is who is coming up. While we're waiting for them to come up, let me do this real quick. Somebody asked about auditory exclusion. What is it? We'll go through it a little bit more, but just so, because they've been saying it a lot. Audio exclusion is a well-documented psychological response to extreme stress, especially in high adrenaline situations like violent encounters, lead shooting, assaults, or moments where someone believes life is in danger. It's highly relevant in the courtroom testimony because it affects what the witnesses or the defendant may have perceived, heard, or remembered. And how does that affect this trial? Number one, if Gonzales claims he didn't hear commands, warnings, or screams, it's If the defense argues Gonzales was in a panic, overwhelmed, or experienced a flight or fight response, auditory exclusion could be used to explain not hearing someone yell, not hearing a victim scream, not hearing a witness say stop, not hearing approaching footsteps, or the threat or non-threat. This would support the narrative that his perception of was physiologically narrowed and not intentionally. So we'll talk more about that, but that is where they're going with that topic. And we've heard it a couple of times and we'll hear it some more.
He's coming, Judge, just a little slow with his.
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this witness was previously sworn outside your presence. He is under oath, so you may have a seat, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Michael Whitskall. I'm a retired police officer. My career is with Dallas, and I'm here as an expert witness in training of law enforcement.
And what do you do these days, Mr. Whitskell?
These days, sir,
Yes, sir.
I am retired. I sold the law enforcement business, and I am now a gentleman farmer.
Does that mean you're broke?
Most of the time, yes, sir.
Would you tell me what your career in law enforcement is, please? Share that with the jury.
All right, law enforcement. I started with Dallas in 1988. I graduated from the academy in 1989, and as typical, I spent several years on patrol, and then I switched to Dallas SWAT. I was with the elite SWAT teams for several years. And I ended up getting hurt pretty bad, so I went back to patrol, at which time in 1998, I was forced into medical retirement, and that injury eventually led to the loss of my left leg. And then I started a training company.
I hate to interrupt, but I have to say this. Why in the world are you giving this the chest to belly view when you showed his entire face during the voir dire? You didn't hide him then. This is strange. Just saying.
Strictly teaching SWAT, hostage rescue, active shooter, amongst other subjects.
And so, how long have you been teaching, or how long did you teach SWAT, hostage rescue, and active shooter?
22 years.
And what is the difference between SWAT training, hostage rescue training, and active shooter training?
Ladies and gentlemen, it all blends. It really does. Subjects that you learn in hostage rescue also will transfer across to active shooter. The difference being active shooter training is almost an exclusive of patrol officers, guys that are out working, guys and gals that are out working the field constantly. SWAT, you're off to the side a little bit until you're called.
So an active shooter training is for the people that are going to be first responders. Is that
Absolutely.
the best
Yes,
way
sir.
to say it?
Yes.
And did you develop an active shooter training program for Texas peace officers?
I did. The curriculum is what
Yes,
you're
sir.
speaking of. Yes, sir.
Could you tell us about the training that you developed?
First and foremost, everything is as much hands-on as we can possibly make it. So it's 25% lecture, PowerPoint lectures, and 75% hands-on out in the field doing drills, scenarios. I based this curriculum back in my military days. I was trained in hostage rescue and how to clear an embassy, because back in the 70s, a lot of people don't know this, but we lost a lot of embassies. Embassies and schools, there's a lot of similarities to them: long hallways, offset rooms, big rooms, classrooms and stuff. So that's what I based the curriculum on at the start. Now, when I was with Dallas, my sergeant, Tom Shelton, far-reaching, we went into schools long before Columbine. And we did what would be now called active shooter training. And we did this at Sunset, I think that was in middle school, I don't remember, South Oak Cliff High School, and several other elementary schools.
And so you have decided to divide it 75%, 25%.
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
It does no good for an officer to be trained in something unless I'm of this nature, okay, of this nature, to be trained in this type of thing without hands-on, to develop almost an automatic response. I'm sure you've heard the term muscle memory and things like that. Yeah, absolutely. You cannot do that in a pure classroom setting.
And so you spend 75% of the time in the field.
Yes, sir.
And what does in the field mean?
We very infrequently, ladies and gentlemen, were we able to actually get into a school, because a lot of times schools were running at the time. So we had false walls that we put up, long hallways, 100 feet long. We'd have rooms off to the side. So we would be doing drills on what we could simulate for a school. Now, we also did in this curriculum, the 75% part, we did, because we've had active shooters in churches. Okay, I know people kind of look at that in defense of God's word, but not in defiance. All right, we went to nightclubs when we could find one. We went to movie theaters, pretty much any place that there have been an active shooter, sir, that we could get into.
Does that include open fields?
Yes, sir, it does.
And how many hours was this training?
The total training, sir,
Yes, sir.
40 hours.
We noticed that there's other active shooter training for 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So how would you distinguish an 8-hour course?
8 hours isn't enough to do much of anything, sir, other than classroom work. They might be able to do some hands-on, but in my opinion, this is just strictly my opinion, it's greatly deficient in any type of what we would call developing muscle memory.
Now, did you have a title for your course, the 40-hour course?
Yes, sir, it was active shooter immediate response.
And let's go over both of those terms. What does active shooter mean?
Active shooter, an uncontrolled situation where there is an assailant, either, forgive me, in a school, outside of a school, at a church, outside, moving around, it didn't matter. All right, so that is an active shooter. The whole situation is out of control in that moment. Okay, the immediate response.
And when you say out of control,
Please.
in the shooter part, is that just obvious it's out of control because there's active shooting?
Yes, yes, sir.
I hate to be too
No.
fundamental, but the point is there's shooting going on.
Yes, sir.
And does it also include that there's people in danger?
Yes, sir.
And that's the nature of that.
That is the nature, pardon me, that's the nature of the beast.
Okay. And then the second part of the title of your course was what?
Immediate response. What this means, when there's an active shooter, we cannot sit around and wait. And most of law enforcement, from the day you are in the academy, they tell you never do anything by yourself. Never ever. Never make a traffic stop without somebody coming by to back you up. In an active shooter situation, because of the lethality, the nature of the whole thing, we have to act, which can mean acting completely and wholly alone.
And that's what immediate response means?
Yes, sir.
So in an active shooter situation, and
And I'm just asking about what you trained.
Yes, sir.
40-hour course. Active shooter situation, immediate response, if a first responder is there. What is your training as to whether they should wait for backup?
We've got to stop the killing. There's
Okay, I gotta do this. I kind of want him to do a tummy crunch, so the button will go. Womp, 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 womp. I just every time he moves forward, it opens up a little bit more, and I want. Yeah, dude, unbutton your jacket. That's the proper thing to do when you sit down. Right, June?
Folks, okay? We can't wait for backup. I know there are curriculums out there, sir, that teach, always wait for 2 or 3 more guys. In my opinion, in the way I train people, you don't have time to wait. You've got to make a move.
And is that what solo entry is?
It can be, yes, sir.
And when you say you gotta make a move, where do you make the move to?
Look,
What does your training teach?
depends on the circumstances, okay? Outside, if it's a big park, all right? I know where the bad guys be. By bodies, by blood trails. I know where his direction might be going. You do that by auditory sounds, gunfire. My job then is I've got to get in front of him to keep him from entering soft targets.
What's a soft target?
These days, pretty much anything, sir. I'm sorry. Schools, churches, hospitals,
Why is it called a soft target?
because there's no defense. They don't have, most of the time, they don't have security guards.
When we were talking about they, who are you speaking?
I'm sorry, the ISD. I know many ISDs have police departments now, but for many years they did not. Hospitals might have some security. They hire off-duty cops, but it's never enough. And you can never put everybody, you don't have enough people to put at every door.
I guess by soft target, are you saying a target which people can be
Easily,
victims of an active shooter?
yes, sir, easily victims of an active shooter.
Is that why time is of the essence?
Yes, sir.
And what does gunfire have to do with what your action is?
Depending, okay, if I'm a responding officer, depending on where I am at, I hear gunfire, I need to march to the sound of gunfire, and I'm heading that direction. All right, I'm not just hanging back. If I'm in a situation to where I know that there's been an active shooter, I see all the evidence, blood holes in the wall and stuff, then I follow that evidence also.
So if you get there a little late, you may see evidence of the active shooting that's already occurred.
Yes,
or
sir.
has been occurring.
Yes, sir.
But if you get there before there's bodies or blood trails, is gunfire important to you?
It's critical.
And critical, it means what?
I need to move toward that gunfire.
What if you're alone?
I need to move to that gunfire, sir.
If you are the first responder, is moving toward gunfire the primary objective?
Yes, sir.
Is it also important to locate, to tell other officers where you are?
It's all happening at the same time. Now, this is basic police. I did not teach this. They should know this. I get out. If I'm the responding officer, I'm on my radio. I'm moving to where I hear gunfire. I am telling my dispatch or anybody that can hear me, other people on the radio, I'm telling them my location. I'm telling them my direction of travel. And if I have information on the suspect, I'm telling the suspect information, clothing description, hair description. I'm telling them I'm marching to gunfire. I've heard gunfire in this area. Might be around the corner, might be in a park way off to the side. I've got to get there. So, and I need backup. I won't kid you. I desperately need backup, but I also know I can't wait.
And so when you hear gunfire, there's two objectives. One is go to the gunfire. The other is to tell other people,
Yes, sir.
notify them either for backup as well as to notify them where the problem is.
Yes, sir.
Which of those takes priority?
Boy, because we are trained never to operate alone. My internal police officer says, no, tell them the information, tell me, but I know I've got to get to the gunfire. And you can do it simultaneously.
What does that mean?
At the same time, I can run to gunfire. I can move with one hand on my weapon or my weapon out and on the radio.
Okay, so it's not an either or.
No, sir, it is not.
And ultimately, you have a room full of police officers that you're training.
Yes, sir.
What is your ultimate goal for these officers?
Could you be more specific, sir?
Sure. Not only, well, let me ask it this way. When you run to gunfire, do you do that recklessly?
Never. You can move tactically.
And what does tactically mean?
Okay, I'll use the example of an open area. All right, hopefully there's trees, other things that I can move to leapfrog from one to the other. All right, I'm doing it fast, and I'm not doing it with reckless abandon. I'm moving tactically. That's what we talk about. Yeah, if it's a completely open field, well, I'm in a lot of danger. I know I'm in a lot of danger. So
You still move to the gunfire?
I'm still moving to the gunfire.
And you talked about trees. Is that this concept of cover and concealment?
Yes, sir.
And explain that for us.
Cover is what protects you from bullets. Concealment is what hides you from the bullets.
And so as you teach going to the gunfire, you teach them to do it as safely as possible.
As safely as possible, yes, sir.
And that's by using any cover. Or
Any
concealment.
cover that you can find.
Is that part of what these exercises are all about?
Yes, sir.
To go through that. Now, fear is part of this active shooter, right? There's a threat.
Yes, sir.
And does your curriculum cover that issue?
We discuss, yes, sir. I'm sorry, I cut you off. We discuss how to handle fear. Everybody's afraid. And if you're not afraid of gunfire, you're a little bit of a knucklehead. I have been in the military. I was under fire many times. All right. Yeah, I was scared. Same thing with being a cop, but you have to learn to fight through the fear.
Do you teach all the officers in your class how to fight through the fear?
We discuss it, sir. That's not something you do in the field, but we teach them, really to fight through the fear, take a few deep breaths and focus. There's nothing complicated about it.
Take a couple of deep breaths.
Yes, sir.
I beg to differ with you on that, Boo. I've never been shot at, but I have been twice I've been in a situation where somebody within close proximity, I was at Walmart and this guy, oh my God, he had a girlfriend and, he had a girlfriend and he called her and said, if you don't come out here, I'm going to kill everybody I come across until I find you and then I'm going to kill you. And she went out there to save her friends and OMG, y'all. I'm like, I disagree with that. Just push through. I'm sorry. Yes, you do in some situations. I don't know. That just struck me funny, y'all. While I have a pause. All righty, y'all. If you're just joining, we are watching the Adrian Gonzales trial live. Do me a quick favor. Hit the like button so YouTube knows to push the stream out. It really helps. And tell me in chat, based on what you've seen so far, do you still agree with the charges? Yes or no? We have a poll up. Please participate. And I want to know if you can hear me well. If you can, type yes, because the audio in the court was a little funky this morning. So everybody type yes if you can hear me well. Okay. And then we will go live during break and break down in detail what happened today and what's going on in other trials. Okay, guys, back to court.
And is fear part of that fight or flight? Is
It
that
is.
part of what you teach?
Yes, sir. We discuss fight or flight syndrome.
And what is that?
It is, excuse me, fight or flight. Your response, your internal response, when you are confronted with something that could harm you, you go into fight or flight. It's a massive adrenaline dump. All right, that your
It
body
is.
says, "Man, we need to get out of here." And there are physiological changes in your body that can make the difference for you. For instance, your heartbeat can be normal. I don't know what your heartbeat is normally, but it can go up to 200 beats a minute within not even a second. That's part of fight or flight. And you have to fight through it because your natural reaction is, I got to get away from this.
Mm-hmm.
We can't do that as police officers.
So as part of the lecture, how to fight, how to work through that.
We discuss that. Yes, sir.
So you expose the officers to that information,
Yes.
knowing that it's a potential,
Knowing that it will happen, sir.
not a potential.
It's not a potential, it's a certainty.
And so now could we move to the field?
Yes, sir.
So how many days do you say stay in the field out of this 40-hour work week?
Well, I mean, every day is 25, 75.
Every day?
Every day. Fridays were usually a little bit of a short day because when we say it's 40 hours, I guarantee you those officers were out there with me for about 50 or 60 hours. All right, 40 hours is all that we could give them credit for.
So that's the basic then.
Yes, sir. Well, no, sir, the active shooter.
Okay. And then this is where you set up different scenarios.
As best we can, yes, sir. What we would do is we'd set up the panels for the long hallways, about 100 feet, sometimes longer. We'd have rooms that were enclosed or at least half enclosed. We had shooting dummies, and we would move these dummies in around the room and things like that. So there would actually be something. Occasionally we'd put an instructor in there, but we use tremendous amount of airsoft, and holy cow, that stuff hurts.
What is
And
airsoft?
what's that, sir?
Airsoft, what is that?
Airsoft. Airsoft is like a BB gun. All right. It's a biodegradable BB that, it'll go away after a while, but they hurt, they sting. And all my instructors have to wear, and students too, when we're doing these drills, they have to wear protective gear.
So you make it as lifelike as you
As
possibly.
realistic as we can. There are things, sir, that I can simulate, emulate. And there are certain things, even in training, I cannot. It's impossible.
What do you mean by that?
Odors, sound, the smell of gunfire, blood.
So training, you're not going to be firing off weapons.
And also they know they're training, so they're going to be maybe nervous. Okay, I've gone through a little bit of training with my weapons and gone through and learned about the pie and things like that. Not that I do it, but I learned about it. You get nervous, you get a little anxious, but you don't have the fear of your flight or fight fear going. And you cannot, no matter how much you try to reproduce that, you can't. In my humble
I did
opinion.
not do live fire. That's with real ammunition and stuff. That was not, that was by choice because it was actually, sir, a liability issue. But we used tens of thousands of BBs in a school.
Okay. And as part of your training, open areas, did you train in open areas or
Yes, sir.
have a scenario of open areas?
We tried sometimes. We were very limited with the amount of the open area that we could use. Uvalde, we used a park, but there were people in the park, so we couldn't really do scenario-based training other than have somebody an instructor walking around, and the officers would have to maneuver into position to neutralize that threat.
And in the training, the 75%, did that include solo entry by officers?
Yes, sir, it did.
And did it include multiple?
Yes, sir.
So it's not just training for a group, how they should tactically move together, but also for one person.
Yes, sir. Our, again, 75-25, and I don't mean to be so redundant with that. This is crucial. So many schools, even tactical schools, are death by PowerPoint. All right. But again, there's no way to learn. There's no muscle memory in what I'm talking about. In places like, well, anywhere we train, whether it was a church, a park, we did bus takedowns, everything starts with one man. And after I am satisfied, which sometimes happens, all right, I'm satisfied, then we move on to 2-man, 3-man, 4-man.
And specifically, did you do this 40-hour training in Uvalde, Texas?
Yes, sir.
And the defendant, Adrian Gonzales, did he attend that training?
Yes, sir.
And when people attend your training, they have to sign in, is that correct?
Every day, yes, sir.
And you have records of that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is it once a day or twice a day?
No, TPOL says twice a day now.
Okay. And so when you have those rosters, it indicates not only did somebody sign up to take your class, but they were there.
They were there every
twice a
day. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And as they're going through the training, what is the purpose of photographing?
All right, we took approximately 300 pictures every school. Actually, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we took about 600 pictures. I'd have to go back through after the training ended and get rid of all the ones that were blurry. And I'm nobody's good photographer. My finger would be in the way half the time. We used a big Nikon camera for this with a telephoto lens. A lot of times, one is a matter of record. It helps me if I am subpoenaed. All right, I can go back, look through the pictures, and yes, the student, I can see them on this day at this time. Also, sir, the students like the pictures. We always made them a disc, or as things progressed later on, I was able to email them to the students. I'm no technical wizard, so I had to learn that one.
May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Exhibits 916 and 17,
I agree with you on that, Angela.
18, 19, and 20.
Yes, sir.
So for him, so I agree with you on that. I did not like just take a breath, take a breath. That's not how it works. I believe you're correct. The training is the key. Once you get so much, I mean, I don't think that any of these school officers had enough training. I'll be honest. Going through this once every 2 years is not enough. I don't know how much is enough. What do you guys think? In comments below, tell me how many times a year do you believe they would need to go through this training? Twice? 3 times a year? I don't have that answer. Someone like this guy should have the answer. I don't know. I'm not saying his training's bad, but I am having a little questionable thoughts about some of what he's saying.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir. Yeah, one. Yes, sir. I'm wondering why he doesn't have eye protection on in that picture, but okay. This is at the stadium. No, I'm sorry. I should. Yes, sir. Sorry.
He should have eye protection on. Well, if he's training, yes, but if he's coming out of, if you got people just showing up from nowhere, they may not have it on them.
This is at the
I
football
don't need you to
stadium.
describe it, yes. I just need you to say you identify those as being your photographs.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
State offers exhibits 916 through 920.
Maybe we were both judges.
Yes.
He looks very defeated, and I think he very well should, in all honesty. This is horrible to go through, y'all. Okay, I think they're going to go ahead and head straight into lunch break. Yep, they're going to head into lunch break. Now, when they head into lunch break,
And we need to take up a matter outside your presence, so I'm gonna go ahead and let you all go to lunch early, and we'll see you back there at 1:30. Everyone rise for adjournment.
okay. So they are on lunch break. We'll see. I don't think we're going to get to see it. I think they're going to cut camera. I think they cut camera. They do. So they'll be back at 1:30 Central Time. So what we are going to do is we are going to zoom over into this trial. By the way, once again, we want to offer our condolences for Mr. Ty. Thank you so much for all your love of your mommy and your family. You are a wonderful fur baby. May you be blessed. Okay, we're back over. There was some talking. I want to see what they say.
I think that to show, because he's in different clothing, that he did participate in each one of them. I think that there's one that's obvious. 919, I would withdraw. And 917.
All we're really asking is just.
Mike.
So it's not,
I can,
Yeah, but let's go ahead and, over the lunch recess, go ahead and redact, what's displayed on the cap.
yes, sir.
And then tender it to them to see if they're satisfied with that.
thank you, Judge.
All right, we'll be in recess till 1:30.
Oh, Angela, I thought it was Ty. It's Kai. Okay, my bad. My apologies. There goes my. I sorry. I'll fix it. I didn't catch that. I'll fix it right now. My apologies. It's Kai. I don't know why I hit the T, but it's Kai. Kai, we're sorry. You're such a pretty kitty. And we're sorry, honey. We did not mean to I did not mean to misrepresent. My apologies. Okay, I've got music going off. My apologies, boo. Y'all are right. My bad. Beloved, not intentional. That's why I have my mods for proofreading, because I'm so bad at it. I is so bad at it, y'all. Let's see if this is correct. I did save it. There it is. Kai. Oh, that is, do you know what? That's a beautiful calico. I'm not a big Calico fan sometimes, but a beautiful baby. Yes, we bless you on your way, baby. Okay, now we are going into the Brendan Banfield trial. And yes, the au pair is back on the stand, y'all. We have the au pair back on the stand. I'm so sorry. I really am. Mine's 16 years old this month, and I'm terrified. I'm going to wake up and she's not going to be here. It'll be a bad day.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Again, thank you for being punctual.
By the way, somebody asked my broth. I don't do the powdered broth. I don't do the cube broth. I do the better than bouillon roasted beef broth. You can get it in chicken, mushroom, beef, different flavors. I'm going to make me one more cup and then I'm going to go put it back in the fridge. It does have to remain refrigerated though. It really, really does. Yes, she was the best. Here we go.
I do appreciate it. As you may recall, we were in the middle of the direct testimony of Ms. Gonzales. And ma'am, I just want to remind you that you're still under oath. Okay, ma'am? You're still under oath. Okay? All right. Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
When we ended yesterday, I had asked you if you had told the police that you spoke to on the day that this happened, what you told us yesterday.
I told the version that Brennan had told me
And why did you do that?
because that's what he had told me all along. If I ever was going to speak with a lawyer or I should have told that version.
Okay. And were you ever arrested on for the events that happened that day?
Yes,
And when were you arrested?
October 2023.
And I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you Commonwealth 79, and I'm going to ask for it to be displayed to the witness and counsel only at this point. All right. Do you have a document on your screen?
No,
It would be on your screen too. It would be on my screen too. There you go. Do you have a document on your screen now?
yes,
Okay. I'm going to scroll through it so you can see it. Do you recognize this document?
yes.
What is it?
It's my plea agreement.
Judge, at this point, I'd ask the court to enter Commonwealth 79 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 79 in evidence.
And this can be published.
Thank you.
Now, I'm going to scroll down again. And I'm going to ask if you signed the document.
Yes,
That's your signature?
yes.
Can you read paragraph 5 for us aloud?
Yeah. My attorneys have advised me that the punishment which the law provides is as follows: a maximum of 10 years imprisonment and a minimum of 1 year's imprisonment, or in the discretion of the jury or the judge sitting without a jury, up to 12 months in jail and or a fine of not more than $2,500, or both. And also the probation may or may not be granted. and that if I plead guilty to more than one offense, the court may order the sentences to be consecutively, that is, one after another.
And then I'd like you to look at paragraph 8. Can you read paragraph 8 aloud for us, please?
Yes. The following plea agreement is the full and complete agreement between me, my attorneys, and the Commonwealth's attorney. The Commonwealth has amended count 1 of the indictment and will not cross count 2. The Commonwealth will recommend the defendant to be sentenced to a period of active incarceration capped at the time served at the time of sentencing, provided she remains incarcerated until such time and conditioned upon the defendant's continued cooperation with the Commonwealth. All terms and conditions of the sentence shall be in discretion of the court.
So, do you understand that this document tells us that you pled guilty to manslaughter?
Yes.
And do you understand that this document tells us that the maximum penalty for manslaughter is 10 years?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that you can receive up to 10 years for this?
Yes.
In this plea? Is it fair to say that you hope that you get less than 10 years?
Yes.
And before you entered this guilty plea, did you have your own attorneys?
Yes.
And were you able to discuss with your attorneys the options that you had with regard to your own case in this matter?
Yes.
And were you able to discuss with them your option to have a trial if that's what you wanted to do?
Yes.
And were you able to discuss with them options for a plea agreement, to talk about a plea agreement?
Yes.
And when you talked with your attorneys, did they talk with you about all of the options that you had, the evidence in your case? Did you have full discussions with them?
Yes.
Do you know who paid for your attorneys?
Who, what? I'm sorry.
Who paid for your attorneys?
Brenna's mother.
And so you were arrested in October of 2023, and you entered your guilty plea in October 2024. Why did you wait a year?
I'm sorry.
Why did you wait a year?
I had things I was concerned about, such as I was afraid of not being able to be represented if they stopped the payment. I was afraid of not having any way of communication with my family, my mom in Brazil, because I depended on Brenna's mother to do that for me. And
so you said that you were concerned that you wouldn't have representation anymore. What do you mean by that?
Because once the payment stopped, I thought I wouldn't have Ryan as my lawyer and it would be just dropped out.
And did that happen, or did Ryan continue to represent you?
He continued to represent me.
And you said you were concerned you wouldn't be able to communicate with your mom. What was your concern? Why was that a concern for you?
Because I only had Brendan's mother or him to help me communicate with my family in Brazil via phone call or messages. I depended on them financially to be able to be texting my mom, and yeah.
So what ultimately made you decide that you were going to enter this plea?
Was the thought of being the right thing to do. I guess we all deserved to know what would happen, and I just couldn't hold it. I just couldn't give it to myself, the feeling of shame and guilt and sadness and all those feelings.
And so you decided to enter a plea. What made you decide to cooperate and testify against the defendant in this case?
Well, I got the plea because it was also the right thing to do, and sorry, and also because I had I had a potential of getting less time.
Between February 24th, 2023 and October of 2023, did you continue your romantic relationship with the defendant?
Yes.
And after February 24th, 2023, did you ever go back and live at the house on Stablebrook Way?
Yes.
Who lived at the house with you after you were able to go back to the house?
At that point, it was only me, Brendan, and Valerie.
And when you returned to the house, what bedroom did you stay in?
When we first returned, I stayed in my bedroom, my upper bedroom.
Did anyone stay in that bedroom with you?
Yes.
Who?
Brendan.
And did the two of you ever move into the master bedroom?
Eventually, yes.
Do you recall when?
I would say maybe.
Don't guess. Do you recall when?
No.
Okay. When you came to live in that house before February 24th, 2023, when you first arrived in October of 2021, who lived in the master bedroom at that time?
Christine and Brendan.
And where did you live when you came in October of 2021?
I had my own bedroom.
And where was that bedroom?
It's on the same floor as the master bedroom and Valerie's bedroom.
And did you hang anything up in that bedroom? Did you make it your own?
Yes.
What'd you put up?
A Brazilian flag, some pictures on the frame. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. And did anyone else come to live with you in the house on Stablebrook Way after February 24th, 2023?
Well, Brenda's mother was mostly staying with us. And a few months after, we moved his grandmother down from New York to live with us.
And who was supporting you after February 24th, 2023?
Who was supporting me?
Yeah.
Brendan.
When you were first arrested, were you able to speak to the defendant on the phone?
Yes.
And did you send letters to him?
Yes.
And did he send letters to you?
Yes.
Did the two of you continue your relationship?
Yes.
Did you speak to his mother on the phone?
Yes.
And his mother's name is what?
Teresa. We call her Tess.
Okay. Did you send letters to her?
Yes.
Did she send letters to you?
Yes.
Did you receive letters and correspondence from anyone else in the defendant's family?
His stepmom and his grandmother.
And did there come a time when the defendant and his family stopped communicating with you?
Yes.
When was that?
Right when I signed my plea deal.
And after you were arrested, were you able to keep in touch with your family in Brazil?
After my arrest, yes.
Okay. And how was that possible?
Through Brenna's mom. She used to help us to communicate through a phone call, and she would put money on my account so I can text with my mom in Brazil, my family.
And did that support ever stop?
Yes.
When did that support stop?
When I signed my plea deal.
Judge, I'd ask for the court's indulgence at this time.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
We can terminate this view.
All right, thank you. All right, cross-examination.
Or do you want it back on?
Computer. I'm gonna go ahead and use
Want it
mine.
out of the way?
Yeah,
Can I do that? Is that
well,
sufficient?
it's gonna lock the screen.
So you are gonna project?
Yeah.
So do you need to connect?
No, I'm gonna do it with this one.
So you need to connect?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
If I ask any questions you don't understand, just please ask me to repeat them, okay? I
Mhm.
want to make sure you understand everything that's being said here.
Yes.
Yesterday, there was a great deal of talk about a plan.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And I wanted to ask you, when did this plan, when was it originally formulated?
Can you talk a little bit louder, please? I can't really hear you.
When was it originally formulated?
Originally,
Yes.
say after October, when he first mentioned the plan, that was just, at that point, was just get rid of Christine. And then I can tell you exact the date.
Okay.
But
So sometime in October, the plan was to get rid of Christine.
yes,
At what point did there become clear actions that we're going to be taking?
what do you mean?
Did it ever grow to be something other than that?
Yes,
Okay, when did that happen?
when I created a website, I would say in January.
Okay, and that was January?
Yeah,
Okay, January 9th?
I can tell you the date.
Okay. Okay, well, let's just talk about that. So, I think you testified that the creation of a website required an email in Christine's name, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you remember the email address?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember, were you there when the email was created?
Yes,
Okay. And what device was it created on?
laptop.
Okay. Now, was Christine home at that time?
Yes.
Okay. So describe for me how you and Brendan were able to get Christine's laptop on this day when that email was connected.
Like I mentioned before, every time we would get her laptop, it'll be because she'd get home from work or the day before, her backpack would be by the door with her laptop in it and her work stuff in it. And so it was, I would say, easy access.
Okay, I've heard you say that before, but what I'm asking is, who took the laptop from wherever it was that Christina thought it was?
That day, I do not remember.
Okay. Do you remember after the laptop was obtained, what room that you were in?
What?
What room that you were in?
What room in the house?
Yes.
When the laptop was up?
So
I'm confused. Sorry.
you just said you don't remember who grabbed the laptop,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Correct? But you're saying somebody grabbed the laptop. and
Yes.
I assume you're meaning between either my client or you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And at some point, there was a creation of a new email, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And where was that when that happened?
I do not remember.
Okay. So, so you don't know who took it, you don't remember that, you don't remember where the actual action to get this all started, the first part of the plan, you didn't remember that?
No.
Okay. Did you know at the time that you were creating it where Christine Banfield was?
In the bedroom upstairs.
Okay, so you can conclude that you weren't in the bedroom or upstairs, correct?
No.
So you just don't know what area of the house you're in?
Correct.
Now, leading up to that, did you and Brendan talk about how you were going to do it, or what type of an account it was going to be, or what kind of name?
If we talked about it,
Yeah.
probably did, but
Okay.
I can tell you details.
I'm sorry, did you say you can't tell any details?
I can't remember details
Okay,
of
you can't
how the
remember
email
details.
was, the name, or, yeah.
And so, who was the one typing?
Typing what specifically? The email?
Yeah, to open the account.
Brendan?
Okay. Did you at any point type anything in or do anything to assist him with the laptop?
Yeah, eventually.
Well, on this initial day, which was when this all started.
Not that I recall.
Okay. So the actual beginning of this action plan, what do you recall about it?
Well, you asked, and I told you things I remember. That's what I remember.
Well, you didn't remember anything though. So what do you actually remember from that day?
Well, I remember that the account was created, the email, and that Christine was upstairs in the bedroom. That's it.
So there was an account created and Christine was in the bedroom.
Yes.
But you don't know where you and Brendan were.
I can tell you for sure.
You don't know who got the laptop, which was the device that was used to create the account.
Correct.
And other than saying, well, she usually leaves her bag by the door, you don't know whether it was obtained from the door, correct?
You can say that.
Well, I'd rather you tell me.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we'll get back to that, but
Sorry, I have a deaf person that's lurking and they were on their little quick lunch break, so I interpreted. So I'll get rid of this screen in a minute.
ma'am, you were just speaking with Ms. Sprisler about letters.
Yes.
And that was a common way for you to communicate, correct?
Yes.
Is that displaying?
It's displaying just to the attorneys,
Okay,
to myself. If you would like her to see it, I just need an exhibit number.
Yes, Your Honor, this would be exhibit number 1.
Okay, and you want to display to the witness?
Display to the witness, please.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And if you can, just let me know when you need me to scroll for you. And I can make sure you see the whole thing.
I can see it.
Are you able to read that?
The whole letter?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm able to see it.
Do you want to read the whole letter?
Do you want me to?
I want to make sure that this is your letter. Is this your letter?
Okay, guys, I need a show of hands. Show me your hands if you are believing this woman's testimony. Do you believe that she in her right mind does not remember what room they were sitting in when they created that account? Do you think that she doesn't remember who actually got the laptop? Come on now. Come on, show me a show of hands. We're going to go ahead and stop the poll in the other trial. Based on what we are seeing in the Adrian Gonzales trial today, Do you believe the evidence supports the charges? 67% said yes. No, I do not think the charge fits is 17%. And not sure, need more testimony, 17%. We're ending that poll. Y'all, show me hands if you think that this woman actually does not remember. I mean, give me a thumbs up if she remembers, a thumb down if she doesn't. Or that's opposite. Thumbs up if she does, thumb down if she doesn't. Okay, that's right. What do you think? I mean, come on. I don't believe this part of her testimony at all.
Yes,
This
that's
is a letter that you wrote, it looks like on December 8th, 2023.
Yes,
And that would have been about 2 months after you were arrested on this charge?
yes,
Okay.
correct.
And calling your attention to the
Thank you,
highlighted
Case
portion.
One.
Is that fair and accurate?
Did you ask something? I'm sorry, I was reading.
I was asking you to read it, yes. Have you read it?
Yeah, I read it.
Okay. And the yellow portion there, can you read that, please?
Yes. Well, now that you know, parentheses, I mean, they already knew, close parentheses. That
Let me see if
I'm
I can
not
fix
going
that
to
sound. That's horrible.
cooperate with them. There is nothing I can do. So I don't know what they are going to use. I mean, everything they have and can. I don't know everything. I just have the feeling they might hold me here until my trial. It can take months, years. There are many theories of what had happened, set up by you, us, or I wasn't supposed to be there, and etc.
Okay. In this letter, which you wrote, it suggests that someone from the Commonwealth had been talking to you about cooperating against Brendan. Is that correct?
No, they never talked directly with me.
Okay. How would they communicate that to you?
Through my lawyer.
Overruled.
How would they communicate that to you?
Through my lawyer.
Okay. And so this is 2 months after you were arrested.
Mm-hmm.
And were you given an opportunity to plead guilty and cooperate at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And what was it that they were offering you at that time?
At that point, my lawyer had said that they were offering, in exchange for my cooperation, they would offer me a misdemeanor and I would be released on time served.
Okay. And I guess, as I understand it, your lawyer communicated that to you, and then you made the decision as to that?
Yeah.
And what was your decision?
That I didn't want it.
Okay. So you rejected the misdemeanor offer?
Yes.
Based on what you knew?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Judge, may we publish this to the jury?
If you're gonna, are you entering into evidence?
Actually, I'm sorry, I'll hold off.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you see the letter on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, that's going to be marked as Defense Exhibit 2. This is a 4-page letter, so I'll scroll through it if you need to identify it. Tell me when you need to move.
I can see it.
Okay. Do you want me to scroll it so you can read the rest of it?
If you like, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure you have full understanding of what it is. This would be page 2 of 3.
Mm-hmm. I see it.
Okay. And this is page 3 of 3.
I can see it.
Okay. This looks like it was written on November 1st, 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's your signature down at the bottom? Or
Yes.
your name? Let me bring your attention to the highlighted portions.
Okay.
Can you read that, please?
Yes. I said, it's killing me, and I mean it. And then another paragraph. It breaks my heart to think that I may not be able to be with you guys soon. It hurts me extremely thinking that I might not be there for Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, friend's birthday, and all those special dates with the situation.
Okay. And do you recall, was this, so this would have been sooner than the one that I showed you before? Because it was November. Do you recall whether the offer of a misdemeanor had been extended prior to you writing this?
I can recall.
Okay. So you don't know whether it was before writing this or after writing this?
I can't say for sure.
Okay. Ma'am, I put on the screen what will be marked as defense exhibit number 3. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And this appears to be, well, you tell me. I don't want to suggest anything to you. What's the date at the top of the letter?
14/11/2023.
So November 14th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get a chance to read that first page?
I can see it on the screen.
Okay. And I just want to make sure you have a chance to read it. I'm not trying to rush you through.
Oh,
this.
do you want me to read them?
Well, I want you to make sure that you know it's your letters.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
When you're ready to know that that's your letter, then I'm happy with that.
It is my letter.
Okay. Let me call your attention to the highlighted portion. And this is after you've already signed off from your signature, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if you can just read that aloud, please.
Yes, I said, I can bear living this without you. It's too much pain that I don't want to live like this. I can't. I just don't want to feel this way anymore. It's a torture. I love you more than anything.
Okay. And can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the feeling that you're talking about and what is the torture that you're describing?
Being in this situation,
Okay.
what I was going through mentally.
Can you articulate what that situation was on November 14th, 2023 that was causing you torture?
It's being away from my family. It's being in a situation I've been in for the past 2 years.
Well, we're talking about then, what you were feeling then, which would have been November 14th, 2023.
I guess the fact of being away from him.
Okay. And so at that point, you'd been away from the Banfield house for a little over a month. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so is the torture that you're away from him or the torture that you're in jail?
I would say both.
Okay. Well, I'm not trying to suggest to you what you should say. I want to hear from you. What are you describing?
Well, I think it's always been both.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I said it was always both.
Okay. So when you're being asked to recall, and I'm giving you a date, what I'm anticipating is that you can say what it is that you were feeling that caused you to write a letter like that. Can you remember what you were feeling that caused you to write that letter?
No, I normally write letters when I was sad, upset.
Okay. Ma'am, do you see a new letter up there on the screen in front of you?
I do.
And it looks as though it's October 15th, 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and is this a
Oh,
letter?
I think it was November.
Oh, I did say October. Sorry, November.
Yes.
And it says, "Hi, Mimi." Can you describe who that is?
It's Brenda's mother.
Okay, and so this is a letter to Brendan's mother, like the second one that I showed you.
Yes.
Okay. And can you just look at this and tell me whether you know that to be your letter that you wrote or not?
It is the letter that I wrote.
It's the letter you wrote? Okay,
Mhm.
good. And if you could, I'm going to scroll down to make sure I catch all the highlighted portions. So let me start with the first page there. Can you read the highlighted portion there?
Yes. So what if they don't let me go home for now or so long? What am I supposed to do? I said it before, how disturbing my thoughts have been recently. I'd rather to die than live like this, live with this pain. It's too painful for me.
Okay. And that's obviously very serious language for you to write. What were you experiencing that caused you to write that particular portion of the letter?
Depression.
Okay.
And I just didn't want to live anymore.
Okay. Now, in terms of the procedural posture of your case, had you had a bond motion at that point?
I don't remember exactly the times I've had bone motion, but I did have a few.
So you were arrested, was it October 8th?
October 2023, yes.
Do you remember the day?
October 13th.
The 13th, sorry.
Mhm.
And I imagine soon thereafter you had a bond motion, correct?
Yes.
And you were denied that bond motion?
Yes.
And did there come a time where you had a bond motion in the circuit court?
Yes.
And when would that have been in relation to November 15th, 2023?
Say it again.
November 15th, 2023?
What about it? I didn't hear it.
Okay, this guy, I think he has dentures. You know how sometimes people have dentures and they tend to whistle more when they talk? Because I'm feeling it on my ear and it's like a chair scratching on the floor. It's jolting. Is it just me?
Would the circuit court appeal of the bond motion have occurred in relation to November 15th, 2023?
When?
Yeah. Do you know?
No, I can't recall.
Okay. And so you don't know whether having the circuit court deny your bond motion was the cause of what you're talking about in your pain. In your
I can't say for sure, no.
Okay. It was what you said before, being here and being in the situation that you're in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And let's look at and there's a further highlighted portion down the letter. Can you read that?
Yes. The first one says, I will always remember you, moments and memories we made in New York City.
Okay. And this was when you were with Tess up there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move. And finally, this highlighted portion.
I said, I am in a terrible and deep pain. I wish I could take it away. I cannot stand with it. I can't do this. It would be too much pain, unfair.
Okay. Those are serious words. Did you seek any sort of help? Or were these letters kind of you reaching out for that help?
I also started taking medication for depression, anxiety in the jail. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And when did that start?
I can say for sure.
Okay. Was it, let's just take a notable event in every year. Was it before New Year's Day or was it after New Year's Day?
I can't say it.
Okay. And so, Judge, if I didn't say it, I would mark this as defense exhibit number 4.
It's number 4.
Okay,
yes.
okay, I
You
just
did.
want to make sure. So for what's been identified as defense exhibit number 4, you're not certain what the source of the pain is that you're referencing in this letter.
Specifically, no.
Okay, but and this is my words, not yours. You tell me if I'm wrong. It appears to be getting worse.
It appears to be what?
As the letters go in chronology, they appear to be getting worse in terms of what you're saying about the torture and the pain and things like that.
Yes,
Okay, is that fair to say?
it is.
Okay. You're all right. The letter before you, I'd identify as defense exhibit number 5.
Okay.
Ma'am, do you see that letter?
I do.
And this appears to be dated November 16, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And let me just bring you down, and would that be a letter that you've written?
Yes.
Okay, let me just bring you down to the highlighted portions. This would be a day after the letter that was received that we just talked about, exhibit number 4. Can you read the highlighted portions, please?
Yes, the first one says, I cannot bear living without you. And the second highlighted is, I'm trying to be as strong as I can be.
Okay, and let me just, I'll scroll down for you. So if there's any further. That's the end. Okay. And ma'am, is there anything different about what you're talking about here? It's not talking necessarily about pain, but it's talking about bearing living without living in the jail without him.
Living in what?
You say, I cannot bear living here without you.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And was that based on what you were experiencing in the previous letters?
Yes.
Okay, the same thing, or was there something new about this particular letter?
Well, for me, it's the same thing. I guess it's just get confused. I guess messed up with words, how to describe them.
Okay. So it appears that up to this point, and I'm going to try to keep this moving along, everything appears to be kind of going back to the same thing that you've already testified to. So I'm going to show you letters. If something changes as to why you wrote certain things, can you tell me that? I'll ask you the question, but I just want to keep moving along.
Yes.
Okay. And can you read that, which will be marked as defense exhibit number 6? Sorry, were you able to read that?
Yes.
Okay, and was that a letter that you had written?
Yes.
And who is that addressed to?
Brendan.
Okay. And can you read the highlighted portion for me?
Yes. It says, during the day, I just feel like crying, sad, depressed, racing thoughts, heart pounding, and I can't sleep. And this is exhausted, physically and emotionally. I feel drained, no strength anymore, no courage, no hope. It feels like a personal hell in life. Painful, torture, disturbing, and I don't want to live or to feel this. Better take my life in trade of the pain. And the next it says it's killing me.
Okay. It sounds like this is getting worse in terms of the things you're saying. Does that the way it sound to you?
Sounds like it, yes.
Okay. How were you, what were you feeling to make you write a letter like this?
I think mixed feelings. Like I said again, it was a lot to hold in.
Okay. And was there anything greater or lesser than what you had said about the previous letters?
Well, for me, it sounds basically the same, where I said, I just don't want to live to feel this.
Okay, well, it's not necessarily to interpret the letter that you see now. It's actually what was the feeling that you had when you were writing the letter is what I'm asking.
Well, clearly not good, not
Okay.
no good.
And do you remember whether this was before or after you were offered the opportunity for a misdemeanor and to try testify against my client?
Well, in terms of the date, I can't tell.
Okay. Thank you. Ma'am, can you see the letter that's on the screen?
Yes, I can.
And if you'd like to read it and just tell me if that's a letter that you wrote?
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 7?
I believe, yes, it's 7, Judge. This will be identified as Defense Exhibit 7, but if you could just please read the highlighted portions.
Yes. It says, I don't want to live this. I don't want to keep living, keep going. And the other highlight says, I just want this to be over in one way or another, good or bad way.
Okay. And this would have been probably, let me see, would have been 3 days after Exhibit 6. Is this more serious, or is it the same as what you were talking about?
It sounds the same to me.
Okay. Did there come a time when you sought help within the jail?
Yes.
Okay, and that's where you got the medication from?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that these kind of statements weren't in your letters at some point after you'd done the medication?
These letters, what? I'm sorry.
So I'm just trying to understand. You sought help. They provided you medication.
Yes.
And is the medication specifically related to the pain and the torture that you're talking about in these letters?
It was related to all that I was feeling, all the feelings I was carrying with me.
Okay. And did that feeling that you've just described through mid to late November in the last few letters, did that continue on after you took that medication, or did it get better?
It made it better in a way, I guess, that I felt numb.
Okay. Thank you. Let's move on to what would be marked as defense exhibit number 8. I believe, Judge.
All right, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Can you read that, ma'am, just to tell me if that is your letter?
It is my letter.
It is?
Yes.
Okay, and let me just scroll up so you can look at the highlighted portions. It looks like there's just one line highlighted there. What does that say?
It says, I'm not willing to spend life in prison for something I didn't do.
Okay. Now, was it your understanding at the time that you had the possibility of life in prison?
At the time,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, based upon the charge that you were charged with?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and who told you that?
My lawyer.
Okay. And let's just talk about that particular area of the letter. Do you remember, so you're talking about something that you didn't do. Are you talking about this case?
Yes.
Okay, and so at that point, you were in jail and you wrote, I didn't do this.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, let's look at the next letter here. If you can tell me if that's a letter you wrote, then we can go right to the highlighted sections, but I don't want to rush you.
It's Exhibit 9, correct?
Exhibit 9, sorry, Judge.
It is a letter I wrote, yeah.
Okay, and can you read the highlighted portion? I think it looks as though there's 2 on the first page. This was dated December 4th, 2023. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what's written on the top. If you could please read the highlighted portion.
Yes, it says, well, they arrested me for the obvious reason, right? But they want me to cooperate against you because according to them, I know more than it's being said, and they say they know more than I think they know.
Okay, and then the lower portion?
It says the only way this, I'm not sure what I said either, but the only way this case is not going to trial if they drop the charge, and we know they won't.
Okay, and that's, do you recall whether or not you've said this statement, the first one, whether you had met with the police or the prosecutors at this point on December 4th?
No, I have not met with
Okay.
them.
So this information comes from when you and your lawyer were talking?
Yes.
Okay. And then you wrote a letter to Brendan about that?
Yes.
Okay, what was the intention of that?
The letter?
Yeah.
To let him know, but it was, I think I always let them, Brendan and his mom know that the Commonwealth was offering me something in exchange of my cooperation, and I always let them know.
Okay, and this just supports that you weren't gonna do anything with cooperation?
Yes.
And in the last letter, you said because you didn't do anything?
Right.
Okay.
I'm really struggling to follow her, probably because, well, her language and the microphone, her accent and the microphone, but seems like a very confused person. And I almost feel like she's playing everybody because she's getting money from the co-defendant's family to take care of her needs, her bills, her lawyers, her phone, all her commissary and everything. And then she's turning around talking to the state, and she says she's not going to take a plea deal, but she did. So do you believe that his family probably felt a little screwed in the situation and used? I would say so. Not uncommon, by the way. This is so not uncommon.
I'm sorry, I think I may have hit the same one. Was that number 8, Judge?
That was number 9.
Number 9,
And
okay.
that is the same one on the
Okay,
screen.
sorry. Ma'am, can you take a look at this letter and read it, make sure that it's something that you authored, and then we'll look at the highlighted portion.
Is this Exhibit 10?
This would be 10, yes, thank you, Judge.
Case in point, if you're ever in jail, don't write anything, don't record anything. You have them come to you, you have a one-on-one conversation, and you whisper. Otherwise, it's all used against you in a court of law.
Yes.
Okay, you ready to move down to that?
Yes.
Okay, can you see it?
Just saying.
Can you read that read that highlighted
The
portion?
highlight, yes. It says, do you know why we, parentheses, me, Dina, and many other people, close parentheses, think about suicide? It's when you're facing too much pain, living too much pain, the pain you cannot bear, the pain you want to be able to change or to make any better. I'll tell you this, what I can't bear, a life sitting in prison and causing pain to all of you and my family in Brazil. A life without you guys, Brendan, Valerie, a life where my dreams can't come true.
Okay, let me just check and see if there's any further highlights.
Do you mind if I move the microphone
Yes,
so
okay.
she won't have to track it so much?
All right,
Yeah.
you can do that. That'd be fine. Thank you.
If you move it over here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This one doesn't.
She has to be close to it.
Yeah, that way you can lean in and read.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Your Honor.
Ma'am, can you see this letter?
Yes,
And this would be marked as I'm sorry, Judge, I'd have it. Defendant's Exhibit number 11.
Yes.
Is this a letter you wrote?
yes,
Please read the highlighted portion.
yes. It says, they want me to cooperate against you, your son. Since the beginning, they've told us they could make, they've told us they could make from my charges something very simple called misdemeanor. And I wouldn't be charged with this if I decided to cooperate with them. They know I'm not doing that. I don't have anything to cooperate with them. With what they say that happened, I know it didn't make them happy. So they will do anything to hold me here, anything for them to win. They've got it so far, right? I have no idea what they are making up, faking stuff, lies, etc.
Okay, and there's another portion down below.
And I said, I would give my life for his, and I would never do anything to hurt him or against him. Whatever they're saying, whatever they want to believe, I don't care. I would take the blame for both of us.
And this is a letter to Mrs. Banfield, correct?
To his mother,
His mother, Tess.
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, if you could look at the screen, do you see a new letter there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you read that to determine if that is your handwritten letter?
It is.
And can you look at the highlight portion? This would be Exhibit 12.
Thank you.
Can you read the highlighted portion?
Yeah, sure. It says, I would do anything for you. If they want me to turn against you, if they think or whatever they believe, and if they want to blame me for that, that's okay. I can take the blame. I'll never do anything to hurt you or against you.
Huh. How many of you think that this woman actually has, I don't know, do you think she's a victim or do you think
Just
she,
to kind of break away from that for a second.
so do you think that she is, she was manipulated, used, brainwashed into doing this? Do you think that she was the au pair that came from overseas and she's in America and, you know, she has a nobody and if she didn't do it, he was going to kill her? Or do you believe that she actually was a participant, a willing participant? I know what I believe. What do you believe? Just saying. Love to hear from you.
The letter's date is January 3rd, 2024, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in 2024, you had been charged with one count of murder and one count of use of firearm in the commission of a felony, correct?
Correct.
And that's what we saw in the plea agreements that they just showed you that had been dropped, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you were charged with a warrant of arrest, so you had a preliminary hearing at some point, correct?
Correct.
And when did that preliminary hearing, what month of the year was it in 2024?
If I remember right, it was around March, if
Okay.
I remember right.
If I told you it was April, would that sound right?
In my mind, I have March, but.
Okay, that's fine, that's fine. So you knew there was something coming ahead which was important for you,
Yes.
correct? And so, and is it fair to say in your communications with your lawyer and you're learning about this case, you were receiving discovery from the Commonwealth?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, and so when your lawyer would get discovery, he would provide discovery to you, is that right?
It is.
Okay, and kind of moving forward toward what ultimately would have been your trial date in 2024, November 12th, you had received all discovery from the Commonwealth prior to September 30th, is that right?
I guess so.
Okay, and so that was discovery that you and your lawyer, and in fact, the case was continued one time because there was more discovery that was being held back and your lawyer had to review it in order to get ready for the next trial, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and is it fair to say it's a pretty large amount of discovery?
Yes.
Okay, lots of videos, lots of reports, lots of other things, correct?
Correct.
And you got a chance to fully understand all of that prior to what was going to be your second trial date.
Well, from my understanding, yeah.
Okay. But you had full discovery is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that everything that you testified to yesterday was provided to you in discovery?
I'm not sure if I'm following your question.
Why is that
So you had a
important?
series of facts that you were pointing out to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And this was within weeks of your trial that was scheduled, correct? So you had all the information. And is that what the basis for what you testified to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury was yesterday?
Ambiguous is your objection? Yes. Overruled.
That was short and sweet.
No.
No.
Okay, let me repeat it. So what I'm saying is, and what you've said to me is that you received all the discovery for the case. That would be what the Commonwealth's required to give you before you go to trial. And what I'm asking you is the basis for your testimony yesterday was provided in discovery prior to you testifying here today, correct?
Well, Are you suggesting that my testimony is based on the discovery and not the facts that happened? I'm not sure. I'm confused still. Sorry.
Well, just tell us what role did the discovery play in the decision to speak yesterday and what you said?
The truth?
Okay, I appreciate that. Was that the truth that was provided by the discovery so you could tell the Commonwealth?
No, the truth was that really happened. I can't make my words fit into the evidence.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can actually.
Well, I guess what I'm
Because I can't make my words fit into their evidence. Actually, Boo, you definitely can. Did you? Maybe not, but um, yeah,
saying is you can make.
I don't think she's
their
being all that
evidence
truthful.
Fit into your words, however.
I don't know what you're suggesting. I'm utterly confused. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let's just go back to our letters here, and we'll get back to that.
We are still awaiting for the Adrian Gonzales to come back for lunch. They'll be back in about 20 minutes.
That's Exhibit 12.
Brendan Manfield?
Yes.
Okay, and can you look at the highlighted portions and please read that off for the jury?
Is that
Yes.
Exhibit 13?
I'm sorry, 13.
Okay, thank you.
It says, excuse me, it says, oh,
Sorry, I'm just trying to get it centered for you.
okay. It says, nobody is more afraid and sad, upset than me. I'm the one facing life in prison. Even though we are confident and positive that we have a strong case, we don't know what's going to happen. I can be fucked up forever. Will be up to 12 people to decide.
Was this before or after your preliminary hearing?
Like I said, I do not know the date.
Oh, sorry, let me show you.
I mean, I do not remember the date of my preliminary hearing, so I can't tell for sure whether or not it's after that.
Okay. But
That's fair.
Your letters seem to be changing tone. You're talking more about the case at that point. Would that be a reason why you either the preliminary hearing had come or it was gone?
Maybe.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you. You can look at what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 14.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to find the highlighted portion real quick, ma'am, before we go through this. Okay. Oops. I don't think we want that there. Ma'am, I'm going to let you go from the top. Is this a letter that you wrote to my client, Brendan Manfield?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm just going to go down to the highlighted portions. Can you read that?
Yes. It
Okay,
says,
please read that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
it says, I really just hope I have the chance to be with them again, back home. I really do. I can't stand the thought of not being with them anymore for my own mistake.
Okay, and the lower portion?
It says, I would never forgive myself. if I couldn't see them after all this.
Okay. Now, this is April 14th, 2024. And your letter is speaking about the family in Brazil, correct?
Correct.
Okay, this isn't the family that you had been writing and talking about in the first set of letters.
No.
Okay. Is that showing up on your screen, Judge?
Your files, yes.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Those dings are not my computer. Actually, those are his. So yeah, that's not me, Mods. That's him. How you doing, Mods? How you doing? Yep, everybody's been quiet. I know we're watching. My nose is getting better. I'm still stopped up though. I mean, at least it's not running like it was, but I'm still a little stopped up. So,
Ma'am, is this a letter you wrote to my client, Brendan Banfield?
just saying.
Yes.
Okay, and can you see the highlighted portion?
This would be 15 for the record.
15, yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
Good afternoon,
read that, please, for the
SSTX.
jury.
It
Hello.
says,
I know I'm with you.
sometimes I just think to myself, like, I can't believe I'm facing life in prison for someone. Then things weren't supposed to be this way, right? But people are stupid, including me, and make mistakes, act without thinking. That's all I did.
Okay, and I believe that's it. Ma'am, can you see the new letter that's on the screen right
Hello.
now?
Yes, I can.
Looks like it's July 24th, 2024.
Correct.
And it appears it's a letter from you to my client.
Yes.
Okay, and
Exhibit 16?
sorry, exhibit number 16.
Okay.
And can you
Letters will
read
get
off
you
the
every time.
highlighted portion?
Yes, the first one says,
Letters will get you every time.
I wanted to make sure you get this letter through Ryan.
Okay, and what about the remaining highlighted portion?
It says, I would feel if we were able to get a guilty plea for me, that would be plead guilty for voluntary manslaughter plus time served, plus not testify against you, plus deportation. Well, that actually sounds good if he gets it from a case instead of facing a murder charge. Plus
What?
sentence.
Okay, and so, and I'll just get this other portion down.
My neighbor's dog won't quit barking. I wonder what's going on.
Go ahead.
It says, because since the beginning, what they tried to get from me was for me to testify against you. So maybe they would give us that under the condition if I turn against you. A lot of people end up turning against the other person they either broke down after a few months in jail or they got a good deal for their sakes.
Okay. And I'm just going to make sure that there isn't anything else. And so July 24, 2024 is a different sort of communication with Brendan, correct?
Correct.
Compared to, you know, the torture and the pain and then the stress of a trial and all that sort of thing. You're talking about a resolution at this point.
Yes.
And who suggested that to you?
Suggested what?
The resolution that's described in this.
That's something I was thinking.
Okay, so you came up with the idea?
Yeah, they never offered me another plea or I wouldn't testify against Brendan.
Okay.
That was my mind.
They offered you a trial unless you testified against Brendan.
Pretty much, yes.
Okay.
Interesting.
And you didn't feel very good about going to trial, correct?
My lawyers never expressed any concerns relating going to trial. They were very confident.
Okay. How did you feel?
I feel as any other person would feel going to trial. Being in a situation like mine, I don't think people feel very happy about it.
Okay. So your answer to my
Strange.
question is that you weren't happy about it?
Nobody is. If you have been in a situation.
Okay, I'm just asking you to answer my question, not to
All right,
say it in
no.
that manner. So you didn't feel confident in the evidence that was going to be presented on your behalf?
I just didn't feel confident, yeah.
Okay. I think that we left out the lower portion. Of this letter. Did you read that?
I already read that one.
Did you already read it? Okay.
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm going to move on to.
How are you doing today, SF and TX? San Francisco and Texas, I guess is I'm assuming I didn't ask ya. Thanks for joining.
You see, this is from the jail's mail called Smart Jail Mail.
Yes.
Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And there's a highlighted portion in English, but the original was in Portuguese.
Correct.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this exhibit 17?
This is 17, Judge, sorry. Now, please read for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the highlighted portion.
It says, anyway, yesterday my lawyer tried to call me, but I don't know what happened. We couldn't talk. The call was not working. He had told Mimi that he was going to try and schedule the trial for the first week of October. However, at the hearing, he didn't mention anything about October. The option he gave was November, December, and January. I was so pissed. I started to yell and cry. I hate this. He said he was going to try October, and for no reason he offered January. Fuck him. Screw him. He said he would come see me today at 12:30. Let's see, because he says he will do so much, and he doesn't do shit. I don't even know why I'm paying a lawyer who doesn't do his job in a timely manner. And the other portion of the highlighted says, anyway, I'm disappointed at my lawyer, who should be doing a better job and holding to his word. They scheduled the trial for November 12th. They say it's 2 weeks of trial.
Okay. One question about that. Under the first highlighted portion, you said, I don't even know why I'm paying a lawyer. Did you pay the lawyer?
No, I did not.
Okay, someone else paid for you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And does this fairly and accurately depict your communications with your mother?
The what? I'm sorry.
Does it fairly and accurately depict your communications with your mother?
I can hear you well.
Is this a fair and accurate transcript of your statement to your mother?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. And ma'am, that's July 1st, 2024, correct?
correct.
Can you see this new message marked as Defense Exhibit 18?
I see it.
Can you read that, please?
Yes, it says, my lawyer came to see me. He said he's scheduled for November because my female lawyer was not available in October and he can do it without her. Anyway, this made me even more pissed. But what can I do? I can't do anything. It's too late. I didn't really want to talk too much to him today. I'm so pissed off.
And this is on the same day that you sent the previous message to your mother, correct?
Correct.
Now, let's just talk about the messaging. When you're talking about with Ms. Bristler, the money or how you communicate, this is what the money is for in order to communicate with your mother, correct?
Correct.
And so the money that was being provided to you by my client before he was arrested and his mother before you turned state's evidence, I guess, that was money was being used for this in order for you to be able to communicate with your family, correct?
Correct.
And also to communicate with them, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you communicated with whomever you wanted, friends, former boyfriends, all those sorts of things, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in addition to the money for this, the money that was being given to you was also to buy edible food in the jail.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that the food otherwise you didn't like?
It's just not enough.
Okay, and so you would ask Tess or Brendan for money and they would put it in there so you could get more meals?
Yes.
Okay. But these messages are also part of that as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And here's a message to your friend Paola, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and is that a message that you wrote?
Yes.
Can you please read that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says something you can't really read, and then it says with my lawyer, that he changed my trial date for it to start on November 12th. We had a hearing on Monday to get it scheduled. Anyway, I'm very frustrated and upset, satisfied with my lawyer. And thinking back now, I think he already knew all along that it wouldn't happen in July, that in April, they agreed for the trial to be in July, so just to have a date. But my lawyer already knew he wouldn't be ready. I think that's what upsets me, that he has been super slow lately. The specialist we need to testify, he hadn't even hired yet. Anyway, my female lawyer who works with him is not available in October. That is why it will be November. I had asked him to try to go for at least the first week of October. But I think all this time he already knew it. It's unfair because everyone was anxious with expectations. We were so close, and he took the hope away from me. No matter how much he promises to take me home and knowing that I am innocent, it doesn't change the fact that I feel neglected. I really wanted to risk everything and do it in July, even if he isn't ready. I only signed papers for this, but there's no such contract, if there was, I would.
Okay, and so this is after the continuance of the first trial date, correct?
Correct.
And the scheduling of the second trial date.
Yes.
And that was the one that was the trial date that you were going to trial until you decided to accept the Commonwealth's deal.
Correct.
Okay. This is from July 8th, also to Paola. Can you please read that highlighted version?
That's exhibit 20 now, right?
I'm sorry, 20, yes.
It says, yeah, I'm ready
We'll be
to
right
come to
back.
my lawyer because I expected the prosecutor to try and delay it as much as possible, to make fun of us. But this time, it was my lawyer's screw up. And no matter how much he wanted to postpone, it didn't have to be almost 5 months, right? That's too much. He's being paid, Joe, and he's very expensive. He has a lawyer working with him. He says that we need a specialist, blah, blah, blah. But all this time, and he hasn't done anything. I told him that Brenda's mother could help him find the right person by making calls, checking who is available or not on the date of my trial. I said that we could pay someone else to help him prepare if he needed it. I don't know what else to say to him. Anyway, I'm sure he knew it all along, and that's what stressed me out because he made everyone anxious and hopeful for nothing. I prefer that he tells me the truth all the time.
You see this letter from July 15th on Smart Jail Mail, which would be marked as Defense Exhibit 21.
Yes, sir.
Can you read the highlighted portions for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, it says, this week my lawyer is on vacation at the beach with his family and all. Then he says, I'm sorry you can't enjoy the beach this year. The other portion of the highlight, it says, Brendan's mom and I are pushing him to do what needs to be done. But the truth is that I myself was never satisfied with his work. He could have done a lot of things differently, faster, putting more pressure on the prosecutor and everything, not to mention that his communication with me is terrible. And the other part of the highlight says, but that's it, I don't have any news. After all, my lawyer is enjoying it. After all, my lawyer is enjoying his vacation.
Ma'am, can you see the message from July 17th, 2024, and the highlighted portion, which would be marked as Defense Exhibit number 22? Is that a message you wrote?
Yes,
Okay, and that was is it to your mother?
yes.
Okay, can you read that highlighted portion?
It says, and about your lawyer friend, he's right. But I can't force my lawyer if he says he's not ready, right? And he's there chilling at the beach with the family, enjoying his vacation, right?
And so that the substance of that message is you're essentially asking your mother about whether that's right to continue a case because you need to obtain experts or you need more time in order to prepare. And the lawyer's saying that you're right, or saying that the lawyer's right, but that you can't force them, right?
Yeah, that's what I said, yes.
Okay, that still doesn't help. That doesn't affect how angry you are, but that's an explanation your mother was giving, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You see the new message, July 20th, 2024?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you read the highlighted portion?
That's exhibit 23, correct?
Sorry, exhibit 23.
It says, my lawyer returns from vacation tomorrow. Then he'll come and see me during the week. We'll see.
See the Smart Jail Mail communication, July 25th, 2024?
Yes,
Is that your communication?
it is.
And can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, waiting for my lawyer to come see me tomorrow.
And I'm sorry, that's exhibit 24. Sorry, I interrupted you. I want to
Go
make
ahead.
sure I got.
That's fine.
Ma'am, go ahead and read that.
It says, waiting for my lawyer to come to see me tomorrow. I'll tell you more, okay?
And so it's fair to say that getting to see your lawyer is pretty important at that point after July or at the end of July. Is that right?
For me, it's always been, doesn't matter when.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, this is a message that you wrote from July 25th, 2024. There's a highlighted portion at the bottom, and that would be exhibit number 25. Go ahead and read that. Can you go ahead and read that?
It says, if my lawyer hadn't changed my trial date, you'd be starting next week, right? But anyway, my lawyer is coming to see me tomorrow.
Ma'am, I'm going to have you look at what is going to be marked as defense exhibit number 26. Can you read that highlight portion?
Yes, it says, and my lawyer didn't even come to see me at all. He said something happened in his bathroom, that the plumber was at his house and he wouldn't be able to come today, but it'll come on Sunday. I doubt it. But anyway, it's an excuse, one thing after the other.
Diane, are you having a hard time hearing her? All right, we'll switch parts. You take the lawyer, I take her.
Okay. Ma'am, can you see your communication with your mother dated 7/27/2024? It would
Yes.
be defense exhibit 27. Can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, but that's it. Let's see if my lawyer comes to see me tomorrow.
Mr. Carroll, do you have many more letters?
Do I have any more?
Many more.
Diane, you're leaning off. You turn that way. And there you go. I think the judge is getting very tired of all of the letter reading that's been happening for more than 1 hour.
That's okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute recess, morning recess. All right, so we'll get back at 11:45. So just don't talk about the case and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Okay, we're going to pause there. We're going to go back over here. I'm going to turn Miss Happy Diane on. She can interpret what I'm getting ready to talk to you about.
Okay.
Yes. Hi, Miss Di.
Hello there, Miss Ada. How's the day been?
Good.
Well,
Good.
Good.
I only got 3 hours sleep, but I feel like $1,000,000. I don't know what's up with that.
Why only 3 hours sleep?
I'm having a problem going to sleep at night. And, you know, I turn everything off. I do what I'm supposed to do, you know.
I have been using some sleep patches. and
We'll
they
talk
have-
later.
All right. Later.
I will.
Later. They help.
I will talk to you later about it. Right now, I need to do an explanation. Where did it go? I gotta find it. Give me a sec. I erased it. So I'm going to break down the voir dire of VOIRDIRE of Gonzales trial. Well, maybe not. The gentleman on the stand did a voir dire this morning, and he is testifying as a security or a anti-red rumor mass lead shooting training specialist. In other words, he provides the training to the law enforcement agencies.
Question. Sign for law enforcement, please.
Cop.
Okay. Sorry.
Cop.
Cop.
I wanted to also talk about I lost my information, so I'm pulling it up again. Sorry, guys. Things happen. Alrighty, so now it's wigged me out. Okay, I want to talk about the auditory exclusion and how it pertains to this case. Again, it's real documented psychological response that happens during extreme stress, fear, or threat. Brain goes into a fight or flight mode. It narrows down the sensory inputs and focuses on survival and survival alone. All the other senses shut down. So one of the first senses to shut down is your hearing. People experience auditory exclusion, may not hear the shouting or screaming or commands, misinterpret sounds, remember silence during chaos, failure to register noise clearly heard, have gaps or disorientation in auditory memory. And I'll be honest, I've had one experience where I can recall something like that happening, and I could see the chaos around me, but it was super quiet. I thought I actually went instantly deaf, and that was back when I had good hearing. A lot of people who are in battle, when all the bombs are going off, the gunfire's going on and going off, and all of a sudden they get disoriented and everything gets real quiet. So Gonzales is claiming that he didn't hear certain things. If Gonzales didn't hear victim screaming, someone yelling stop, warnings, threats, or commands, the defense can argue that the high-stress, fear-driven state, his brain filtered them out. Yeah, in the comments below, I'm going to have to get coffee in a minute. Tell me whether you believe he actually went through that. What do you believe is the probability that he actually went through that? I would be interested to know. New unreads. What do we have new? Pigs. Oh, yes. Hold on. So I was wondering, what do y'all think about that? Do you think that that's really a plausible state for this man? Just curious. Let me read some more about that. Number 2, the witnesses giving conflicting accounts. This trial has witnesses who disagree about whether they heard screams, whether Gonzales said anything, and if there were noises before or after certain actions. Auditory exclusion explains that two people in the same moments can completely differ auditory memories. Now, the defense's narrative of panic, fear, and perceived threat. If they argue that Gonzales felt threatened, was overwhelmed, thought he was endangered, or entered a survival mode state, auditory exclusion supports that narrative. The prosecution's challenging Gonzales' credibility. He says he didn't hear X, but everybody else did. So he didn't hear something, but everybody else heard it. He claims he didn't hear the victim, but the witness says she screamed. Auditory exclusion gives defense counterpoint. Not hearing something in a high-stress moment is normal, not necessarily a deception. Memory gaps and timeline and confusion. Auditory exclusion affects how memories are encoded. So if Gonzales or witness struggles with, wait a minute. This has gone off center. Come on.
This is
I need to fix it. Yeah, okay, it's still live. Whew, I thought it paused and we missed a lot. So if Gonzales was witnessed to be struggling with order sounds or noise happening before or after an action, whether they heard a door, a shout, or movement, it can explain by the stressing response of the brain. So why is this important? This concept helps understand why there's testimony may be conflicted, why I didn't hear that isn't an automatic lie, how stress physically affects a person, how the jurors might interpret Gonzales's statements, and why the defense may be leaning on this concept to explain behavior. That's what I wanted to explain to y'all and talk to y'all about. What do y'all think about that?
Can I make a comment? Since I am brand new to this, and I absolutely know nothing about this, and I'm coming into it with fresh ears and fresh eyes, I would have to say that I would have to look at everything connected with it and say, did the man have any kind of relationship with the woman? Was there any kind of past? Because you got to remember, I don't know nothing. Was there any kind of past history? How or why did he rum red her? You got to remember, I can't say certain words. I can understand how, yeah, in specific situations, you can have auditory exclusion. I've been in a few of those myself, but still, I would have to have a little more information.
Okay, we're talking about, we're now going back where we left the case we were interpreting.
Okay.
Now we are going to the case where we have the Uvalde, Texas unaliving with all the kids. That's what this is in reference to. So the person who is being charged is claiming he didn't hear things or behaved in certain ways, and other people are saying, yeah, that he's lying. I mean, I was standing right there with him and I heard this and we heard that. So we got a lot more to go. We're just barely in the second week.
But he says he didn't hear anything.
Some things, yeah. I don't have all the details yet. This is still unfolding, but the defense is starting to use the word auditory exclusions, and I wanted to give an underlying statement of what auditory exclusion is.
True.
I mean, I've had people who I know who have been in car wrecks, and for the first few minutes, they don't hear anything. They're looking at you, and you're screaming, "Are you okay?" But they're not hearing it. They're not responding. They don't hear the fire trucks coming, and then all of a sudden, boom! That noise is back, and it's very startling. Yeah. So that can happen. That's an extreme, one extreme to the other. So hold on, I'm gonna get my coffee. Just decaf.
Get my coffee. She's getting coffee. I'm getting crackers. Oh,
well, I'm going to decaf. I am drinking a lot of decaf because even though I don't drink caffeine at late afternoon or nights, in the wintertime, I do drink a lot more coffee. And I'm really not sleeping well, but believe it or not, like I said, I woke up, I feel like I've had this cloud over me for the last year, it feels like, but really in the last 6 months, 4 to 6 months.
You've been through a
real
lot.
heaviness. Huh?
You've been through a lot.
Yeah, and
shared
I haven't
my
been
burden.
myself.
You have shared my burden.
Well, I haven't been myself by any means. And been the last couple of days, I told a friend, I said, it's almost like you're in a house with a heater on, and you step outside and you take that first deep breath, and that air is crisp and cool, and your lungs go, oh,
Like
that
it's
feels
a
so
fresh
good.
spring rain.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that. You know, I've been it's I feel like I've come out from under the fog. Not to say that things won't be easy. I feel like I'm handling things a little better to a point.
Look at my thumbs.
Yeah. So it was kind of weird. I did a few things yesterday for myself that I haven't done in a while. I feel like I'm starting to be a little more organized. My mods are probably will start clapping in the background because are they telling me? Oh,
What'd they tell you?
But I hope they're happy because you know, I was able to get everything done that we've been talking about doing. It's really a lot of work in the background, so I've been able to I pre-recorded 2 shorts and I posted one immediately. The other one posted this morning. I was able to do a post and I was able to, post or a poll. I was able to do it in chat. I mean, I'm able to do, I was just able to get it all done. I think get it all done. And mods, if I didn't, let me know what I missed on. It just seemed like everything kind of just came together for the first time in a while, because I feel like no matter how much I've tried to get everything together, I'm missing something. I've had this kind of a brain fog, for the lack of a better term. And I feel like that's kind of lifted, and I'm feeling more myself. What, Diane? I can't see your face.
I understand. I have lived in a fog for the last 4 years, and especially since June of this year. But
yeah. And I don't know. I feel like my old self is coming back. Some people talk about a spirit of grief, and I've had a lot of grief in the last year.
Oh yeah.
A lot of grief, a lot of ups and downs, and I'm so disappointed because Angela, please let me know if you got, let me check. I am so disappointed because I love to bless people. I ordered blessings for people, and then they don't get the blessings, and it ticks me off. I get angry when the postal service doesn't do what they're supposed to do. Well, it says it's supposed to be delivered. What's today?
Today is the 14th, Wednesday, January 14th. 1 month from Valentine's Day.
Exception? What's the exception?
I don't know.
Why do I have an exception on her order? You know, I may have to change companies, because this is if there's an order problem with her order, I'm going to be upset.
I'm going to send you something, and before you go back online, look at it. It will help you.
All right.
Give me just a minute. I got to find you. So talk. Talk while you're talking, honey. Come on.
So anyway, I kind of
Where's it?
Oh, it's an exception. Look at this. Okay, this was shipped a long time ago. A hiccup occurred and your package temporarily delayed while in transit. We're working on getting your package to you ASAP. It does not necessarily mean late shipment. Keep an eye on the package. We'll inform you of the deliveries in progress. What is it with this?
Can you get anything through Messenger?
Yeah, give me a second, please.
Okay.
Patience, please.
Patience, please.
It shows. Oh, it was misshipped to Lampasses. Angela, are you there? On January, I mean, this thing was shipped on the 7th. Okay, it was ordered on the 30th. It's custom made. It was shipped on the 7th. Didn't depart the facility until the 9th. It showed up in Austin on the 12th and was misshipped to Lampasses on the 13th. So I don't know, Angela, how long it's going to take for you to get it. But let me know when you do, please. And poor June, her order, it didn't even arrive. It shows delivered, but she didn't get it. DHL, you suck. Do y'all know what DHL shipping is? Okay, we're back in court.
Okay.
I'm glad we have a little delay. Now, understand we got belly views because they do not wish for the faces to be shown of those who were testifying. But here I have a problem, and that problem is they've already showed this guy's face. This guy's face was already shown, just FYI, during the voir dire.
Look at your messenger.
I will. You start interpreting.
All right. I can't hear anything.
No, it's quiet. Hold on, it's quiet.
Just want to make
This
sure.
appears to be Officer Gonzales. We are doing, if I'm seeing this correctly, sir, this is usually the first few minutes of training. We're learning to walk, move, and shoot.
And what does walk, move, and shoot mean?
Well, from a stable firing position, affectionately, it's known as the Groucho. Your weapon is up. All right, shoulders, elbows are tucked in, and you're not walking straight up. You're not walking super bent knee either. It's a nice, steady firing platform. If you walk and shoot standing up, your weapon's going to be doing this, or possibly even this. All right, so this particular way to walk, that's what that teaches.
And State's Exhibit 917.
Same drill, sir, or it may be another part of a drill that I can't really tell. Looks like the background is fairly dark, so it may be after hours.
And on State's Exhibit 916, it was Mr. Gonzales was in short sleeves, and in this example, there is at least one sleeve covered. Is that correct?
Appears to be so, yes.
Does that indicate it's a different drill?
Well, its clothing doesn't really indicate it, sir. It's just what is going on in that particular drill. But it is a different picture and a different drill, yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 918. Is this also Adrian Gonzales?
Yes, sir, it appears to be so.
And what is this drill?
This drill, we're at a football stadium, ladies and gentlemen, and teaching the guys how to take down an active shooter, like at a high school football game. In this case, I can't really tell how high up the assailant is. Sometimes we put them way up at the top in the middle of the bleachers. Either way, it teaches the officer how to move up steps without falling on his face. You can see his, it appears to be his left hand slightly touching the guardrail, that is to make contact again, so you know that your footing is sure.
And Stacy Exhibit 919.
Okay, those are the false panels. You can see the walls. In this case, these walls are like about 7 feet tall. This is known as the heavy head. You can see the two officers.
Okay, Diane, I got to share this. But I got to tell you, that has to be AI generated because there's no way all of a sudden the wires disappear. All right, I'm going to make sure the sounded off. It is. Okay. Y'all ready? Y'all. And no animals were harmed. This has to be AI. If it's not, I'm going to be mad. That is the kind of monkey I have. She looks just like that. Oh, yeah, that's AI. They straightened out that's not that monkey's hair. Their hair doesn't grow that long. Is
I just thought you needed a laugh.
Oh my gosh, that is so funny. Okay, back to trial.
You actually would be moving down a hallway. All right, you can see the officer, just barely make out the officer in the rear. That is rear security. He checks back as we're moving, as we're progressing. Now, a couple schools of thought. You're either marching to the sound of gunfire, like we talked about earlier, right? Okay, or you know what room he's in, and you're moving toward that particular room. In this case, Officer Gonzales is checking the hallway, a little bit back and forth, and his wingman in this case, is covering deep into the hallway.
So this is if you have multiple officers responding at the same time.
If you're lucky and you have them, yes, sir.
And Stacy Exhibit 920, is this also Officer Gonzales?
It appears to be so, yes, sir.
And when I say Officer Gonzales, are we speaking about the same Adrian Gonzales who's at the far end of the tape?
Yes, sir, we are.
And when was this course taken?
If I recall right, April 2018. I can check my notes again if you wish me to.
Pass the witness.
Mr. Whitskool, my name is Nico LaHood. I'm one of the lawyers that represents Mr. Gonzales. We've never met before, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Have you testified before?
In what manner, sir? Here or?
No, not in this trial.
Well, as a police officer, yes, sir.
Yeah. Have you ever testified as an expert before?
No, sir.
Okay. So this is the first time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you understand cross-examination. I'm going to ask you questions. If you don't understand my question, then please ask me to repeat it, okay?
I understand, sir.
Okay. So you gave us some of your experience. You served 3 years in SWAT with the Dallas PD.
Yes, sir.
And then you served our country in the Marines.
In the Marine Corps, yes.
Thank you for your service, by the way. And so you did, I think you said you used kind of your experience in embassy sweeping.
Embassy clearing.
Clearing, but you were sweeping a building. I'm sorry, I'm using a term of art, right?
Understood.
So embassy clearing to formulate this curriculum.
Yes, sir.
Right. And I think you alluded to it on direct examination. Your curriculum is, in your opinion, a proper way to handle active shooting or some type of involvement tactics with these officers that you're training, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said it on direct that other experts may have different opinions and different curriculums.
That is correct.
Your curriculum is just one way of doing it.
One of perhaps many.
Perhaps, yes, one of many ways of doing it, correct? And so one of many. And so I want to talk about that because you're testifying that Mr. Gonzales took one of your courses, correct?
He took multiple courses from me. Active shooter was just one of them.
When you say multiple courses, as in two?
He took basic SWAT, advanced SWAT, hostage rescue, active shooter.
Okay, so 4.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are they all 40 hours?
No, sir. All the hostage rescues were 60 plus.
60 plus on hostage rescue. Okay.
Yes, sir.
But on active shooter is a 40-hour.
It's only 40 hours.
Okay. And you say for only 40 hours in all fairness, because if you heard the term the 10,000 hour rule to be an expert in anything?
Yes, sir. We have another saying, 5 minutes to dress like one, 5 years to be one.
That's right. Okay. Say that again because I might use it later.
5 minutes to dress like one, 5 years to be one.
Fair enough. 5 minutes to look like one, dress like one, but 5 years to be one. And so that kind of coincides with this 10,000 hour rule, right?
Yes, sir.
Give or take. And so you use some phrases and they're general terms, concepts of you can't sit around and wait when there's an active shooter, correct?
Correct.
We have to stop the killing, right? And I want to talk about that because there's also another concept of we cannot use reckless abandonment either.
I'm sorry, yes.
Right, it's okay, take your time. Because if an officer uses reckless abandonment, no one is protected by that type of behavior from an officer.
It does no good to get yourself killed while you're trying to stop the killing, sir.
And you've heard the term, and I don't mean to sound crude, but a dead cop is no good to anybody.
That is correct.
Right. And so if an officer is not using, as I think your term is not using tactically, is not moving tactically, then obviously that officer is not going to be as beneficial to the circumstance.
That would be correct.
And you also stated on direct examination that we are trained to never operate alone.
You start learning that in the academy.
Right. And that's an overarching theme in law enforcement that obviously it's safer to not work alone and to have backup. I think you used the term wingman.
Yes.
Right. Is that correct?
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes.
It's okay. And so when we talk about, you can't sit around and wait and you have to stop the killing, those are, if we're using an analogy, those are 30,000 foot concepts, but then we have to drill down to how do we accomplish that?
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Because if I told you, if I was your football coach and I told you, may I call you Mike in my example?
Yes, sir.
If I'm your coach, I'm going to call you Mike, not Mr. Wetzel. Mr. Wetzel. Mike, go win the game. Your response would be, all right, coach, how? Right? There needs to be a how.
I'm sorry, sir. With my coaches, it would have been yes, sir, and I move out. But I do understand and agree with what you are saying.
You're the exception to the rule. Okay, so but all I'm saying is in normal people's minds, it would be a coach how, right? And so when we look at some of these trainings, the how is really just tactics. It's tactics combined with mindset. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir, I would think so.
Because if someone tells you to stop the killing, how? How do you stop the killing?
Okay, sir, I've got to close with, I've got to maneuver up and neutralize whatever's causing the killing.
Okay, so when you say you close up, that depends on the circumstance, right? A lot of people get frustrated with lawyers when they ask them questions and the lawyer's answer is, well, it depends. Depends on your circumstance. It depends on the law. It really depends on fact-specific scenarios. So it depends matters in tactics as well. Would you agree with that?
Circumstances, yeah.
Right.
Yes.
And you can't train for every circumstance.
That would be impossible.
It would be impossible. And so what you can do is create an environment of training where you create a mindset and you give them some set of skills to hopefully apply in a circumstance, right?
Correct.
You know the difference between training and conditioning? And I'll define it better for you.
Well,
I don't mean physical conditioning. You can train for something and then you can be conditioned in what you train for. Example, I box, I do martial arts. And so someone can train how to punch, but everyone looks good on the heavy bag and the mitts, but then you get into sparring and we test your skills. Does that make sense?
I follow.
Okay. And so it's called stress inoculation. Have you heard of that term?
I have.
Will you please explain to the jury what stress inoculation is?
Okay, in my opinion,
Yes,
I mean, what
in
I
your
have
opinion.
understood
Yes,
to be, it is when you're under stress or there is, okay, I'm going to have to use law enforcement. Someone is shooting at you. All right. You're under great stress. We talked about fight or flight a little bit earlier. Your heart goes from normal beat up to 200 beats, about that fast. All right. When you train correctly, you train hard, inoculation, if you will. All right. It is what I talked about earlier, muscle memory. Now, muscles do not have memory. All right, it's part of your brain. All right, and what it does is you do something so much and so often, or respond so much and so often. It's like this young lady typing. She can look away and she's typing. She's done it so much and so often, and I need to, dare I say, under stress here in the courtroom.
When I'm talking, it's under stress. Yes, sir.
I'm following you. All right.
So my point is, do you think she's probably trained more than 40 hours to do what she's doing at her level?
Well, no doubt.
No doubt. And so an example of stress, I have permission to stand for the judge previously. So a stress inoculation would be a difference between if I were to shoot at a target and you're showing me proper hand grip, high on the tang. This part is the tang or the beaver tail, right? I'm gripping properly. We'll talk about hand grip in a second. I'm shooting, pop, pop, and I'm putting off rounds. 2 rounds within 10 seconds is a pretty easy shot, right? 2 rounds in 10 seconds. I mean, that's easy, right? Anybody. Now, stress inoculation would be if I holstered my weapon, and you remember what horses are in basketball when you run up and down the court?
I've never played basketball.
Okay, well,
sir.
you know, if you had me sprint.
Sir, I'm following you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's say you had stress inoculation example would be I'm holstered, I'm in my uniform with my vest and in my boots, and I'm running up and down 3 times. I come back to the same, as I'm coming up, I'm drawing my weapon, and then
You're engaging.
and now I'm engaging, but I have this stress response because I'm breathing heavy because I just put myself through some stress, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's an example of stress inoculation, and that matters. Because then you're not only training your body, but you're also training your mind, your focus, your attention, right?
Correct.
You're also trying to prepare the officer for tunnel vision, because that's just normal under a stressful situation. Officers that normally, like right now, Jason used this example with another witness. Right now, I can see Mr. Turner, I can see his investigators, I definitely see all the jurors and the bailiff and the judge. I'm not focused on them, I'm focused on you, but under stress, my focus comes like this. And if you're my threat, I'm just focused on you and I won't see all these other things.
Yes, sir. What you're describing is affectionately known as tunnel vision.
Yes, sir. That's exactly what I was talking about. And they've heard about tunnel vision. There's also auditory exclusion, where I'm listening for things, but under stress, I won't hear normal things. And I exclude certain things that I don't think are relevant to my mind, essentially. Okay. There's perception distortion. Under stress, what I perceive is happening may not really be what's happening, right? Is that correct?
Say that again, sir.
Perception distortion. Stress can make you distort what you think you're being perceived. And that's why officers train under stress, so they can make the right decisions.
That is correct.
Okay. And there's also time distortion. Under stress, something that took, 5 minutes may seem like 3 seconds to me, or 5 seconds.
Yes, sir.
Okay. These are just general concepts, by the way.
Yes.
Okay, so when someone is coming into a course, is it fair to say that you make an assessment of the people before they go into your course? Muzzle discipline.
That is what, sir.
Yes, sir.
The first day,
Yes,
that
sir.
slide that you showed just a moment ago, all right, and I talked about doing the Groucho. That is what that is for. Learning to move and shoot. The stress is in the class already. I'm not standing there yelling and screaming at officers. We don't need to do that.
Sure.
All right.
But you're making an assessment of the officers, because you're going to be working, even though you're just using not real weapons, right?
They're soft weapons.
They're soft weapons, but still, you fight like you train. You've heard that term, right?
That is correct.
And you're trying to do muscle memory and condition yourself. So you're looking at muzzle control. Can I sweep you, Greg? No. Okay. So if you're going to see if officers are doing this kind of stuff, or if they're not controlling, having discipline of the muzzle, whether it's a rifle, a long rifle, or a handgun, you're assessing them. You're assessing their grip, how they're holding. You're assessing whether their hand is a combat grip. A lot of people, nobody shoots like this anymore, right? The teacup and saucer.
I can't see what
Well, I know. I don't like to even point a fake gun at people. So it's like this. No one does this anymore, right?
No, they shouldn't.
And remember, people used to do the Weaver in the old days.
Weaver and the isosceles.
And now it's more isosceles where you're squared up, right? And so you're assessing all those things on people before you start this course, because you're going to take them further into tactics, right?
That is correct.
And so that's what we saw on State's Exhibit one of the state's exhibits. I think you were saying, or maybe state's exhibit 16 or 17, that you might have been assessing them.
Here,
Yes,
all
sir.
right, what you cannot see in this picture is, as a rule, hard rule, I always had an instructor walking around looking at his or her position. All right, in this picture, you know what, this might have been in the theater because it's dark.
Yes, sir.
Behind him. All right, my instructors and I are roving. We're watching everybody make entry and how they're moving.
And instructor to student ratio matters as well.
Critical.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And matter of fact, and please don't take this as a personal attack. You noticed something about your own training. You noticed somebody without glasses.
I saw that,
You picked
and
it
one of
up.
my instructors should have picked that up right away.
So take it easy on them, but that's something that you would have, if you would have seen that, then you would have said, oh, that definitely is not acceptable.
Ladies and gentlemen, I probably would have hit the ceiling.
Right. Give me 1 second, sir.
Please.
And so you testified earlier that you have hundreds of pictures of your students.
Had hundreds of pictures, yes.
Right. And the pictures that we see here, and we're going to get into the training in a second, but the pictures we see here, every one of these pictures, what weapon system is Mr. Gonzales using?
M4, that's an airsoft M4. Essentially, ladies and gentlemen, a BB gun with it's magazine fed, spring loaded. The gun itself is battery operated.
But what is it simulating? It's
An M4.
An M4, or similar to people that don't know, maybe kind of like an AR-15.
Essentially the same weapon, sir.
Right. And so none of these pictures have Mr. Gonzales operating a handgun.
We tried very hard. We had airsoft handguns.
Yes, sir.
And to transition, the hardest thing to teach is with the rifles. They should be experts in their handguns, as it already is.
You said transition. So what you mean by transition is that if somebody has a rifle, and then for whatever reason this gets jammed, and we've heard testimony that can happen, right? Weapons can jam, and you're taught with a handgun to tap and rack it and try to get it back into work, into service. If this jams or you run out of rounds, you may have to discard that and go to your secondary weapon.
You just drop it and go to your handgun. Right. Conversely, if your handgun drops and you've got an AR, you transition to that.
Yes, sir. But in these pictures we've seen, your students are training with a weapon system like this, with an AR-15 or an M4.
Yes, sir, because that is the hardest one to train on.
I understand, but that's the one you recommend somebody handling a school shooting or an active shooter. You prefer a weapon like this, correct?
I would prefer it.
And so, right, you have to do what you have to do. But I'm just saying, if you had a choice, if we had an AR-15 here and a Glock or your weapon, your pistol of choice, and I asked you which one would you prefer in a gunfight, which one would you pick?
The AR.
Without hesitation, right?
Yeah.
And so all of the courses are dealing, they're training with the AR-15. I understand the reasoning because it's harder to train with, but that's what these courses are entailing. They entail using an AR-15 or an M4 as a primary weapon.
Essentially correct, however. So there is a however with this.
Okay, I don't mind.
I should not have to train people on their duty handgun.
I understand.
All right.
Now, you're assuming they're coming in with some basics.
Yeah, but we do use, and forgive me, I don't know if we used it in Adrian's class.
Sure.
We do have airsoft handguns that we make them go back and forth. I don't know, I'm sorry, I've slept since then. I don't know if we did that in his class.
And even though you can't use live rounds, well, you could use live rounds if you had a shoot house, correct? An alert has a shoot house.
They do, my personal opinion on actual shoot houses, they are extremely dangerous and people have been injured.
And then you said your personal opinion, correct? Because other people have different opinions.
They love them.
Right. But just as an example, a shoot house is an actual house, and there's places where the supervisors can observe from above, and they're watching teams actually move and breach, and we'll talk about a center fed room versus a corner fed room, and transitioning to their weapons and slicing the pie and doing all kinds of tactics. with live rounds,
Yes, sir.
not against another human being, against targets, but they're using live rounds so they can, the loudness inside of a building is different, right?
Mhm.
You understand there's echoing
Yes.
and can distract somebody to try to figure out where that shooting is coming from. Is that a fair statement?
It can be, yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm not criticizing your curriculum. I'm just saying that your curriculum didn't involve that.
No, sir, mainly because we were a mobile training team.
Yes, sir.
And I can't carry a shoot house with me. However, there were places, Asheville, North Carolina, that I didn't do this as Charlie Mike. I did this when I was teaching with Texas A&M, that they had a really nice shoot house. Down at Texas A&M, they had at the time a nice shoot house.
Yes, sir.
All right, so yes, but with Charlie Mike Enterprises, as a rule, no.
I understand, because you can't take a mobile shoot house with you. It has to be set. But also, and again, this is not a criticism, it's just a reality. You didn't have furniture in your curriculum.
Actually, what we do, sir, is we fill the room with boxes, and that
Okay.
represents, it's things, anything, it doesn't have to be furniture, anything that an officer can trip over or bang into. All right, we set these boxes up in the room, and there's a lot of them, and if you touch it, it's a do-over. That's, we escalated up to that level, sir.
Would you agree that me running into a box right here is different than if I'm moving quickly and I take this corner and I peel off wrong and I catch this corner? It'd be different if I hit this big table versus a box.
It's gonna hurt.
Right, it's gonna hurt. And so that kind of stress, all I'm saying is, again, because your curriculum is mobile, and I understand completely, you just didn't have the luxury of having furniture as well.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, and there is something called as marking cartridges, right? You've heard of marking cartridges?
You mean like sim rounds?
Yes, sir. Sim is.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So
I know
marking
what they are.
cartridges is the general term. You have FX and you have SEM rounds. They're the brands. Is
There
that
are
fair
different ones, ACT and several. Go
Right.
ahead.
And so marking, will you explain to the jury what marking cartridges are?
Well, if I understand what you're talking about, it's almost like a paintball round that marks where you hit on a target. You guys have seen paintball, I'm assuming?
Yes, they have.
All right, yeah, splat of paint, you know where you're hitting, you know where you're aiming is the goal in this.
And so a lot of people can use these marking cartridges, or we'll call them SEM rounds, even though that's the brand. Marking cartridges, because then you can actually do live training in like a paint round. If I'm shooting or if I'm using, and you can see who's actually hitting who, and they hurt.
Yeah,
Right? They leave a little bit of mark, and they make some noise. It's not like a discharge of a projectile, but they make some noise as well.
Yes, sir.
So it helps inoculate to maybe closer, it's a little bit closer to maybe a real situation. Would you agree with that?
Okay, yes, I do, sir, but please understand, airsoft can make a report, albeit not loud.
Yes, sir.
All right, they do have marking, what you would call marking BBs. We don't often use them because we found they fouled our weapons too much.
Yes, sir.
But there were times, especially in hostage rescue training, that we would use those.
And then also in the curriculum, it's impossible in a mobile class like yours, although effective, to do breaching of a door.
When doors were available, a lot of times the sponsoring agency would furnish the doors. The college did not. They didn't have anything that we could use.
But you wouldn't have a frame like that jury room behind you. I mean, so there's a difference between breaching, if this is the room, an inward swinging door, and then an outward swinging door, right? I mean, that's a big difference when you're trying to breach.
That is correct.
And with an outward swinging door, there's a lot of things to negotiate, meaning you need a tool to get into it.
Yes, sir.
Maybe a Halligan tool.
Yeah.
Hooligan, Halligan, but some type of pry bar, and then you need a sledgehammer to get that in there, and then you have to pry it open, and you need 2 or 3 people to actually do that process on an outward swinging door.
It is complicated.
It's complicated, and because it's complicated, it's not safe, right?
I would say essentially
Right, I mean, so if you have somebody, if this is our room, if this is our door, it's an outward swinging door to Mr. Turner. And so there's someone in this room and you have no idea where, and that's part of the training. There's someone waiting for you, wanting to cause harm or cause someone else harm. It's much more complicated because you're trying to pry and you're trying to negotiate this door and then get in and tactically see what you have to do when you peel off or confront the attacker. Correct? It makes it more dangerous for an officer.
And more difficult, yes.
More difficult, more dangerous, and that's why that you should have, it's suggested to not do that alone.
That is correct.
That's a good point. Okay, let's take a quick breather because I mean, so much information is flying, so technical. We do have some people here. June, if you have an input on this, I'd love to hear it. I've never been in the military. I only know what little I know about lead shooters and different kinds of weapons based on my own personal experience, but I've never been in a combat situation, never done what they're doing. So and Angela, if you have any input on this, I don't know, put it in the comments below, please, because but I would venture to say, I mean, as just a bystander and somebody who's basically would be an observing juror, if they felt that the door opening in a specific direction, I guess it's towards them, is more dangerous, and that they are trained not to enter that situation alone, then I would understand a police officer or law enforcement agent of some kind waiting till they had backup. But then again, if you're hearing lead shots going off in a classroom, you may just go in and, I don't know. I'd be afraid of going in and more children getting hurt. My own personal fear would be, but I don't know. I want y'all's opinions on this. Is the defense's situation and scenario sitting with you better, or do you think it's a bunch of excuse?
Well, think about it. If the door is opening toward the person who's opening the door, that is going to tell the person or the shooter in the room, that's going to give them a better target, in my perspective. Unless you've got a rope tied to the door and you're pulling it, because you're standing behind the door, opening it. At least that's how I would see it. And so they're going to go, hey, I can shoot him now. Just a thought, in my humble opinion.
Yep, I agree. Okay. Are you done for the day, or are you just taking a quick drink?
Just taking a quick drink.
All right, back at it. I got to take a typing. Hold on.
I got about another half hour.
I didn't do that.
You need live round opinion on training?
Yes, sir.
Judge, we move into evidence defense.
Submitted.
Thank you, Judge. So we can read here, a part of the course rationale is active shooter situations evolve quickly, and there is no way to anticipate their course or direction of action.
That is correct.
Unpredictable.
Yes, sir.
Right? It might start one way and then end up in a completely different way, correct?
Mhm.
And is that a yes, sir?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes.
You don't have to say yes, sir, to me, but just for her, you can say yes at least. And so, is it fair to say that you've never heard of an active shooting situation, especially a school shooting, that ever started with a crash?
You refer to a car crash.
Yes, sir, yes. Thank you for that clarity.
I've never heard of
Yeah, because normally someone that is that sick in their brain and want to do something evil like that, they're very calculated. They get there unassuming because they don't want to give anybody notice to act and do the most amount of damage as they can, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And so
Yes.
they don't want to get in a crash. So the fact that there's a crash is not normal for an active shooting situation or a school shooting, right?
The only one, sir, that actually comes to mind is San Bernardino, and that was more terrorism than it was, but they did shoot quite a few people.
Right. And so on course objectives, you have survival tips, you have negotiating, because that's part of it, right? You have to negotiate with somebody if there's a hostage.
Okay, potentially such.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, you're trying to cover all the scenarios. Would you agree that there's a difference if you look at that board over here?
I saw it, sir.
Okay, then you're on it. Okay, so then active shooters, you have I don't have my glasses, barricaded subjects, and then you have potential hostage situation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and all those can stem from what you think is an active shooter initially, right?
It can initially start as an active shooter. That would be correct.
It says on negotiating overview. Should the suspect or suspects barricade themselves and or take hostages, the first responders must be trained to de-escalate and control the situation through clear and concise negotiations.
It is called first responder negotiations, and I recommend all police officers take that course.
Okay. Your course?
Any course on negotiations.
I thought you were trying to advertise. Okay.
No, sir, I'm retired. I
Okay,
farm.
I'm just making sure. Okay. And because of the different terrain, we feel officers need to train in these locations, in the actual location of a school, churches, movie theaters, strip malls. That's always the optimal position, is to train in the actual location, right?
That is our curriculum.
Yes, sir.
And sir, please understand, ladies and gentlemen, I am not, even now, I'm not allowed to disrespect, show anger, or say my training's better about somebody else's training. Please understand that.
I do.
All right. I felt that we had to train
Diane?
on all these other locations.
Yes, sir.
Other people do not.
And you're being very respectful. So respectfully, you can disagree with someone else's opinion on training,
Yes, sir.
and respectfully, they can disagree with yours.
I would hope they'd be respectful.
Yes, I do
Yes,
too.
sir.
I wouldn't tolerate it. But all I'm saying is these are just different people's opinions. These are suggestions.
Yes, sir.
They're not mandated. These are suggestions on tactics. Is that a fair statement?
Fair.
Okay. And on clearing entry, you have 1 man and 2 man, correct?
Yes, sir.
Under 1 man, it says CME, and that's you, right? Charlie Mike Enterprises.
Mhm.
CME does not endorse nor encourage. What is that phrase?
Yes, sir. I don't have
I'm going to do it for you. It's okay.
Please read it. Yes.
CME does not endorse or encourage going it alone.
Okay. May I clarify this?
Of course, but is that what you?
Yes, that, and it says it's there. All right.
You go on, and I'll ask you
All
some more
right.
questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, please understand that I don't ever endorse an officer doing something by himself. But if people are dying, then you've got to get in there and stop it. The first part of our entry curriculum, sir, in the manual, all right, in the drills that we do, it always starts with 1 man. Under the guise that, sir, that 1 man can make a difference.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Or 1 woman.
Or 1 woman.
Okay.
Yes.
So and then it says our goal in training first man entry and clearing is to give the officer the best chance for safety, survival, and success.
That is correct.
Because if the officer is not safe, then not only are the people he or she is trying to save won't survive, but the officer has to survive to make sure other people survive, right?
That is correct.
And that is how we define success. You have an alive officer that hopefully, God willing, can prevent more people from dying and have more live victims.
Yes.
Live people that have been put in danger, correct?
Correct.
Safety, survival, and success, right?
Sir.
2 man and greater numbers. These numbers significantly improves a first responder's odds for success.
Yes, sir.
So it's kind of a percentage thing, right? So the more the people, the more officers, first responders, the better the training and the better the conditioning through stress inoculation, then it raises the percentages of success, correct?
Yes, sir.
And part of success, and we're going to sit in a situation where there's multiple deaths, unfortunately. If we can identify where the first responders prevented further deaths, even though 1 loss it breaks, and it's not like it's a
Yes, sir.
success, but success meaning that you minimize the number of losses, correct?
You are attempting to minimize.
And so,
Yes, sir.
in your experience, if someone's in an office building and there's an active shooter in a certain aspect of an office building, and first responders move in and they contain that person in one aspect of the cafeteria, the office building, that stopped them from going to floor 1, floor 2, floor 3, or other offices in that building if they contained them.
It
Correct?
is now contained, probably not controlled, isolated. So,
Right. And those are different tactics, right? And another officer may have a different tactic versus your perspective. But what I'm saying is, if you can keep an active shooter in a certain area, and there's other people exposed, in my example, this office building, well, then there's been, in big picture, there's been some success because the loss of life has been limited to this area versus the rest of the building.
that is
correct?
correct, sir.
And I think you said on direct examination, we talked about it, but I want to talk about something specifically you said on direct. You said that there are curriculums that say that you should wait for 2 or 3 guys to show up before you act.
Yes, sir, there is.
And you agreed with that at one point, but you have a different opinion.
Sir, I mean, in certain circumstances, sure, but I've never really agreed with it because I understand that an officer, almost every officer I know, if they're there and they can stop it, they're going to go for it.
And I agree with that, but you have to see what you need to stop before you can stop it, right?
Sir, it's based on, and you touched on it earlier,
Yes, sir.
Auditory.
Yes,
All
sir.
right, what you're hearing. And I do not know the circumstances very much on the outside that
Yes, sir.
Mr. Gonzales was dealing with. All right. But witnesses, the first few seconds, I mean, everybody has heard that witnesses are not good because they start thinking about it, they start changing their story. The first 30 seconds to a minute talking to a witness, that's usually fairly accurate.
Can I ask you this?
Yes,
You're
please.
not relying on any studies to say that, right?
It's opinion, but there was a study out of
Okay.
Northwestern University that talked about
Can you guys please quit talking over each other so the interpreters can follow?
this.
Right, and there's plenty of opinions that talk about eyewitness testimony and how it's not reliable. You've heard of those studies too,
Oh,
right?
absolutely. yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so there's a lot of studies out there, so let's talk about this. But when you show up to a scene, and if the scene is done, it's different than showing up to a scene where someone is still under the excitement or the stress of whatever they've seen or dealt with, right?
Yes, sir. We touched on it earlier or this morning on fight or flight.
Yes, sir.
All
And,
right.
and so if you show up to an active scene, and an active scene means it has not been dealt with and it's still going on, right? If you show up to an active scene and a witness is frantic and yelling directions at you, you're not suggesting that an officer should automatically just take whatever they say and then run into
No,
carelessly.
sir.
Okay.
I'm not, but what they say if they're pointing, and I don't know the circumstances.
I
sir,
understand you don't.
But if they're pointing, if they're trying to give me some type of description, I'm going to try and roll with it
Sure.
until or unless something better comes out.
And so when you mean roll with it, you don't mean act on it immediately. You just mean assess it, right?
I'm going to start moving that direction, sir, based
Well,
on other information.
And you're gonna give information to other potential officers. You have to communicate that, correct?
That is correct.
And if you get information that you realize as an officer, you show up at a scene and then someone frantically tells you something.
Diane, do you want me to switch parts? I can hear the lawyer better.
And in your observation and orientation, you realize that's not accurate, right? It's not consistent with what you're seeing. Then you need to pause and get more information, right? Before you put yourself in harm's way or
Would
somebody
depend
else.
on, well, yes, but it depends, how long am I going to pause for?
I understand. Well, we can go back and forth on
Yes,
every
sir,
situation.
I
is
understand
different.
that, and I'm not trying to be adversarial.
You can be,
I'm
I
trying
don't
to
mind,
think this
but I
through.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is this doesn't happen in a vacuum. We're talking about safety and success, right? We want to make sure that the people are safe, but that includes the officer making a proper assessment, observing, orienting, making a decision, and then acting at some point, right?
Essentially, that is
Okay.
correct, yes.
And you said something, you talked about soft targets, right? That a school is a soft target?
Yes, sir.
Does the school not having locked doors make the school less soft or more soft?
Well, it makes it more soft.
Right. So doors that are not locked make that school more vulnerable.
That is correct.
Vulnerable?
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. I pass away, Mr. Trench.
Yes, sir. Just make sure I understand, if you have a witness that's hysterical, but pointing and giving description, you said I roll with it? What?
I'm going to move. I'm going to go that direction, get on the radio as I'm moving, talking to, trying to communicate with my people, letting them know this is my direction. This is what I've been told. This is what I am hearing, all of that, sir.
So you do take that information seriously?
I do, very.
And that's based on also on a Northwestern University study about how accurate that early information is.
Yes, sir. That came out about Oh, gee whiz, the 1990s, forgive me, I don't recall exactly.
So it's been around a while.
Yes, sir.
And officer safety, that's what your program is all about.
Yes, sir.
How to get there as safely as possible.
As best, as fast, and as safe, yes.
But with an active shooter, there's something on the other side if you don't move quickly. Is that correct?
Unfortunately, yes.
And what's that?
People are dying.
So you have to move quick.
I have to move quickly.
Time is of the essence.
Yes, sir, it is.
Every second.
Every second.
And the muscle memory on live rounds versus paintball versus airsoft. Remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
Developing muscle memory and getting used to the stress. Whether you're using live rounds, paintballs, or airsoft, is the rule still move to the target?
Yes, sir, it is. And please understand, ladies and gentlemen, the fundamentals of marksmanship are the same. Whether you're using what I would call sim rounds, marking rounds, paintball, airsoft, the fundamentals, sight alignment, trigger, squeeze, and how you move, how you control your weapon. It's all the same.
And when you say there's an assumption that a police officer knows how to use their own sidearm, what are you saying about that?
They've been trained on that since the academy. They've been trained on it since the academy. If they're a smart officer, they go to the range once or twice a week and train and practice with their own weapon. They make sure that they are equipped with the best weapon possible. Granted, most cities issue what they want you to carry, but I'm going to make sure I know everything about that weapon that I could possibly know.
Okay. And so are police officers certified on their weapons, or do they have to prove their worth on that weapon?
Unfortunately, we certify only once a year. Qualified, we call it. It's not really certification. But once a year, people need to understand, ladies and gentlemen, qualification isn't training. It is the end of result of training. Makes sense?
Okay. But as far as training, officers can go as often as they want.
They may have to pay for it out of pocket, but yes, sir.
That's what.
And so you talk about your active shooter course, that's 40 hours. May I give you a hypothetical?
Please.
If you had a loved one that needed a very important surgery and the surgeon came in and said, I've had 40 hours in this surgery of training, would you want to use that surgeon or not?
Certainly not,
Okay.
sir. May I need to qualify my answer on something that.
Well, I know you're going to recommend more.
No, but it was another training company that pushed that we can't do more than 40 hours on that. That's where I was going, so please.
Got it. But I'm making the point about 40 hours. 40 hours is not the holy grail of
No,
amount of
sir,
hours.
that's
to
why
train.
it's incumbent upon the officer to train on his own too.
Right, and that's why when it comes to shooting, you said if the officer's smart, once or twice a week, they're gonna go to the range.
If you can.
If you can. And so that has to do with muscle memory, stress inoculation, and all the other things in doing with active shooting. 40 hours is just the beginning, not the end, correct?
That is correct.
And you talk about time of the essence. Since every second matters, as the government asked you, locked doors give officers time to get there, correct?
Give me a scenario, sir.
Let's talk about that office building.
Okay.
Someone's going into an office building or to another school, because I know you don't know about the facts of this case, right? You have not reviewed anything. So let's say we're going into another school and there's someone that has bad intentions, active, there's a person with a weapon that can do a lot of damage, and they're coming to the outside of the school to get in.
Yes, sir.
If that door was locked,
if it is locked,
time
yes,
is
sir.
of the essence. If somebody's calling the police, the fact that that person, that monster can't get into that school, that gives police time to converge and maybe engage the shooter, correct?
Hopefully, yes, sir.
But what I'm saying is,
No, I'm following you.
want to
And
lock.
yes, sir. Hopefully that's going to give me enough time to, as an officer, to move in there and neutralize it.
Well, time is of the essence. So the more time that shooter is outside the building, the better it is for law enforcement, right?
Essentially, yes.
Yeah. And if law enforcement was outside, looking at with line of sight, that would even be better. If that door is locked and then there's officers that had line of sight on this guy, that would be better too. for the officer to be able to react.
I
and
see what you're
respond.
saying, yes.
And let's say the person got inside the building for whatever way. If the individual classrooms were locked, that time is of the essence. And that would give law enforcement more time to catch up or to find out where this person is at to engage this shooter, correct? Now, when it comes to
Okay, I got to take a little interpreter break. Mama, did I do good on that? Okay, she said I
You
did
did
great.
great.
Okay, we're good.
You did great.
That's not easy, y'all.
It ain't. It ain't.
But I love it.
I've been in schools where we've had lockdown training, especially.
Oh, I'm
you
sure.
wouldn't think so on the remote village, but yeah, and we've had times when we've had lockdowns because people have come over to the village and they were not supposed to be there.
Oh,
And
you're
it's
yeah,
there.
and you were in Alaska. I want to give a quick little pause break. I'm taking a little interpreter break and an emotional break.
Yeah.
Do y'all remember about, oh, come on, cooperate with me. Do y'all remember about the little girl that died from Benadryl? Taking her mother gave her Benadryl. Well, mom of 2-year-old who passed away with toxic levels of Benadryl in Virginia Beach is not guilty by reason of insanity. That's right. Virginia Beach, Virginia. The mother of 2-year-old girl found unalive with toxic levels of Benadryl in her body at Virginia Beach Cuddy Shark Hotel in August of 22 has been found not guilty for reasons of insanity. The mother was 38 at the time, had checked into the ocean front after losing custody battle in Washington, D.C., court records showed. She faced charges of aggravated red room and child abuse of her daughter, who was found having acute dihydroxamine tox. In other words, she was ODing on Benadryl after the autopsy. The mother pled not guilty for reason of insanity, and Wednesday the judge accepted her plea. She will face a conditional release hearing in March to determine whether she'll be committed to a behavioral health facility. In an interview before the verdict this week, the father spoke and to an affiliated partner, blah, blah, blah. I never imagined, obviously, she would ever be capable of doing something like this. Detectives also said they found the baby unconscious on the floor of the motel, blocking the doorway. The mother. Foaming at the mouth. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the child. Bobby has been granted sole custody 2 days prior to the incident, but the mother still retained 50% custody. The mother was also unconscious. So it was unfortunately, it's what we call a attempted red room self-harm situation. So anyway, I know we had talked about this case quickly at one point. We did not follow it, but I did want to share that. Military trains consistently. If your special forces, airborne ranger, sniper, paratrooper are training. These officers should be training and qualifying much more. I don't disagree. And these officers are writing these policies should know this training back and forth and back. It should be muscle memory for them as well. I agree. That is very true. Military attitude on training. So thought is, if you are not training, you are not living. It is the same for sailors at sea, train on everything. Yeah, firefighters. I mean, if you're truly doing your job and you're truly doing what you need to be doing, then you would be training on everything.
Yeah.
On everything.
My brother
All right.
was a marksman with the Marines, and they literally traveled him around the world. He got every medal and thing that there was, because if he was awake, he had a gun in his hand. Oh, he had
Good shooter.
he had a lead shooter in his hand.
Well, but the other thing is you have to train in different environments. Snipers train in every environment that they can put them in because you never know when they're going to be.
Yeah.
City, country, deserts, the worst snow, and fire. I mean, they're training. So it breaks my heart to know that all across America, now I'm worried, all across America, how much training are our school police officers truly getting?
Not much.
I think enough. From what
No.
I'm hearing, not enough. I think they do it once a year here.
They're looking for warm bodies to be in the hallways.
Yeah. All right, back to it.
Well,
okay. Well, our deaf person went back to work. They had a break, so I'm not going to interpret for now. But if they pop on, I'll start interpreting.
all right. Well, I will see you tomorrow.
Bye, love. Thanks for hopping in.
Stress. You said something, and again, please don't take this as a criticism. I know you had limited things you can use when you have a mobile course. Because you were asked, I think Mr. Turner asked you about, does the curriculum discuss how to handle fear? And you say, yes, we discuss handling fear. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yeah, that is correct.
And I believe your answer was, you teach them to take deep breaths.
That's one of the ways to get your heart rate back under control.
Yeah, so the only way to handle fear is to put yourself in fearful situations. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair enough, yes.
That's stress inoculation. You
Yes.
inoculate yourself little by little. I mean, we do it in combat sports also. You do light sparring, touch sparring, then you do light sparring, and then then you go at it.
Yes.
And now it's a full stress you're in. But you inoculate yourself little by little to that full contact fighting.
And in
Similar
military,
to
they
this.
call it desensitization.
You
Yes.
desensitize yourself to contact or to fearful situations or stress, and that prepares you for that. And again, you have to do what you have to do. This course didn't cover stuff like that.
In lecture, as best we could.
Yes, sir.
In the field, no, we did not.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Just one question. If a door is locked, it can give more time to an officer to neutralize the threat, correct?
Correct, yes.
That is if an officer is moving toward the gunfire, correct?
Correct.
Whether a door is locked or not, if an officer is not moving toward the gunfire, it doesn't matter.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Say that again, sir. Yes, I think so, but say that
Whether
again.
a door is locked or not, if you have an officer that's not moving toward the gunfire, it really doesn't matter.
It doesn't help. Yeah, so yes, it doesn't matter.
That's what.
And an officer has to know where the threat is to move towards it, correct?
That certainly helps, yes.
That's the witness, Judge.
That was a question.
Recall.
No, Your Honor.
No, Judge.
Okay, sir, thank you very much. You are excused. Once again, the rule was invoked, so we'd appreciate it if you don't talk about the case until your word's over.
Understood.
Thank you. Next one.
State House Christopher Salinas. May we approach, Your Honor?
I think you're on the way.
Do you know what I've noticed? We've not had a whole lot of sidebars in this trial. That's a good thing. That means it's running well. It's going good. Yes. What did you guys think about that witness? I mean, it was informative. At least we know where he got his training, who did the training. I don't know, for those of you who have mild asthma, not a commercial, not sponsored, I've always had a portable nebulizer, and mine that I had was like 10 years old. Oh my gosh, I loved it. Well, unfortunately, it died, so they ordered me a new one. We're going to see how it works. Not live, but if it works good, I'll let you know. But anybody who has asthma, these are so cheap now. I remember when I first got my first one, it literally was like, this doesn't have a charge. It literally was like $150, $200. Now they're like $30.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Christopher Salinas.
Mr. Salinas, where do you currently reside? Don't give us the address, but just the town that you reside in.
Uvalde, Texas.
And in May of 2022, where were you living?
In Uvalde, Texas.
And I'm gonna go ahead and take you back to May 24th of 2022. Are you the father of Samuel Salinas?
Yes, I am.
And just so we know, how many children do you have?
I have 4.
And is Samuel your third child?
Correct.
What grade was Samuel in on May 24th of 2022?
4th grade.
And how old was he at the time?
9.
9 years old. And was he, where was he going to school on that day?
At Robb Elementary.
And who was his teacher?
Ms. Garcia.
And was that in
Room
room
112.
112? And was there something going on that day, something special for him?
Yeah, just a party after the day of school.
Is it-
Celebration of the end of the school year.
Okay. And was there an award ceremony that day?
Correct.
And do you know if Samuel did receive an award that day?
I do believe he did, yes.
Now, you were at work that day.
Correct.
Okay, but did you receive a text from the school?
I did receive a lockdown, I believe, text.
Okay. And when did you become aware that it was something more serious, that it was a serious situation?
When I got the phone call from the hospital.
Okay. And was that the Uvalde Memorial Hospital?
Correct.
And when did you see Samuel on May 24th?
After I got back from the call, then I left work. So it was about 2.5 hours later when I saw him.
Okay. And I was at the hospital?
Correct.
And what was he at the hospital for?
He was shot this time
Where was he shot at?
on his right thigh.
And did he have shrapnel in his right thigh?
Correct.
Now, does he still have those shrapnels and those bullet fragments in his right thigh?
Yes.
And what is he able to resume activities because of the shrapnel?
Very limited.
Okay. Explain to the jury his injury.
His gunshot wound to his left thigh. He can walk. Very limited. He has pain all the time on his right thigh. So he puts more weight on his left thigh, on his left leg, so he won't feel so much pain on this gunshot wound where he got his nerves and everything. So he complains a lot of pain through any exercise activities, walking, running. He'll do it, but then the next day he can't get up or walk or anything because of the pain is so severe for him.
Okay. Now, is there certain things that trigger Samuel or bother him that you've noticed since May 24th?
Mm-hmm.
And can you explain to the jury what those triggering events are?
Popping sounds, slamming doors, loud arguments, just violence on TV, things of that nature.
What about any particular colors?
Red.
And why red?
I think it's just a picture of what he saw in the classroom.
Okay. And have you seen Samuel disassociating with certain members of your family? Okay. And have you seen him instead only gravitating to certain members of your family? Okay. And who would that person be?
My oldest son, Sebastian.
Now, Mr. Salinas, is the child that you picked up from the hospital on May 24th the same child that was taken to school that day?
No.
Okay. That's the witness.
I proceed.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
That's me.
Hey, Mr. Salinas, my name is Jason Goss. I'm sorry to hear about how Samuel is still suffering. I am relieved that you still have it, and I just wish the best for you. Okay? I'll pass it.
Redirect. He passed. Did you have any
Oh,
redirect?
I'm sorry, Ron. No redirect.
Okay, recall either side.
No, Mayor.
Chris, sir, you are now released from the subpoena. You're now subject to recall. You're free to leave or stay, whatever you want to do. We just ask you don't discuss the testimony you gave in court until you're aware the case is over with. Thank you. Next one is
The state calls Mercedes Salas.
no, we're gonna need. That's fine. Good afternoon. Julie, your right hand, please. You do solemnly swear the evidence in the testimony you're giving this cause will be the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, take your time, and we're gonna have a seat over here in the witness stand, right behind, right in front of the bed. Proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Please state your full name for the record.
I'm Mercedes Salas.
And Ms. Salas, where are you currently employed?
Uvalde CISD.
And what is your job position?
Fourth grade teacher.
In May of 2022, where were you employed?
UCISD.
And what was your job position then?
Fourth grade teacher.
And in May of 2022, what campus did you work at?
Robb Elementary.
And how long had you been working at Robb Elementary as of May of 2022?
Since we had the reconstruction, so I want to say about 8 years.
And what grades did you teach in May of 2022?
Fourth grade.
Now, you said the construction, were you,
The reconstruction because we were zoned before.
okay,
So now since they moved us, so first, second, this campus, third, fourth, this campus.
okay. And so was Robb Elementary, did it have new and old buildings also?
Yes.
Okay, and was the fourth grade building considered a new building?
Yes.
Okay, and that's where you worked?
Correct.
I'm gonna pull up for you what's been previously admitted as a state's exhibit. You got a pointer there right in front of you. And we're gonna ask you to kind of show us, where was your classroom in the fourth grade building?
106.
106. Thank you. Now, I want you to explain to the jury when, at the time in May of 22, when you walked into your classroom, what is it that we would see when we walk into your classroom?
Okay. My door is right here. And my desk is right here. Had a window here, a window here. My library area, my views on it was right here. And my desk were
And did you have one of those kidney-shaped desks?
No, mine was just a regular wooden rectangular
Okay,
desk. It was a good size.
okay, good. Now, you began the year at Robb, so 2021, 2022 school year, is that right?
Yes.
And now, I'm going to ask you to explain to the jury as far as what your understanding is of what a lockdown is.
A lockdown is we turn off the lights, make sure that our door is locked, and we are out of sight.
And had you received training as a teacher for the Uvalde Independent School District on lockdowns?
Yes.
And who provided those trainings?
Some years it was administration. Some years we would have officers that would come and do our training. So it does depend.
When you say officers, do you mean law enforcement officers for the Uvalde School District?
Correct.
Okay. Now, how often was that training? Was it once a year, twice a year?
The lockdowns were once a year.
Now, who provided the training to the children?
We did, teachers.
The teachers did? Okay. And what did you train them to do?
I trained them that we have to hide. We have to be very quiet. And I always told them don't sit next to a friend because we're going to talk.
Okay.
So, and I would turn off the lights and I would make sure our door was locked.
Now, how often did the children receive training on lockdowns?
Every single time we had a drill, we would practice our training.
Now, as far as the training, what you're sitting there with lights out, doors locked, everybody quiet. What are you waiting for to end the drill or the lockdown?
Our admin would come on the intercom and they would tell us that it was clear and they would say it twice.
Now, that's for the drills. What about if it was a real situation?
We were told as some law enforcement would let us know somehow.
Okay.
So we'll just wait.
Now, Ms. Salas, I'm going to take you back to May 24th of 2022. What were your normal work hours on that day?
That day I had morning duty, so I was there at 7.
Okay. And was that bus duty?
Yes.
And after you had bus duty, what did you do that day?
I went to my classroom and we started our writings. We had work to do, so.
Now, was that a special day? Was there anything going on special for that day for Robb Elementary?
Yes, we had our ceremonies.
Award ceremony?
Award ceremony, yeah.
And what time was your award ceremony?
Can't remember the time, but I know we were rushed out of the cafeteria because second grade was gonna come. So maybe 10:45, I'm not quite sure.
What did you do with your students after the award ceremony?
We went to our classroom and they wanted to watch a movie, Zootopia.
Zootopia?
Mhm.
Okay. And where were you around 11:30?
At 11:30, I was in my classroom.
Okay. And were the lights off while y'all were watching this movie?
Yes,
Okay. Do you remember how many students you had at the time?
16.
16. Is that how many I started the day with you?
No, I had a few that went home
Just a
after the
few?
ceremony.
16 is still a pretty good number.
Yes, we were gonna have snow cones at the end of the day,
And so the children,
so they wanted to have a snow cone.
okay. Now, around this time, did something that you hear catch your attention?
Yes,
And what was that?
a gunshot.
And what did you do when you heard the gunshot?
Well, at first I heard one gunshot because we were all watching the movie. Then I heard a gunshot and that registered and I just looked up. And then I heard, but it was far when I heard it. Then I heard a second one and that one was really close to the building. And one of my students heard the gunshot and he looked at me with panic. He's like, gunshot. I'm like, I just nodded yes, because I didn't want the other kids to hear.
Okay, and then what did you do?
I immediately started locking down my classroom.
Okay, so at this point, you only heard gunshots,
Mhm.
and you have a student that's heard a gunshot, and you immediately go on lockdown.
Yes.
And what did you do? When you say you went on lockdown, what did you do? You already had your lights out.
Right, I had my lights they were off, and my kids were scattered because they were laying down comfortable in their little pillows and stuff. So I started grabbing them and said, "Come on, guys, let's go, let's sit down." They're like, "But why, miss?" I said, "You don't worry about it. Let's just do it." So they started doing it, and so I'm going through a list in my head, making sure I'm doing everything that I need to do. And then I received a Raptor alert at 11:32.
Okay.
And the last thing I had to do was to make sure that my door was locked, which it was locked. I normally kept my door locked.
Okay.
It was always locked,
Okay.
but I just had to make sure it really, really was.
Okay. So when you said made sure, what did you do to make sure that the door was locked?
I stepped out of my classroom
And what did you
and
do?
I slammed my door to make sure, it was, and then I wiggled to make sure it didn't open. So I knew my door was locked.
Now, what were your instructions? I want to be kind of clear with the jury. What were your instructions to your kids at this lockdown?
My instruction to the kids were, we're going to hide. We're going to be very, very quiet. And they did.
Now, did you stop the movie?
Oh, yes, we paused the movie. The movie had to be paused. We couldn't have any sounds in the room.
Did you pause it or one of the children?
One of the kids paused it because they were close to the ViewSonic.
And did you tell that child to do it or they knew to do it?
They knew to do it.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you look outside your window?
As I was looking in my room, scanning my room to make sure all my kiddos didn't stay closer, because I had some in my library area because it's a comfortable place. And I was in the library area, it was right above a window.
Okay. Now, so did any one of your students help you lock the door?
No, they did not help me lock the door. I went outside by myself, but one of them was following me because every drill, he always liked to follow me, to do the drill. He's like, "Miss, it's just a drill, miss. I can open the door for you, miss. I can follow you." I said, this time it was different. I told him, "You can't follow me." But he was relentless. "I have to follow you. I do this every time with you." I said, "But not today. It's different today."
And you knew it was different because of why?
Because I heard the gunshots.
Okay. So at the time that you're locking the door, are you hearing more gunshots?
At that point, no. I stepped outside, and because the way we were built inside, I was able to turn and I looked south just to see, make sure nobody was out there. And then I was gonna turn to look north, but I was the first classroom. But something inside of me said, "Don't stick your head out."
Okay.
So I did it, and I quickly went back into my classroom.
Now, do you remember any odor at this particular time? Anything that
Not at that time.
okay. What were your students doing at this time?
My kids were sitting down except for one student.
Okay.
One student was standing, and as soon as I went into my classroom, I saw him standing, and I said, "You have to sit." And I grabbed him and I just went down with him like that. And as soon as I did that, I heard a gunshot inside the hallway.
Okay. Now, while y'all are down and you're sitting down, what's going through your mind? Can you explain that to the jury?
When I heard the gunshot in the hallway?
Yes.
Okay, when I heard the gunshot in the hallway, I immediately texted my family.
Okay.
And I said, "Gunshots in the hallway, pray for us." I texted my husband, my daughter, and my son.
What were your students doing at this time?
They were sitting quietly because they heard them too. And I didn't want them to hear anything else, so I told them, "You need to pray." So you need to pray. And I couldn't say it loud, and I had a lot of kids, so I just put my hands up.
Now, What is going through your mind? Do you think you're sufficiently protected at this point?
No, I knew I was not protected, and for that reason, I knelt. I was on my knees because I figured if someone comes in my door, I need to protect my students. So I looked at 3 chairs that I had close to me, and I figured, okay, I have chairs. I can throw chairs, and I can quickly get up. That's why I stay kneeling, because I can get up really quick, and I can just start throwing the 3 chairs that were right there close to me. And at that point, one of my students said, "Mrs. Ellis," and I turned and I looked, and he had a pair of scissors. And I looked at him, I'm like, okay. I didn't tell him to put them away because those scissors made him feel safe.
Did any of your other students grab scissors?
I think a few more, but I'm not quite sure.
What could you hear as the shots were going off?
Before the gunshots started going off, I heard pounding. I heard pounding, like if somebody was pounding on my door, like the rattle of my doorknob. And then I thought someone's trying to get in my room. So I started praying. I was just praying to God, like, protect my door, shield my wall. And after that, then I heard a lot of gunshots. And after hearing so many gunshots, I started smelling gunpowder.
Did you hear any children at this time?
I heard kids screaming. And when they screamed, I heard the gunshots. Then I didn't hear them anymore. So I knew something happened to them because I couldn't hear them anymore. And whoever it was, I knew he was close to my room because I could just smell it. And I could hear the kids before he shot them.
But after that, you didn't hear any more screaming?
No.
Based on where you were, do you believe the children and the students in your classroom heard the same thing?
Yes, because one of my kids said, "Miss Ellis, they're screaming." And I said, "I know, mija," because it was one of my girls, and I said, "They're screaming because they're scared just like you." I had to fight at them.
And what did you tell your children to do at this point?
I just told them to keep on praying.
You tell them to keep being quiet?
Yes, I told them just to be quiet and to keep on praying.
Now, why is it that you kept telling the children to be quiet?
Because of the smell of the gunpowder, I knew whoever it was, he was close to my room. And I didn't want that person to hear that we were in there.
So the whole time you're still thinking about how to protect your kids?
Yes, I kept on staring at my door, making sure no one came in through my door, and I kept on looking at my chairs that I had there. So I figured, okay, I can do this.
Now, were you eventually evacuated, Ms. Salas, from your classroom?
Eventually, yes, I was.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury how you eventually got out of that classroom?
Someone through the window said, "Is anyone in there?" And my kid said, "Miss, someone's there. The police is there." And I thought, I said, okay, no, because they haven't identified. I didn't say that to them, but I was just thinking, in my head, I was like, okay, they haven't identified who they were, so we're going to keep on being quiet.
And can you tell the jury why that is? Why somebody's saying, the police, but they haven't identified themselves, why you're reluctant to respond? Can you explain to the jury why that is?
Because they didn't identify themselves. They didn't say this is the police.
Is that part of your training?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then what did you do?
So then I told my kids to be quiet. And then I heard them say again, "Is anyone in there?" They screamed, "Is anyone in there?" And I told my kids, like this, to be quiet. And then after that, I heard my windows breaking. And I just stared at my windows. and I saw a baton at the end. So I figured, okay, these must be officers because who else would carry a baton? So that's when I told my kids, okay, let's get up and let's go.
And were the officers rushing to get your kids out of that classroom?
They were,
Okay. Now, who was the last one out of your classroom?
me.
And why is that?
When my last kiddo got out, I turned back and I started walking back to my classroom, to the middle of my room,
And why is that?
because I had to make sure nobody stayed frozen.
No one's left behind.
It could have been a possibility. They were scary.
But you wanted to make sure that every student was out.
Yes. So I remember walking back to the officer that told me, ma'am, you got to get out now. I remember walking in and I did my hand and I said, you need to wait.
Yeah.
You just have to wait. I have to make sure none of my kids are in there.
Wait,
So
boo.
I turned around and I went back again to the middle of my room and I looked and I looked and I looked again. And then I turned around in the middle of the room and I remember saying, okay, I'm ready to go.
And is that when you exited the room?
That's when I exited the room.
I really love that. You gotta wait. I gotta check. That's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Just to clarify, your windows were not shot out.
No.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what your thoughts are about your students that day during this event?
My kids were so brave, being so close to danger. They listened to my instructions to survive. I was very proud of them.
Pass the witness.
May I proceed, Judge?
Please.
Ms. Salas, my name is Jason Goss. I'm one of the lawyers who represents Adrian, and I have a few questions for you. I think, I want to start out and just say, we all appreciate that you protected those kids walking through their training. You're proud of them. I can see why. I think when that glass broke and you realized that the police had come to get you out, what did you feel like at that time?
At the moment, I felt that someone was finally there to help us.
Okay, and relief.
Yes, I did feel relief.
Because I'm sure you had every right to, you thought, especially with somebody jiggling at your door handle, you thought you were ready to die.
I did. I made peace with God.
That's right. And that's terrible. It's terrible that anybody would ever have to experience that. I want to talk about, but when the police got you out, that was
a sign of relief.
Yeah, sure. So the door handle, it's one of the things you testified to. You were very direct about, and even to the point of, you've already heard a gunshot, and that's why you're starting to lock down, right?
Right.
And you still go out of your room to make sure that door's locked.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, you just have to say yes or no.
I'm sorry, yes.
Yes, sure. So you go out and check it, and here's one of the things that I haven't been clear on. I know that you have to use a key to lock and unlock the door.
Right.
And if the door is in a locked position, the ability is you can open it from the inside.
Correct.
But no one can open it
from the outside.
Right. So even if you made sure it was locked, you would then stick your key in it.
Right, to unlock it and lock it back, correct.
And then go back.
To get in.
Sure. So, and there was a time before you started hearing those gunshots in the hallway when you knew that there was a shooter inside of the school, that you said somebody was jiggling your handle, or you heard your handle jiggle. Is that right?
Right. Are you talking about the gunshots outside or already inside?
In the hallway.
Okay, yes. After the gunshot, then that's when I heard that.
And so somebody trying to.
Right.
And I think at the time you assumed it was the shooter.
Yes.
And couldn't get in because your door was shut.
Correct.
And so your training and locking the door and making sure it was locked, if that is indeed the shooter, like you suspected, that stopped him from getting into your room.
Correct.
you know, as far as I saw, or I think I heard you testify that you had been, at that point, at Robb, you had been at Robb for 8 years.
Right, since the reconstruction.
Right, so 8 years from 2022 is 2014?
Yes, about 2014.
And it was your first year at Robb, 2014, but not your first year teaching.
No, that year was not my first year at Robb.
I think we have a critter in the attic.
Of the 2022? Or?
No, 2014.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes. Before I was at Anthony Elementary.
Right, because I think, or maybe I saw it in your statement, you've been a teacher for about 15 years in 2020.
Since 2008.
Okay, so your first year at Robb, what room were you teaching?
Room 111.
And at a point during this, did you recognize the person who you now know as the shooter?
Yes.
And that person was one of your students in 111?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
While he was in 4th grade?
Yes.
Oh, no.
That caused you pain. I asked you that.
Oh, my gosh. I wish you would have told me the captions drop down. Sometimes they slide down. Oh, my gosh. I didn't realize. Oh, my gosh. Breaking news. ICE agent struck by Renee Good's vehicle suffered internal bleeding to the torso, reported by the DHS. I don't know if it's true or not. It just hit the news. So I thought I'd tell you.
It's a classroom like the other classrooms, but
Oh,
a person who's been in 111
for
might know the
student.
teachers of 111 because they had been there.
Correct.
I'll pass it.
No more questions, Your Honor. She's excused.
Not subject to recall. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, you are excused. You're welcome to stay or welcome to leave. We just ask, since the rule's been invoked, don't discuss the case with anybody until you know it's over with. Thank you very much.
Y'all, that's horrible. Boo. We're going to zoom. Next, we have a Uvalde female police officer who was, I think, the scene.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you introduce yourself, please, to the jury?
Yes, my name is Ruby Gonzales.
Ms. Gonzales, I can tell you're a police officer.
Yes, sir.
Who are you with?
The Uvalde Police Department.
How long have you been with the Uvalde Police Department?
Approximately a year and a half.
And before you worked at the Uvalde Police Department, where did you work?
I was employed with the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District Police Department.
How long were you at the Uvalde Consolidated Independent School District Police Department?
About a year, give or take. Maybe a little over a year.
So when did you start?
In July of 2021, I believe.
And that was your first job as a police officer?
No, sir.
What was your first job as a police officer?
My first full-time job as a police officer was with the city of Uvalde.
And that was when?
In December of 2016.
Is that what started your law enforcement career in 2016?
Full-time, yes, sir.
And before that, you were part-time?
Yes, sir.
And tell us about that.
I was a reserve officer for the city of Junction.
Of what?
The city of Junction.
Junction?
Oh, I know where that is.
So when were you a reserve officer?
Junction's just north of me.
For 4 months, and then I got an opportunity to come work for the city of Uvalde.
And what is a reserve officer?
It's just a officer that your license is being held by that department. If they need you to work any type of security or anything like that, That's pretty much what you do. If they're short on shifts or they need coverage somewhere, you just go in and you cover that for that
Is it a
department.
paid position or a volunteer position?
It's a volunteer position.
So you don't get paid,
No, sir.
but your commission is held, and what does that mean?
That means that my license will be active, so I'd still be able to work any other type of employment that is available to officers.
And what is your commission? How do you get a commission?
By the agency. So they hold your license for a certain, however long you want to stay employed as a reserve officer. And that's what it is. They just hold your license.
Do you have to have training to be a reserve officer?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
You have to be a licensed peace officer with the state of Texas.
So you have to go through basic police officer training
Yes, sir.
and pass that.
Yes, sir.
When did you do that?
In August of 2015, I believe.
What got you in law enforcement?
My family, they're all law enforcement.
And so you chose to go into law enforcement. You made application, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that for each job that you just discussed with us, whether it's a reserve officer in Junction, the school district, the city of Uvalde, you make application to work there?
Yes, sir.
And if I understand correctly, you went to Uvalde Police Department first. Was that a full-time or part-time job?
That was full time.
And what did you do?
I was a full-time peace officer.
And what were your duties?
Traffic, enforcing traffic laws, investigating crimes, maintaining the peace, things like that.
Maintaining the peace?
Yes, sir.
Did that require making arrests?
Yes, sir.
Putting handcuffs on people?
Yes, sir.
And from there, you decided to apply at the school district police department?
Yes, sir.
What caused that change?
Just where I was at in life, I had a lot of other things going on in my personal life, and I felt like I needed just a change of pace.
Okay. And was this a change of pace?
Yes, sir.
So you went to work for the school district police department?
Yes, sir.
And how many people were at the police department when you went to work for them?
I believe there was 5 of us.
And can you name who they were and the rank?
Yes, sir. My chief of police was Chief Arredondo. My lieutenant was Lieutenant Hernandez. Then I had a coworker, Officer Ruiz, Officer Flores, Officer Gonzales, and myself.
And so you named 3 ranks, is that correct?
2.
There's a police chief,
Yes, and then there was just a lieutenant.
a lieutenant
Yes, sir.
below the police chief,
It was, yes, sir.
that rank?
Yes, sir.
And then what was the rank of the rest of you?
Just peace officers, just school-based officers.
And is rank important if you're being told to do something?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
Anytime you're given a directive from somebody who holds a higher position than you have to abide by what they're telling you.
And you've been both at Junction, the city of Uvalde, and the school district. Is that true for all 3 of those
Yes, sir.
police departments you've worked in?
Yes, sir.
That they have ranks
Yes, sir.
and you abide by the people that are above you?
Yes, sir.
So at the school district, who was the person of highest rank?
Chief Arredondo.
And what was your jurisdiction at the school district?
All the campuses within Uvalde Independent School District.
And that was y'all's primary jurisdiction?
Yes, sir.
So that if something happened on the campus, who was required to be the people that responded?
We would.
The school district?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Even though it's in the city of Uvalde,
Yes, sir.
the school district police officers handle problems within the city,
Within the school district, yes, sir.
within the school district. So on May 24th, 2022, were you working that day?
Yes, sir.
What was your shift?
I can't recall if I was a 7 to 3 or the 8 to 4.
But at any rate, no later than 8 o'clock, you went to work.
Yes, sir.
And where did you go to work?
That day I was at Morales Junior High.
And what were you doing at Morales Junior High?
I was covering the school for another officer.
For another officer?
Yes, sir.
So were officers assigned to specific campuses?
Somewhat, it varied, just depending on where we were needed at most.
Would you describe that for us?
Yes, sir. So typically the high school, you would have more officers responding there just because you deal with a little bit more because the students are older. Secondly, you would have an officer assigned to the middle school. So that would be like the second tier. So you would have an officer designated at that school at all times as well.
And how many middle schools were there?
I believe just one.
Okay. And how many officers were assigned at the high school?
I believe 3. Yes, I believe 3.
And then elementary schools, did they have officers assigned specifically?
No, sir.
How did y'all handle elementary schools?
We would rotate. How Chief Arredondo wanted us to do it was if we came in as the 7 to 3 o'clock person or 7 to 4 o'clock person, that officer would typically rotate to the elementary schools.
And what does rotate to the elementary schools mean?
You're making rounds, you're ensuring doors are locked, showing the administration in the main office that you're there, you're available if they need anything, and then if they give you the all clear that you were okay to go, you would move on to the next school. And you pretty much did that same rotation throughout this district.
So one of y'all's duties was to make sure doors were locked?
Yes, sir.
And if doors weren't locked, what did you do?
We'd bring it up to the administration and let them know, or we address it to the teacher.
Excuse me?
We bring it up to administration or we'd address it to the teacher.
Okay. And who was on that rotation to the elementary schools to check to see if doors were locked?
Can you say that again?
What officers within the school district were assigned to that rotation to go to the elementary schools and make sure the doors were locked?
It was all of us.
Was that you?
Yes, sir.
Did it include Adrian Gonzales?
Yes, sir.
And y'all made sure that that was part of y'all's regular routine?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the term lockdown procedure?
Yes, sir.
What was your familiarity with lockdown procedure?
Out of sight, lights off, doors locked, and stay out of view.
And did you have anything to do with the training on the lockdown procedure?
Not that I remember.
Okay. That was done primarily by the administration.
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure.
If other officers in your department did that, that's not something you're familiar with?
No, sir.
And as a school district police officer, was there requirements for training that was different from your training with the police department?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
We had to take a school-based law enforcement course.
A school-based law enforcement course?
Yes, I believe it was online. It was an online course that we took.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
In addition to that, did you take active shooter training?
Yes, sir.
Where did you take that?
That was hosted at the Uvalde High School.
And who was teaching that course?
I believe it was taught by 2. I believe it was Officer Ruiz and Officer Gonzales.
Is that Adrian Gonzales?
Yes.
And that's the man who's sitting in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And how long was that course?
8 hours
And where did you take it?
at the Uvalde High School.
And was the course divided into classroom as well as field work, or was it just classroom, just field work? Explain that to us.
The morning was The classwork portion of it in the afternoon was more of like a hands-on version of it. They run you through scenarios,
They would do what?
like run you through scenarios.
Scenarios?
So
Did that include solo entry?
I believe so.
That is one-man entry?
Yes.
So on May 24, 2022, you worked that day?
Yes, sir.
When did your shift start approximately?
Give or take around 8 a.m.
And what did you do as part of your shift?
I responded to, I was at Morales Junior High. I was in the courtyard area while the kids arrived for school, rotated to the cafeteria, back down to the playground area. Once the bell rang, we walked the hallways to ensure that the students went into their classrooms, checked the restrooms, make sure nobody was in there, like skipping classes. And then the kids broke for lunch.
Okay. So that took most of your morning?
Yes, sir.
And when did you break for lunch?
I believe the students left for lunch at around 11, between 11 and 12, I'm not 100%.
What did you do then when the kids broke for lunch?
I left campus as well
And where did you go?
to go get lunch
And where did you go to get lunch?
at my residence.
How far is your residence from Robb Elementary School?
Maybe less than a mile, about a mile.
Okay. And did you get to finish your lunch?
No, sir.
What, if anything, interrupted lunch?
I heard gunshots when I was outside of my residence.
And what were you doing
That's
outside
bad.
your residence?
I was taking my dog out.
The part going home is to take care of your dog.
Just, yes, sir. If I'm able to.
They get a little noon walk or something?
No,
like
sir,
that?
just to use the restroom.
Okay, very good. So your dog, you and your dog were outside and you hear gunshots.
Yes, sir.
That was your first notice?
Yes, sir.
And did you have your uniform on?
No, sir.
Tell us about that.
I took off my uniform when I went inside. I used the restroom, came back out, put my dog on the leash, and that's when we went outside.
Is part of your uniform uncomfortable?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
The duty belt and the undervest.
The what?
The duty belt and the undervest. It's
The duty belt and the undervest?
Yes, sir.
So you take those off when you can, just for comfort.
Yes, sir.
And the undervest, is that a bulletproof vest?
Yes, sir.
Is that assigned to all of the officers at the school district?
Yes, sir.
And the duty belt includes a firearm?
Yes, sir.
And does the school district actually provide y'all with weapons?
At the time, yes, we had the handgun.
Handguns?
Yes, sir.
Were there any rifles?
No, sir.
Okay, so just a handgun for school district officers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you heard the gunshots, could you tell where they were coming from?
At first, no, sir.
Okay, and then what?
I went inside. I took my dog, I went inside, and that's when I heard on the radio something about a vehicle accident or I think it was a vehicle accident that occurred first.
And did that have anything to do with the gunshots you heard as far as you were concerned at that time?
No, sir.
Okay. So what, did you receive additional information?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what that was.
Shortly after that, I heard an officer go over the radio saying shots fired at the school.
And did you recognize that voice?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
That was Sergeant Coronado.
Sergeant Coronado?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do when you heard Sergeant Coronado say that there were shots fired at the school?
I grabbed my duty belt, excuse me. I grabbed my duty belt and I got in my police unit and went to the school.
Okay, so once you heard that there were shots fired, you went to the
So is she saying she left her vest at home? No. Oh my gosh.
school.
Yes, sir.
And what happened, when you got to the school, describe what you saw.
I arrived off of Old Carrizo Road. So I parked my unit at that intersection of Old Carrizo and West Cargill.
And why did you park there?
It's just the way I came from my residence. I parked my unit, I blocked off that road, and then I started going towards the school from where the cafeteria is.
And so you had to get to the school from where you parked on Old Carrizo Road.
Yes, sir.
And what route did you take?
I just cut straight. What route did I take from my house to get to the school?
Well, no, ma'am, from after you parked.
I just ran straight across the road. Old Carrizo is right across the street from Robb Elementary. So I cut through the parking lot where it's a small parking lot, I guess, where they have some of the faculty park. So I just cut through there.
And did you say you ran?
Yes, yes. Sir.
And what caused you to run?
Just the sense of urgency.
And where did you run?
To the outer wings where they have the classrooms.
Which classrooms?
I believe it's maybe the second grade wing, second or third, possibly.
Okay. And what did you see there?
There was other officers in that general area.
Okay. And so what did you do?
I met with some of the Border Patrol agents that were there as well. They were talking about needing to get keys to start evacuating children.
Okay. And so do you know how long it was from when you heard gunshots that you actually got there?
I do not know, sir.
Okay. Because it took until Coronado said gunshots, and then you had to get dressed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you ran. I drove and then ran.
Yes, sir.
To your location. When you got there, tell us how many officers were there.
Where I initially showed up, there was maybe about 10, possibly.
And did you ever go to the fourth grade wing?
I did, yes, sir.
And tell us what you saw there.
There was officers outside of where the building was. They were conducting crowd control of the people that were showing up. There was vehicles parked in the roadway. There was a bus parked in the roadway. Some ambulances.
So by the time you got there, they'd already summoned ambulances and buses.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as far as number of officers around the fourth grade wing, how many officers did you see approximately, if you know?
I can't give an approximate number.
And did you go into the fourth grade hallway?
No, sir.
Tell us why.
Just the amount of police cars and things that I saw outside. I felt like if I was to have gone in there, it would have just taken up more space.
Okay. Was the hallway full of officers?
Yes, sir.
And can at some point that become a dangerous situation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you did not inject yourself where there was already a hallway full of officers?
No, sir. I made use somewhere else. There was other things that needed to be done.
So once the hallway is full, then you find other things to do?
Yes, sir.
And how do you find other things to do?
I ask around, ask other officers who have been in that area longer than I have if they needed anything or what they need of me to do.
So as an officer, you arrive at the scene and you go to people who've been there before you.
Yes, sir.
And why do you go to the people that are there before you?
To get information. They can relay any type of information that they may have. Given that they've been there on the scene longer than I have, they have certain details that I'm not aware of.
And is that standard when you go to a crime scene?
Yes, sir.
To ask the people that are already there because they have greater information?
Yes, sir.
And do you rely on that information as you make decisions?
Yes, sir.
And in this case, What did you do?
One of the officers said the road needs to get cleared for additional buses. So I moved some police cars that were blocking the roadway. I assisted with some of the crowd control,
Tell us about the crowd control.
some of the parents and people that live in the neighborhood were standing like near the roadway. So one of the officers had instructed me to kind of keep them back, keep them at a safe distance.
Did that take a significant number of officers to do crowd control?
Yes, sir.
And you joined in on that?
Yes, sir.
And when we say crowd control, was that around most of the building?
I'm not sure. It was just where I was out
Where
at
did
the
you
moment. I went at the intersection of Bettis Street and Geraldine.
Okay. And you did crowd control there?
Yes, sir.
For how
long? Give or take maybe 10 minutes or so.
Okay. And did you see Chief Arredondo there?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you go to the south door of the 4th grade wing?
No, sir.
Okay. But Robb Elementary is the school district's jurisdiction?
Yes, sir.
And who is the highest person in law enforcement in that jurisdiction?
That would be Chief Arredondo.
Pass the witness.
Thank you, Jason.
Officer Gonzales, we've never met before, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you ever testified before?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, this is cross-examination. I'm gonna ask you questions. I may push back on some of the things you said, but it's not to be disrespectful or to question your character. There's serious allegations, and so I need to ask some serious questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you don't understand my question, just ask me to repeat it, and I'm happy to do that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what did you review in preparation for your testimony today?
As far as what do you mean?
Anything. What did you review? Video, statements, reports?
Oh, no, sir. I didn't review anything.
Nothing.
No, sir.
Did you prepare any reports after this incident?
No, sir.
No one asked you, Rangers didn't ask you to make a report or just to notify, annotate anything?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
Are you going off of your memory?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And since this horrible incident, obviously there's been a lot of media, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've seen a lot of the media, I'm sure.
Yes, sir.
And there's been a lot of talk about this, right?
Yes, sir.
So we're gonna try to have you focus back on what you think you were perceiving and seeing at that time. Is that fair? Is that okay, officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you talked about jurisdiction. I'm not sure whether the government asked you questions about your jurisdiction with all the campuses in the district. Did you hear him ask you that?
Yes, sir.
But there were certain officers designated to certain schools.
Yes, sir.
Like Robb Elementary did not have a designated officer.
No, sir.
You know that Adrian was designated to the high school.
Yes, sir.
And that was his full-time position.
Yes, sir.
He was not designated to Robb.
Yes, sir.
None of you were.
Yes, sir.
But actually, and I know you know this, as a Texas peace officer, the whole state of Texas is your jurisdiction.
Yes, sir.
And you can make an arrest anywhere. That's a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
An agency holds your license to make sure that you're a peace officer, but as a Texas peace officer, if you're in Lubbock, you can make an arrest if there's an arrest made in your presence.
Yes, sir.
An offense, sorry, thank you, Jason. If there's an offense done in your presence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so because Adrian wasn't assigned to Robb Elementary, he didn't have the keys to Robb Elementary.
Yes, sir.
And so I want to talk about keys because you were asked about lockdown procedures. The police department played a role in teaching lockdown procedures, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Have you ever been part of that teaching curriculum?
Not that I'm aware of.
And And when you mean not that you're aware of, what do you mean by that?
I mean, I put on presentations at the school, but it was more towards underage drinking, vaping, things like that. It's possible that I may have contributed somehow.
Okay. And when you say you made a presentation at the school, are you a subject matter expert in underage drinking?
No, sir.
So anybody can just give a presentation and you're really a facilitator. You're just clicking through slides and you're presenting information that somebody else created. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And anybody can do that. Someone can put on a training, but really they're just clicking through slides and facilitating information that somebody else put together. That happens often.
Yes, sir.
That's what you did with this underage drinking one, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on the lockdown procedure, you know this from your experience that all school doors should always be locked.
Yes, sir.
Because they asked you a question about officers going around to check if doors were locked, right?
Yes, sir.
And is that because, unfortunately, there was a kind of a culture of teachers leaving doors unlocked for convenience so that they can get in and out of these school classrooms?
Yes, sir.
And you heard of the magnet system, right?
Yes, sir.
And so teachers in that whole district, approved by some of the schools, would be used this magnet system to where if a door was technically locked, you could use that magnet system to stop the latch from catching on the frame, correct?
Yes, sir.
And because they didn't have a key fob process in and out, it would be convenient for either a student or really substitutes to get in and out because they didn't have keys, right?
Yes, sir.
But that was, and I'm not being disrespectful, we just have to talk about this. I mean, that culture was against, I was going to use the word antithetical, but it's against the procedures of the school district, right?
Yes, sir.
Because those doors have to be locked.
Yes, sir.
Now, one second. Now, when it comes to lockdown procedure, will you go through the steps that a teacher should follow when a lockdown has been called?
Ensure that the doors are locked, turn off the lights, close blinds, get the students out of view.
And out of view, because if somebody has bad intentions, has a weapon, if they're looking in classrooms, they're going to see if there's someone in a classroom that'll catch their attention to go in, correct?
Yes, sir.
And time is of the essence. The government's been using that phrase, and I agree with it. Time is of the essence on these active shooter situations, right?
Yes, sir.
And those locked doors give law enforcement like yourself time to be notified, and we'll talk about the Raptor system in a second, to be notified so you can respond and hopefully engage someone with bad intentions and neutralize them.
Yes, sir.
Right? And so the first layer of defense is the school building itself to be locked.
Yes, sir.
And that's why it has to be locked.
Yes, sir.
Correct. The second layer of defense are those individual classrooms, and they have to be locked.
Yes, sir.
Right. And the only defense that these teachers and these precious children have, the only defense they have is those locked doors.
Yes, sir.
All the other things that you described are tactics to not be seen, but that's not a defense, right?
Yes, sir.
So if children were underneath the table hiding, but the door wasn't locked, that does them no good.
Correct.
And you know that unfortunately on May 24th, 2022, Robb Elementary, the building doors were not locked, correct?
Correct.
And you know now that room 111 was not locked.
Correct.
Some of your training for active shooter, you said was 8 hours?
I believe so.
Was some of that online or is that another training you were talking about?
No, that was a separate training.
But some of the training, and it's not your fault, it's just because you have to get these qualifications. Some of them can be done on a computer screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, your active training, the government asked you about it, was an 8-hour training, and you said that Officer Ruiz and Officer Agent Gonzales facilitated that, right?
Yes, sir.
And facilitated meaning that they did some classroom, right? The morning was classroom, right?
Yes, sir.
And the afternoon, you classified it as hands-on. But do you know the term stress inoculation?
No, sir.
Okay. Stress inoculation, and you did some of the training, if you don't understand that's the labeling of it, is where you're placed in a stressful situation where your heart rate is up. You're trying to recreate a similar situation that you may deal with to inoculate you, get used to that circumstance in real life. That's part of your training in the academy?
Yes, sir.
And you have combatives?
Yes, sir.
And you have hand-to-hand, open hand techniques?
Yes, sir.
You have control techniques, because you can't always punch or strike somebody, right?
Yes, sir.
And in your academy, you have open hand strikes, correct?
Yes, sir.
You can use forearms.
Yes, sir.
God forbid, sometimes you can use an elbow, right?
Yes, sir.
Hammer fists,
Yes, sir.
elbows,
Yes, sir.
knees. And so all that can be done, but then also you can use manipulation tools where you're manipulating someone to get handcuffs on them without having to strike them, right?
Yes, sir.
And then in the continuum of use of force, some officers have an asp, right?
Yes, sir.
In the old days, I'm an older dude, they had a baton.
Yes, sir.
You have tasers,
Yes, sir.
and then you have your sidearm
Yes, sir.
with backup magazines,
Yes, sir.
and you have handcuffs.
Yes, sir.
So all of those are use of force that you're trained into, and some of those you're trained to inoculate, to do those under stressful situations. So hopefully you don't need to, but if you need to, you can perform well.
Yes, sir.
So with this afternoon scenarios that you had with Adrian and Officer Ruiz, it was more of a conversation. Is that fair to say?
Yeah. Yes. Yes, sir.
Right? I mean, you guys didn't go through the school and use Robb Elementary or one of the high schools to simulate an active shooter.
So they ran us through some scenarios like in the auditorium area. I don't know if that's more or less what you're.
No,
what
it's
you're
not,
implying.
but let's talk about that because I want to go where you want to go. So the auditorium is a big area which has kind of escalated seating, right?
Yes, sir.
And so it's mainly for plays or for gatherings or maybe pep rallies. That's what that's used for more. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
In the auditorium at the high school, there's rooms on the behind the main area.
At the high school?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're gonna all my questions are in relation to Robb Elementary, okay?
Okay.
And in your afternoon portion of the scenarios, you didn't have a hallway with different rooms that you cleared hallways and you got into a stressful situation. Do you know what stacking is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you guys didn't train in active, realistic stacking to where you're down a fatal funnel. The jury's heard a lot about a fatal funnel. You know what that is, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so, and then under stress, work rooms and clear a school. You didn't do that in the afternoon, right?
No, sir.
You essentially maybe walked through or talked about scenarios that if this happens, keep this in mind, and you're planning suggestions, right?
Yes, sir.
This, in 8 hours, if you split that up, 4 hours in classroom, you're 4 hours of talking about scenarios, essentially.
Yes, sir.
And so Adrian, Officer Gonzales and Officer Ruiz essentially facilitated it and talked about it. And then everyone, it was kind of a group discussion based off you're reading a manual, you're reading a curriculum that somebody else gave them, like you did with the underage drinking. And then everyone's talking about what they trained before.
Yes, sir.
Essentially, right?
Yes, sir.
And when the government asked you, did you guys go over solo training? You paused, and I wrote it down. You said, I believe so, but you're not sure.
No, sir.
Right. And so solo training is very different than stacking and active shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know that in active shooter training, it's usually done with some type of long rifle.
Yes, sir.
M4, AR-15.
Yes, sir.
And then your sidearm is your secondary weapon.
Yes, sir.
And so when someone stacks, there's usually a shield, and then people are behind them, and they're moving. At some point, once you breach a room, people are going to break off, clear a room, and then hopefully engage the attacker.
Yes, sir.
The bad guy. And then you guys didn't do that.
No, sir.
Have you ever trained in breaching a door?
No, sir.
And that's not typical training for a school police officer. And I'm not being condescending or disrespectful. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but that's not typical for a school district police officer, right?
No, sir.
But even though you haven't been trained in this, you know that there's a difference between breaching a door that opens inward versus open outward, correct?
Yes, sir.
On outward, you need tools, and the jury's heard about the tools you need.
Objection, she said she has not been through that training, Your Honor.
But she
So
says she knows
this
about
would be
it.
beyond her. It'd be speculation if she hadn't been trained in it.
Okay, only answer if you know, ma'am. Go ahead. I'll overrule objection.
They don't want me to ask you these questions, but do you understand this
All I'm
training?
gonna ask the questions that they know, not that they speculate about, Your Honor.
Yeah, I just only answer if you know.
Okay, that was bad taste. He shouldn't have said that. They don't want you to answer. That was in bad
your own
taste.
Personal knowledge.
Yes, sir.
Understood?
Yes, sir.
Have you heard through your training experience, not personally, but you know about outward doors breaching an outward swinging door, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know that you can't kick open an outward swinging door.
Yes, sir.
You don't need special training to know that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you know that there's tools needed to breach an outward swinging doors. I'm not asking you how to do it. You just know there's tools needed, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all I was gonna ask you. Now, on
That
May
was a
24,
jab.
2022, am I moving too fast?
No, sir.
Okay, and you know if I get a little passionate, it's not towards you, okay, Officer Gonzalez? It's not you at all, okay? So just bear with me, and if you think I'm, just tell me to, hey, Nico, calm down, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. You said you left to have lunch at home.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I believe you testified you live, without giving the address, you live less than a mile from Robb Elementary.
Yes, sir.
And you heard gunshots?
Yes, sir.
And then I believe you said that you have a bulletproof vest that you put back on. Do you know if it's rated for long rifle or just for handgun?
I'm not sure.
They don't let you know that when it's probably for just a handgun, or you don't know?
I'm not sure, sir.
Okay. But then you said.
Honey
you heard-
boo, honey boo,
Initially, you
honey
heard there was a
boo,
few
honey
shots.
boo. You need to know what your vest is rated for. If you don't know what your vest is rated for, when you go home tonight, Mija, you better look, because your life is in the hands of what that vest is. Oh, that drives me crazy. I don't know about you, June or Angela, but that drives me crazy. You have a tool and you don't know what it's rated for?
And then that would be a 1050, correct?
Y'all.
And when I say 1050, different things that are called in, different incidents that are called in have a labeling.
Yes, sir.
And so at 1050, and then you believe you heard Sergeant Coronado say that it was shots fired.
Yes, sir.
Right? Did you later come to find out and know that Sergeant Coronado, Officer Salcedo, and Officer Mendoza were actually on the west side of Robb Elementary before the shooter made it into the building? Did you find that out later on?
I believe it was mentioned. Yes, sir.
And so you don't know where Sergeant Coronado was when he put this out on the radio. You believe it was him. Are you sure it was him, or do you think it was Adrian?
I believe it was Sergeant Coronado.
Why do you think it was him?
I distinctly remember hearing him yell into the radio.
Okay. But he's not your sergeant, because he's not with he's with Uvalde, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you don't know where Sergeant was, whether he was at the corner you later found out, or where he was, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that you got there and you got there quickly. And I want to bring your attention to that, because you described this jury based off questions from the government, but it seemed like you condensed time. So I want to make sure we go piece by piece, okay?
Mhm.
Did I hear you correctly? That when you got there, you parked on Old Carrizos, and where else? What was the other street?
West Cargyle.
West
Cargyle Street?
Cargyle. Okay. Where is that in relation to Robb Elementary? I know I can approach this, sorry. You already gave me permission. Lock's right here.
So it's right here.
You can use this.
No, it's just right here.
Can you see, Bob? Why did you park that far away?
Just that's the route I took to get to the school from my residence.
But if that's the route you take, and I'm just asking, I'm not criticizing, I just would know. If Robb Elementary's here and you heard shots fired, did you relate shots fired to Robb Elementary, or you just heard shots fired, you didn't know where it was at?
I just heard the shots fired. I wasn't aware of where it was at.
But it seems like you were going to Robb Elementary. At what point did you orientate yourself to Robb Elementary, and why did you know it was here? How?
They said I heard on the radio he's shots fired, he's going towards the school, and I just
You
made the
reassessed.
assumption.
Okay. So you reassessed, and then in your mind, you parked here.
No, sir, I parked further down.
Where?
Right about here.
Okay, here. So you actually went to the front of the school.
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. Then that's my mistake. And then when you came in here, you entered onto the campus.
Yes, sir.
And then I believe you said on direct examination that you ran into Border Patrol agents already.
Yes, sir.
How long did it take you to get to the school?
Maybe about
2 minutes.
3 minutes, roughly.
Right, and I know it's hard to sometimes. So you're telling this jury within 2 to 3 minutes, Border Patrol agents were already at the school.
I saw one, yes.
Okay. And what other officers? Because you mentioned a number of officers. You said How many officers there? The government asked you and you said possibly 10. How many agencies did you see from that side of the school?
Maybe about 2 to 3 agencies.
Okay, so 10 officers within 2 to 3 minutes of that shots fired, within 2 to 3 minutes, there were 3 agencies and 10 officers roughly.
Yes, sir.
And that doesn't include, because you're on the other side, you're on the, I guess technically the east side, even though that's the front of the school.
Yes.
That doesn't include, now you know that Sergeant Coronado, Officer Mendoza, and Officer Saucedo were here, right? You know that now.
Yes, sir.
And you know that they were there with line of sight, and the shooter was on the west side of the building before he went into the building.
Yes,
Correct?
Sir. Yes, sir.
But these 10 officers were on the east side, so that doesn't include the 3 officers on the west side, and then Adrian was on the southeast side.
Yes, sir.
Correct? Did they tell you at that time what time they got? Because they were there before you, so if it took you 2 to 3 minutes, they were already out of their vehicles, right?
Yes, sir.
So they were there. What were they doing?
I'm not sure, sir.
Were they taking cover? Were they walking around? Were they pacing? What were they doing?
When I started speaking with them, they were standing like in the breezeway of where the office is.
They weren't running to the gunshots?
No, sir.
And so you understand the government's theory is that every time a gun was fired, with the shit. Well, I mean, I asked her if she understands it. If she doesn't, she can say no.
I'll sustain objection.
And so you have 10 officers from 2 or 3 agencies standing in the breezeway, not running to the gunfire, but yet you proceeded towards the building though. You did.
Yes, sir.
Had you heard more shots by that time?
No, sir.
Had you heard any shots when you got on at the scene?
No, sir.
At any point did you hear any shots?
No, sir.
How close did you get to the building?
I think at one point I was by the fence area off of Geraldine Street.
Well, you said that you went to the actual hallway, but you saw there was a lot of officers in there, a lot of officers. And so you said that you wanted to be helpful, so you said that, I want to use your words, there were other things needed to be done.
Yes, sir.
And I'm gonna ask you what those were, okay? But so at some point you knew that there was a lot of, so by the time you got there, you arrived, if I tell you, and the government can correct me also, if I tell you that you arrived at 11:35:42, does that sound about right?
Possibly, yes, sir.
Right, and are you aware that the monster got into the building at 11:32:58 roughly?
Yes, sir.
Shots fired, 3 minutes, so you're actually it took you 2 to 3 minutes to get there, right?
Yes, sir.
And even though it took you 2 to 3 minutes to get there at 11:35:42, 10 officers were already there on the east side, 2 to 3 different agencies, and then you had 3 officers on the corner with line of sight on the west side of the building, correct?
Yes, sir.
And none of them were running to the gunfire.
No, sir.
Are you aware now, and if you didn't hear it, you didn't hear it, but are you aware now that there were gunshots after 11:35:42?
No, sir.
You're not aware of that?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, I want to bring you back to when you were at home, just before we continue. From your house, you said you heard a gunfire. How close do you live to Dia Street?
Maybe like roughly 0.2 miles.
So you're closer to Dia Street than you are to Robb Elementary.
Yes, sir.
And you know now that there was a gunfire at Dia Street, right?
Yes, sir.
Because that same monster shot his own grandma in the face.
Yes, sir.
On Dia Street.
Yes, sir.
Before he goes to murder children and to try to kill cops, right?
Yes, sir.
And so it makes sense what you testified. You heard the shot before you heard the 1050 wreck.
Yes, sir.
Because the wreck happened as that animal was trying to get away from what he thought was a murder of his grandma.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes,
and
sir.
so you heard the shot on Dia Street of his grandma. That coward tries to go away, then he wrecks the car, and then that's when the 1050 comes out, the accident.
Yes, sir.
And so that's actually consistent. So when you said there was other things that needed to be done, you described some of them. Do you agree that the most important thing that needed to be done was to get those children out of the school?
Yes, sir.
But yet, and I'm not bragging on you, I'm just saying, but there was a lot of officers that weren't doing that. They were formulating a plan, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you went to do crowd control.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Officer Gonzales. Pass the witness, Judge.
So you, when you got there, you heard no shots,
No, sir.
and you got there within about 3 minutes.
Yes, sir.
So all of the shooting, as far as you were concerned, had been accomplished by the time you got there.
Yes, sir.
You couldn't have done anything to stop it after 3 minutes.
No, sir.
So those first 3 minutes were very important.
Yes, sir.
I knew he was going to go there.
And
I love these little things.
talked a moment,
Sorry.
I'm not sure the relevance of it, but you talked a moment about the hand-to-hand combat techniques you had, so that you would understand the stress, and somehow that stress inoculates you so you can act when you need to.
Yes, sir.
When did that training occur?
That one occurred in the academy.
The
And
basic academy?
yes, sir.
And did you have any training since then?
No, sir.
So it was one-time training,
Yes, sir.
and that was enough for you to have the stressful inoculation that the defense was asking about.
Yes, sir.
And finally, it's safe to say that you were a co-worker of Adrian Gonzales, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
This is hard for you.
Yes, sir.
Prefer not to be here.
Yes, sir.
But you did talk to Texas Ranger about who said shots fired, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Let's see if this refreshes your memory, this blue line.
Yes, sir.
And who was it that you heard say shots fired?
At this time, Officer Adrian Gonzales.
Not Coronado, but Adrian Gonzales. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Has it?
So when I was asking that question, you were mistaken. I was right when I said it was Mr. Gonzalez, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Or at least appears to be that way.
Yes, sir.
Right, okay. And so the government asked you all of the shooting had accomplished by the time you arrived.
Yes,
Remember that question?
Yes, sir.
And you arrived at 11:35:42.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that at 11:35:43, there were shots fired in room
Since
111?
you said that that's all the shots fired you heard, Your Honor, that has to be speculation.
Well, no, this is from Texas Ranger report, Judge. The
It doesn't
same
matter.
report that they're
Those
referring to.
reports from what she saw or heard. That's what I'm asking the
Yeah,
limitation.
I guess, ma'am, if you said all the shots were done, you're gonna say you don't know that, but it's your personal knowledge.
That's
So
right.
I'll rule the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. And so, do you know that at 11:35:43, there were shots fired in room 111, 1 second after you got there?
No, sir.
Do you know that at 11:35:44, there were shots fired?
No, sir.
At 11:35:44, another shot fired.
No, sir.
11:35:51, shots fired.
No, sir.
11:35:51, shot fired.
No, sir.
11:35:51, shot fired.
No, sir.
11:35:52, shots fired.
No, sir.
11:35:52, shot fired.
No, sir.
11:35:52, shot fired.
No, sir.
11:35:56, shot fired.
No, sir.
11:35:57, shots fired.
No, sir.
I'm gonna stop. But so all the shooting hadn't been done at 11:35:42, correct? Obviously.
Yes, from what you're saying, yes, sir.
Yeah, and I'm not blaming you. I'm just trying to bring light to this. But there were 10 officers on the scene on the east side, and there were 3 officers that saw this person before he went into the building, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's the witness, Judge.
And I was just asking, as far as you were concerned, you testified that you didn't hear any shots. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And so just based on what you knew,
Yes, sir.
is that a fair way to do things, to testify about what you know?
Yes, sir.
Let other people testify about what they know.
Yes, sir.
That's the witness.
Anything else?
No more questions, Judge. Thank you, officer.
Recall either side.
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, the rule's been invoked in this case. You are released from the subpoena. You're released to go. But please don't talk about the case with anybody until you're aware the trial's over.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you your afternoon recess. Let's take about 10, 15 minutes. Let everyone rise for the jury, please.
I'm here. I'm here. I just went and got me some coffee, and I love this mug. These mugs are made from England, and it is a very good quality porcelain, so it holds temperature wonderfully. But they're not as big as the other mugs that I have. So they don't, it fills to the brim. Yes, it does. Okay, I think we can zoom. I think.
Dispatch.
Okay, let me get the banners. We got people coming in. I can hear them.
Okay, please be seated in order. Ladies and gentlemen, witness has been sworn outside your presence. You may proceed when you're ready, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Yes, I'm Myra Landry.
And Ms. Landry, what do you do for a living?
I'm a 911 communications supervisor
How long have you been a 911 communications supervisor?
for 11 years.
And who do you work with?
Uvalde Police Department.
Has that been for the past 11 years?
No, it's been for the past 17 years.
Excuse me?
17 years?
Okay, so before you were the 911 communications supervisor, you had another job with the police department?
Yes, I was a 911 dispatcher.
A dispatcher?
Yes.
Okay. So you worked your way up from dispatcher to supervisor?
Yes, sir.
So let's start at the very beginning then. What is a 911 dispatcher?
It's a 911 emergency call taker that I guess it can be different. Every agency is different, but they assist with taking 911 calls or non-emergency calls, and they also route officers to calls for service.
Okay. So they can get 911 calls in and then they can tell officers where to go.
Correct.
And do you have to be certified to work in the 911 office?
Correct, yes.
And tell us about the certification.
Within a year of your employment with an agency, you would have to attend a 2-week training in order for you to get your license to be a 911 dispatcher.
And what is the training for a dispatcher like?
I mean, you have to attend several trainings for it as far as like what to do as far as like entering anything in the system or, radio etiquette or anything like that.
Okay, let's start with the dispatch room in Uvalde for the Uvalde Police Department.
Okay.
Could you describe the room for us and how it is equipped?
So the room it's small. We have a total of 3 consoles. However, only 2 are fully equipped with 911 and radio.
Unless you're San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, LA, most of these smaller towns, the rooms are like the size of my bedroom. They're very tiny.
Okay, so
you are very close to people all day.
What is a console?
It's just a workstation for a 911 dispatcher.
So you have 3 places for dispatchers to sit.
Correct.
And that's called the console?
Correct.
And how is the console equipped?
It has about 6 monitors. On each monitor, it has different softwares for different agencies that we dispatch for.
And so by monitor, are we talking about something like a small screen, a small TV screen?
Yes.
Like that?
A computer
Bigger
monitor.
than that, dude.
There's 6 in each console?
Correct.
And does each console have a different 6 screens? Or are they the same screens, just 3 times?
No, it's I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're trying to say.
That's because it was a horrible question. You have 3 consoles. Each console has 6 screens.
Mm-hmm.
Are those screens for each person sitting in the console identical?
No, except for the 2 on top, which are designated for 911 only.
Okay. So tell us then what each screen is dedicated to, if it is.
So we have 2 that are dedicated for 911. One of them shows the 911 maps, and the other one just shows where the call is coming from, the call information. The other four we each individually have for, two of them are usually for the main agencies that we dispatch for, their CAD program, which is just a program on where we type in the calls for service.
Okay. So the top two, I want to start with that then. The top two screens are dedicated exclusively to 911 calls.
Correct.
So that you can see where the call is coming from, as well as a map of it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you record 911 calls?
Yes.
And are those recordings done automatically?
Yes.
And are they done by an instrument that also attaches a time to that recording?
Yes.
And so that if we wanted to recover a 911 call and went back, we could not only recover the contents of the call, but we could also recover what time that call came according to what the machine attached to that number.
Correct.
And it's somewhat accurate, at least within minutes. Is that correct?
Yes.
But maybe not milliseconds.
Correct.
Okay. And so now we've covered the 911 calls, and then there's four other screens. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Describe
Yes.
what those are for.
Like I mentioned earlier, two of them are set for the two major agencies that we dispatch for.
How many agencies do you dispatch for?
Total, we dispatch for 17 agencies.
17 agencies out
Yes.
of Uvalde.
Yes.
Could you tell us just in general terms, are all of those agencies law enforcement?
Most of them, yes, including EMS and fire.
So you have law enforcement, EMS, which is emergency medical,
Yes.
and the fire department.
Correct.
Are there any other purposes for the dispatch consoles or screens?
Designated for them? No.
Okay. And so out of the city of Uvalde, you dispatch not only for the city police,
Correct.
you also dispatch for the sheriff's office,
Correct.
the school district,
Yes.
and who else?
Sometimes if
Fire,
needed,
police,
we will
EMS,
dispatch for
volunteer.
TPS, Texas Department of Public Safety.
They do.
And in the surrounding little cities that we.
They'll do volunteer firefighter, the paid department, volunteer first responders, paid first responders, such as EMS. They'll do the police. They'll do DPS. They'll do state troopers, and they have a few little towns around them. So they have probably about 10, I believe, in that area. I could look it up. I think about 10-ish different agencies that they take calls for.
We have in Uvalde.
So you reach out and help other smaller communities?
Correct.
Okay. And as far as the dispatch consoles, those differ from a 911 call?
Yes.
Tell us how it differs.
I'm sorry. You said say that one more time?
The dispatch consoles are different from the 911?
Yes, I guess you could say yeah.
I guess describe for us what these four screens show a dispatcher.
So
Okay, I really want to know why he's going into this deep of a detail. I got to be honest, because there was not problems with the dispatch that I know of. Do you guys know of? Could comment below. I don't recall there being a dispatch problem per se, other than the fact that their radios from the school were not getting out of the building. He had to go out of the building. That may be what she's talking about, but I think he's getting into the weeds a little bit. In my humblest of opinions, y'all.
So the four screens, one of the screen is for a program that we do call for service, and that's for the Uvalde Police Department, and then some of like the smaller entities that we dispatch for. And then the Uvalde County Sheriff's Office has their own software that we do calls for service for on another screen. And the other two, we just have either, our daily email up or, just for, or the recording system is also up too as well, just in case we need it to replay something.
And so if a call comes in, whether from 911 or from dispatch, Does the dispatcher then able to direct services to what is needed?
Yes.
Tell us how that works.
As far as like when we receive a call or
Let's start with a 911 call.
Mhm.
It comes in.
correct.
The dispatcher can talk on that 911 call,
Mhm.
and it's recorded.
Yes.
And if it's a call for service for police department or fire,
Mhm.
tell us what the dispatcher does.
The dispatcher would get the call information from the caller who's calling it in. We would do a call for service, which is, and then we would just type out the address. And depending on the, I guess, jurisdiction, whether it's city or county, we would dispatch who needed to be responding to that location.
And when you dispatch, does it go out to all of the agencies that you serve?
Not necessarily. Again,
Tell
it
us
just
about
depends
that.
on the jurisdiction.
I'm sorry.
Again, it just depends on the jurisdiction.
And so if you have a call that just needs to go to EMS, you can direct the call just to the radios that are tuned to that channel? Is that
Correct. Yes.
And if you want it to go out to more than one agency, how do you do that?
We would just, there's a thing that we could do, which is called a patch, and we can patch two channels together so the way that the same information can go out. But we only do that if it's like a, I guess if it's like something that all agencies are going to be responding to maybe. But if not, then we would just broadcast on each individual channel.
And then each agency has their own channel?
For the most part, yes, but it's just mainly, we have, Uvalde Police Department has their own channel, but there's a separate channel which the sheriff's office is, and that's where a lot of the other agencies communicate with dispatchmen.
Okay. And so the radios that the police officers have, are they allowed to change channels and listen to other agencies?
Yes.
Okay. So it's just a matter of tuning to a channel. Y'all can choose to dispatch to one channel, but anybody can choose to pick up that channel.
Correct.
Okay. So we've talked about then a 911 calling in, and then dispatch can send somebody to that area, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to that, can police officers talk to dispatch?
Yes.
And how does that occur?
Just the way we would dispatch a call for service out for them through the radio.
Okay. And so it just comes in on a different screen is the only difference?
No, it'll be on the same screen, the same radio that we communicate with them on.
Okay. And when a police officer dispatches or sends information to dispatch, can his fellow officers also hear that?
Yes, if they are on the same channel or not scanning.
Okay. But if you're on a different agency, it just may depend on if you're on that channel or not.
Correct.
Now, in addition to 911 calls being recorded and the time recorded on that, are dispatch calls also recorded?
The non-emergency lines?
Yes.
Yes.
And on those emergency dispatches, does the recording instrument also attach a time that it came in?
Correct.
And once again, close within minutes, but perhaps not seconds or
Yes, sir.
milliseconds.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And so how many dispatchers do you have working at one time?
Right now it's 2.
And back in 2022, how many did you have?
2 including myself, so 3.
So 3 total? And who were the other 2?
Working that day or?
On May 24th, 2022.
Do I say their full name or?
Yes, please.
It would be Gianna Santianes and Samantha Diaz.
And were you there also?
Yes.
So there were 3 people in the room on May 24th, 2022?
Correct.
And did it become extremely busy at that time?
Yes.
At about what time did it become busy?
Probably around 11:30 in the morning.
Okay, and can you tell us what happened?
Yes, we received a 911 call stating of a accident that was near the funeral home in Uvalde, Texas.
And did you actually hear that call come in?
Yes, I was in the same room.
Okay. And when the call came in, it was a 911 call?
Correct.
And did y'all dispatch from that call?
Yes.
And who did that dispatching?
Which dispatcher dispatched it out? Samantha Diaz, I
Samantha
believe.
Diaz?
Yes.
Okay. Relayed that information out to what agencies would receive that?
Uvalde Police Department.
Because it happened in the city of Uvalde.
That is correct.
And what agencies normally listen to the Uvalde Police Department channel?
That I wouldn't be able to be specific on.
Does the school district have their own channel?
No.
And so what channel are they assigned?
They could come in on either channel, which is the SO channel, the Sheriff's Office channel, or the Uvalde Police Department channel, whichever.
So just on their unit, they can turn it to either one of those channels and monitor that information.
Correct. Unless they're scanning, then they would come on either or.
And so did the dispatch office of the Uvalde Police Department receive a subpoena for phone calls, 911 calls, as well as dispatch from the period of 11/29 to 11/36/05?
Yes.
And did you help comply with that?
Yes.
And did you, in doing that, did you include all 911 calls
Yes.
that were recorded?
Yes.
And that would be all that came in
Yes.
and stamped with the time?
Correct.
And did you also comply by putting together all the dispatch, whether from a law enforcement agency to dispatch or from dispatch back to law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And are each of those dispatch calls, are they fair and accurate representations of what happened?
Yes, sir.
And that's the whole purpose of making the recordings.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Showing you State Exhibit 1039 and 1039A, does that appear to be the same kind of time increments that were on these dispatch calls that you provided as pursuant to the subpoena?
Yes, sir.
Read off of State's Exhibit 1039 and 1039A. That's just the. No. As far as the dispatch times that are here, these are just the times the instrument placed on the dispatch times. Is that correct?
That's the time that the 911 recording, that's the format of it, yes.
And the format is to place it on there.
Correct.
But y'all didn't make any efforts to try to synchronize this with actual time. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
I guess what I mean is, did you just lift the information and provide it to the people that issued the subpoena?
Yes.
You didn't make, and nor should you, make any attempts to synchronize the time so that they were actually accurate as to real time?
No.
With that addition, Your Honor, the state offers exhibits 1039 and 1039A.
What's the word? Objection, no objection?
Yeah, Your Honor, can we approach?
Talking about sidebar. Y'all, these are addicting. Those are these little itty bitty wafer thin things.
Synchronize the times, correct?
Correct.
It's to provide the information that your instruments provide you.
That is correct.
And if somebody else synchronized that time so that it was more accurate, you would have no objection to the accuracy that they provided. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you didn't review their work?
No.
So you're not trying to comment on it, but you just don't object if a synchronized time may be different from what the instrument actually placed on.
Correct.
Is that sufficient?
Any objection?
In that case, Your Honor, we have no objection.
It's admitted.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Your witness, Mr. Hilliard.
Sorry, Judge, thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Landry.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
I'm okay.
Good. My name is Gary Hilliard. We've
Counsel,
never met.
can you use a microphone?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Is that better?
Is it on?
Is that better? Okay. Ma'am, my name's Gary Hilliard. We haven't met before.
No.
No. And you asked some questions for you.
Okay.
I'm one of the attorneys who represents Adrian. And I have your permission to ask you some questions.
Yes.
There are no trick questions, right? Just want to ask you about your experience and your experiences leading up to the events of May the 24th, 2022.
Okay.
Is that okay? All right. So I think you said that you were a dispatcher for 6 years. Is that correct?
About, yes, sir.
So approximately, and all of your experience has been with UPD, right? Uvalde Police Department.
Correct.
So you're a dispatcher for 6 years.
Yes.
So that means basically someone phones the police, you pick up the phone, take the call, you type something into the console that the prosecutor was talking about, right?
Correct.
Decide which unit or agency is appropriate,
Yes.
because sometimes people are calling for the fire department.
Yes.
You take those calls.
Correct.
Sometimes you need to send EMS.
Yes.
You take those calls.
Yes.
So you take the call, you notate it in your system.
Yes.
Right? And then you will transmit it, probably with a device similar to this,
Correct.
over the radio by pressing a button,
Yes.
right, and activating the appropriate unit with their call sign.
Correct.
And that's called, is that radio protocol?
Yes.
So, and would it be correct to say that you wake the other unit?
I want to ask a question. How many of y'all have ever actually heard a real 911 call out? My neck of the woods, just give a quick example because somebody made a comment in another media format. What does it actually sound like? In mine, it would be Engine 1 Med 2 or Engine 1 EMS 2. We have a rollover accident on loop 534. Please respond on channel 2. That because I'm fire EMS. And that is basically it. And then when we call back, we go Med 1 to dispatch. Dispatch will pick up and we'll receive the information, more detailed information. But it's not a big drawn out thing. But the biggest thing is that they have to distinguish who's getting the call. In our neck of the woods, if I understand it correct, dispatch is the one that, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, I'll explain later. I lost my thought.
First,
Sorry.
For example, you would say, I don't know, Uvalde 123 control or Uvalde something like that, right?
Correct.
And that would give that person, well, Uvalde 123, they're calling me,
Yes.
right, from Uvalde. And they would do the opposite.
Yes.
And that is how you know who you're dispatching, right?
Correct.
And they would acknowledge that call.
Yes.
So they would say received, control, something like that.
Yes.
According to a protocol in their training.
Correct.
And they use, and there's code words like 1050, right? Code numbers.
Yes.
1050. That is
Yeah,
traffic
1018,
accident.
1050,
Yes.
1022.
You know, people see it on the TV, people say like 10-4 to confirm that they've received it,
Yes.
right? Or received.
Yes.
You hear people say Roger, right?
Yes.
I don't know why, it's just something that's developed over time, right?
I say received,
They've
copy.
heard and received.
Correct.
And that's basically how that works. And I don't know how it is now, but at the time, so you did that for 6 years, sorry.
About, yes.
And then you promoted to become the supervisor.
Correct.
So would it be fair to say that being the supervisor in the dispatch, I want to call it the control room because you're in control of stuff, but in dispatch, that means that you kind of got a back seat a little bit and you are
watching your dispatchers and you will help when appropriate, right?
Yes,
Is that a fair statement?
that's correct.
Right, and so, the prosecutor asked you about the dispatch room and the equipment, and I would imagine they're kind of desks like this where you've got a TV screen
Yes.
or a computer screen, right? But would it be fair to say that back in, at the time of this incident, in the dispatch, when you received 911 calls, they were received on a telephone?
Correct.
So, you know, it's not a cell phone, right? But
Right.
not someone would phone emergency, whatever that is, and one of this dispatchers would pick up a telephone and speak into it, right?
Correct.
Because the reason I ask that is that can be going on. For example, you phone me and I'm the dispatcher. I'm talking to you on the telephone,
Yes.
right? I'm the person, I'm the call taker, right? You'd
Yes.
say that person is the call taker.
Yes.
I'm the call taker in a hypothetical. And let's say, for example, I need to transmit that to a unit on the ground. I'm also the dispatcher,
Correct.
right? So because, why ask in that case? Because on some of the 911s that the prosecutor just offered, you can hear like, how would you describe it? Like crossover, if you like. You can hear the phone call and you can hear someone being dispatched on the radio.
Correct.
Right? So sometimes it's confusing to the ear, right?
Yes.
It must be confusing to you sometimes.
Yes, it can be.
But you've done it for a long time, so you've got so much experience, you can key into the voices.
Yes.
Right? But so when we listen to these calls, you're going to hear someone dialing 911 and the content of that call with the dispatcher taking it, the call taker taking it, and dispatching units in the background.
Yes.
And then you can also hear sometimes the unit's response
Yes.
on the 911 call.
Correct.
So when the jury hears it, it gives them notice to listen. You're going to hear the response of the units on the ground.
Yes.
Because you'll hear, for example, you'll hear there is a 911 call that is in evidence. And I'm sure you've heard it from Miss Maureen. Are you aware of that one?
Possibly.
Yeah, one of the two. I think it's one of the ones on your. It's been put into evidence already. Yes. But we have to acknowledge they're disturbing phone calls, right?
Yes.
And this must have been a very difficult day for you, right?
Yes.
And so I promise you, I come from a place of respect when I ask these questions, and none of it's a criticism, right? But
yes.
It's a disturbing phone call, and it's very sad that when you're hearing Miss Maureen talk, you can hear officers on the ground saying things, right?
Yes.
So, and it's awful, and you can hear Miss Maureen describing the incident. The jury has seen the video, but and when it happened at the time, we warned the jury, but you can hear Adrian transmitting things, right?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, because you worked in what year did you start there?
2009.
2009. So you worked and dispatched radio transmissions for Adrian for a while, right?
Yes.
Because he worked for Uvalde PD.
Correct.
And then he went over to the school police, right?
Yes.
So you recognize his voice.
Yes.
So I mean, we hear at least at one occasion when Miss Maureen says that the killer goes into the school. At the same time, you hear Adrian saying he's going around the west side of the building towards the school, right?
I believe so.
Remember that? Right. So at the time, there were no headphones in the control room or in the dispatch.
Correct.
Do you have them now?
No.
Still not now?
No.
Okay. And I wanted to talk to you very briefly about the timestamps on we say timestamps. So when someone makes a 911 call, the system automatically records it.
Correct.
Right. And when you make a dispatch, the system automatically records it.
Yes.
And that, you call that a timestamp.
Yes.
Right. And I believe that you said to the prosecutor they're somewhat accurate.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Yeah. And what I mean by that is that you don't set the time on that
No.
machine, right? That's done automatically.
Correct.
So you have no knowledge how that's done.
Correct.
Right, so sometimes they can be off. Right?
Yes.
That's the point I'm trying to get at. That's why Mr. Turner asked you those questions
Okay.
a minute ago. Now that is no fault of your own, right?
Correct.
Yeah, it's just the way the computer and the system works.
Yes.
Right. So I want to talk to you about the radio transmissions that came in and the dispatch calls that came in on the day of this incident.
Okay.
Right, because you were interviewed a couple of times, right, as a result of this.
Yes.
You were interviewed by the Texas Rangers.
Yes.
Right, and they asked you about certain phone calls that you supervised, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then you were also interviewed later by Jesse Prado, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree the first interview was kind of short with the Texas Rangers?
Yes.
I think that was a telephone interview, right?
Correct.
And then you later spoke to Mr. Prado,
Yes.
right? And so you'd agree that, and again, have you been involved with critical incidents before?
Yes.
When I say a critical incident, what do you describe as a critical incident? Because you've been involved with them, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
How would you describe a critical incident?
I mean, it could vary, but suicide or just anything.
Would it be fair to say that it's multiple agencies, right?
Yes.
And lots of officers, right?
Yes.
And you have to coordinate a big response to an incident. That's also called a critical incident.
Yes.
Right, and you'd agree that in your experience, right, because you've done a lot of the prosecution about your trade and your experience, in a critical incident, the communications are an important piece.
Correct.
A vital piece of the response.
Yes.
Right, and you're aware through your experience and being a supervisor in the dispatch that it is often communications that is highlighted, and it's nothing to do with you. I mean, the systems globally that cause trouble with the operation itself.
Yes.
Right. And today, on that day, there were some issues with communication piece as well, right?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. Because, and by the way, the 911 calls that come in, remember I said the 911 calls in here, I'm the call taker, I take the 911 call. That doesn't necessarily get transmitted out to the officer directly, right?
No, it does.
Well, it does, but the phone call doesn't get patched into the radio and go out.
No, it doesn't.
So it would come in, for example, I'm the dispatcher, the phone call comes to me. Well, literally, it's not a game. It's like playing, you know what the telephone game is, right?
Right.
So the call, let's say in my hypothetical, the call comes in, a call comes into me. I take the phone call on the 911, and it's my interpretation of it that gets transmitted out.
Correct.
Right? The 911 call, the emergency call, doesn't get patched into the officers on the scene.
Correct.
So all the officers on the scene can go by is what is sent out to them by dispatch.
Correct.
So you'd agree that sometimes there is a disparity or a difference between what is coming into the dispatch room, the call taking function, and what goes out to the officers.
It could happen.
Yeah. And so, and one of the things that can be a problem with that is an open mic, right?
Yes.
Or a hot mic.
Yes.
Right. And because what we said is, I believe that there are, how many radio channels did you say were operating that day?
I mean, I believe all of my radio channels were going off at once. So if I had to guess, maybe I believe I have 12 on my radio console.
So, but if you have an open mic, that basically will cut across all the transmissions on that channel, right?
On that one channel, yes.
On that one channel.
Yes.
And what an open mic means, I guess, is now a radio is like a really fancy walkie-talkie, right?
Yes.
And if it's a handheld, it's sometimes they call it a brick, right?
Yes.
So if it's a handheld radio, it'll have a similar scene of walkie-talkie, but it's like a kid's walkie-talkie. You press the button, you talk, right?
Yes.
It'll go, and then you talk.
Yes.
And that transmits. So you press the button, pause, then you transmit.
Correct.
Right. An open mic or sometimes a hot mic is where someone has pressed transmit on their radio.
Yes.
Right. And that means that no one else on that channel can talk.
Correct.
And that must be terribly frustrating for you.
Yes.
Right. And that can be for a variety of reasons. I guess police officers, we wear a lot of equipment.
Yes.
That is an
Sometimes
open
they've got
channel, my
radio
dears.
attached to their belt, because they sometimes do if they're just using the brick, right?
Correct.
That
Now mine will give me
lean and transmit.
a tone
Yes.
out. I have it
So
set
what
up.
we need to do is go on another channel.
Some of these don't give a tone, but when mine gets a hot mic, if I hold it long enough, it'll go. If I hold it and nothing's going on, it'll go dude. But a lot of times, it just isn't. It's just a staticky thing, and nothing gets transmitted. But these are the radios they're talking about. Mine actually holds up to 60 different programmable channels. I don't need that many. Okay, just wanted to do an exhibit E. Wake everybody up. Wake up.
Yes.
They say units, you got an
I gotta
open
fix
mic.
my bass.
Tell them.
Yes.
All about
Because
that bass.
that's if you can identify the radio.
Yes.
So you might, if I was one of your officers, you might be able to identify the radio that's associated with me.
Possibly, yes.
Possibly. So you'd be able to go onto another channel and say, hey, if someone's near him, tell him he's got an open mic.
Yes.
Right. But in this incident, because so many people were coming, would it be fair to say it was one of the longest open mics you've ever experienced?
Yes.
Yeah. And again, this is not, and that's nothing to do with you, right?
No.
But this is just your experience in dispatch.
Yes.
So that means that that creates problems for you and your system sending messages out
Yes.
and confirming whether or not they've been received,
Correct.
right? Because you for example, you without, because the reason I asked you about the protocol for the radio, you call me and you wake my call sign up and I say received. That's the only way you know if I've received that communication or not.
Correct.
Right? Otherwise, you just don't know, right?
Right.
You don't know when that was going to, and that happened a lot during this incident, right?
Yes.
You were trying to relay some very important information about some of the phone calls contained on the government's evidence, right?
Yes.
And you said throughout, you've been consistent throughout your interviews, you said you tried and you kept trying to say, look, this is important, you need to know this. But there was an open microphone, so you never know who received it.
Correct.
Because normally you would say, whatever, you would say, Uvalde to all units, we're taking this phone call, and then you relay the information, right?
Yes.
And then you'd say, right, 1, 2, 3 received. So you'd know that 1, 2, 3, unit 1, 2, 3 has received that information.
Yes.
On several occasions with some vital information that could have helped officers on the ground. In this case, you could not confirm if anyone heard it.
Correct.
Right. Well, what we can confirm is at the beginning of this incident, it came in as I think you said there was a 911 call to a 1050.
Yes.
And that's a traffic accident.
Yes.
And so that would be UPD, Uvalde PD's jurisdiction.
Yes.
In fact, you dispatched an officer to that, right?
Correct.
And that was Randy Hill. Is that correct?
I don't remember.
If I represent to you that you dispatched a UPD officer called Randy Hill to that incident, would you have any reason to doubt it?
No.
No, because that's his jurisdiction.
Correct.
Right. That's probably his patrol area.
Possibly.
Right? But you also know that Adrian volunteered to go.
Yes.
Remember that he broke, and when I say break, that means he went on his radio, press the button, transmit, said, I'm coming as well. Words to that effect.
Yes.
Right. So he volunteered to go to that call.
Believe so.
Yeah, and he didn't have to, right?
I mean, I guess I don't.
No, I mean, because the reason I say he didn't have to is because, he's going to a traffic accident, but that is someone else's jurisdiction. He could have, I don't know, just let someone else go and deal with it. Right?
Correct.
He volunteered to go to it. Right?
Yes.
But we know it was on the corner of Geraldine and kind of Grove, but that's right on the edge of the jurisdiction of the school.
Correct.
And of course, Adrian has jurisdiction across the whole state of Texas, but that's specifically one of the places that he works.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
You have to say yes.
Yes, sorry.
That. And so, but he was nearby at the park with the high schoolers. Did you know that?
No.
And I say he, I mean Adrian. He volunteered to come. He came from the thing with the high schoolers, and he came because you would agree that there are in this area there have been, I think it was, we heard evidence there were 50 bailouts between February and March, February and April in this area, right?
Yes.
And
About,
of course, you're involved in coordinating the efforts for that as well, right?
correct.
So one of the reasons was that a lot of these bailouts have gone in or towards the school. Well, you know that.
Yes,
And so one of the reasons Adrian volunteered was to get to that scene to do that, right?
I believe so.
And so I think we've spoken about the communication problems that we experienced on the day. Are you also aware that, would you agree that, or were you aware that sometimes there were communication problems at the school with radios not breaking?
Yes,
And when I say radios not breaking, that's almost like sometimes, let me draw an analogy or like an example, right? Sometimes you're in a building and you can't use your cell phone
correct.
because you haven't got signal.
Yes,
And it's the same as that.
correct.
So you're aware that sometimes in that school, around the environment of that school, officers couldn't break, they couldn't transmit.
Not just in that school, but in all the schools, anybody.
In all the schools?
Yes,
All right, so in all the schools in Uvalde, sometimes officers couldn't transmit.
correct.
So they would have to go outside
Yes,
to transmit,
yes,
right? And that's a common practice.
yes,
So if, I mean, I'm allowed to walk around, so if I was in the school and I wanted to transmit to the dispatch, I would have to go outside and then radio.
yes,
That's not good.
For some reason, you've got to get away from the building in order to communicate with the dispatch,
correct.
to give you vital information,
Yes,
and also to receive vital information.
yes.
Because if I can't break, I can't receive.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. And then, were you also aware? Were you also aware that sometimes officers were dispatched via WhatsApp because of that problem?
I don't recall.
No. Go ahead, Judge.
Just a couple of questions. There was a long period of an open mic, is that correct?
Yes,
That was not within this first 5 or 6 minutes, though, that you provided as part of this subpoena, is that correct?
correct.
So this open mic has nothing to do with the dispatches that you provided and we have just introduced into evidence.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Very briefly, Judge, and about these open mics. So, have you got a timestamp on any of the recordings for when their open mic starts?
Yes,
There is, but you also agree and I think it was one of your colleagues said it was one of the longest open mics you'd ever seen or heard.
correct.
Right, maybe up to 15 minutes.
Possibly.
Yeah, 15 minutes of cut across any radio transmissions.
Correct.
So, yeah, and this is 15. When you say 15 minutes, it doesn't say
Crucial.
a long time, right?
That's
It's
long.
15 minutes. But everyone can agree that in an incident like this, every second counts.
Correct.
Every witness we speak to, we say every second counts.
Every second counts.
Right, so if an officer has to leave the building to break or transmit, that is time lost.
Yes,
And if an officer is in a position where they need to leave the building, that means they've gone into the building, right?
yes,
Kind of logically.
yes,
If I've gone into the building and I can't break, I need to leave in order to call for backup,
yes,
right? I would need to leave in order to call for SWAT,
yes.
like Adrian did, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I've just got a couple more questions, Ms. Landry. So, am I right in saying your husband is Officer Landry from UPD?
Yes,
And he did you dispatch him to Robb that day?
not specifically.
Did dispatch your dispatch that you were supervising dispatch him?
Not specifically.
Well, ma'am, I honestly, respectfully, thank you so much for your efforts. And we appreciate it. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, she excused, not subject to recall.
Yes, sir. And no. So she can be released, Judge.
Okay. All right, you are released from the subpoena and you are not subject to recall. Thank you very much. You can take off. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we need we're going to take up outside the presence, and I don't want you to hang around, so we're going to go ahead and release you for today. We'll resume tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Please remember my instructions, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9. Would everyone rise for the jury? And if you get that witness, please.
Okay, guys, this is going to be, why is my, my ear's down. I don't have any sound in my left ear. That's weird. Okay, this next witness is going to be good. We have yet another voir dire. Y'all ready? All right, let's get going. We're almost done, and then we're going to switch over to the other. Objection, Maximo stealing the show. Oh, yes, Maximo.
I do. Have a seat over here. They're conferring, and we'll get to you in a minute.
We love Maximo. Thanks for putting that up, June. Anybody remember who this guy is? He's the guy that got shot in the head or grazed. And I'm sure we'll see the video, but this is the man that got grazed in the head with the bullet.
Fiat, if you do those Starbucks runs, you need to bring enough for the class. Yes, sir.
Y'all, my ears are doing better. I didn't have to do a lollipop. Allergies are better, although I think the medicine's built up in my system. I am telling you, I am feeling a whole lot better physically than I have in a while.
Sir, so I'll just advise you, you know about this already. The rule has been invoked. So when you're released today, don't talk to anybody about the case other than lawyers until you know the case is over. All right, go ahead. He's been sworn.
Are you still Sergeant Coronado?
I am no longer Sergeant Coronado. I retired, so I'm no longer employed with Uvalde PD.
And the question I have for you, on May 24, 2022, did you have a body cam?
I did, yes, sir.
Can you tell us how that got started and what caused the body cam to start?
I can give you a pretty long explanation if you'd like. I can kind of explain to you why the body cam was activated when it was.
That's kind of what the question is.
Yes, sir. So initially, when I first got to the scene, immediately we were receiving what we thought was receiving gunfire. So usually what happens is we're aware that there's limited battery on the body cam, so we try to activate it once getting there. But given the circumstances and type of call that we received, that was something that was in the back of my head. I hadn't thought about it as we were responding. So it wasn't until, as I said, when I got even close to the scene, I hadn't even fully arrived on scene. When I got close to the scene is whenever I drove to the other two officers that were already there. And at that point, received gunfire. And so at that point, that's when I repositioned myself. And I guess I can testify to that tomorrow, but I repositioned myself, and it wasn't until I got on campus and was running down that I activated my body camera.
And how do you activate your body camera?
You have to actually activate it by pushing a button.
And that's what you did?
Yes, sir.
When you were already drove to the other side of campus and had run down the hall,
coming down the.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that accurately depicted in your body cam?
I believe,
When
yes,
it
sir.
starts?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of when you activated your body cam?
I say that only because, so there's triggers that when you activate it, I believe the video immediately turns on, but the audio doesn't immediately turn on, I think. So it depends on how you program it and how the administration prepares it. So I want to say that the video immediately turns on, but the audio doesn't turn on, I think. It could be, it's been close to 4 years now.
But your operation is simply pushing a button.
Correct, yes, sir.
That's the witness.
Thank you. Hey, Sergeant Coronado, this is like not really even, it's not a whole lot about you. We're just trying to figure out when your body cam started.
Yes.
And I'll just tell you, because we have another officer that was away from you, and his apparently has started at the exact same time. So we want to just try to understand from you, have you reviewed your body cam footage that like and where it started with the prosecutor?
So I have reviewed it, which is to say I've looked at it. I haven't gone into great detail about time and things like that. I know that it had been some time after the fact that I had reviewed it. But as far as getting accurate times and being able to go over details as that, I never truly investigated that part of it. What I did see though, and what I do understand is that yes, while I was running down the breezeway is when I activated my camera.
And is that in your mind and in your memory? Is that what you remember doing? Is activating
Yes.
as you were doing that?
Yes, sir.
So when you were at Geraldine and Grove, your memory is that you did nothing to trigger an activation. And I'm not blaming you.
Correct.
You thought you're taking fire and there was other
Correct.
stuff going on.
Yes, sir.
We just wanted to make sure that there wasn't some body camera footage out there that we never received.
Right. Yes, sir. No, sir. That's
Okay,
correct.
So in your memory, where the body camera turned on is where you remember turning.
Unless that thing activated and turned on and then turned back off, I do distinctly remember, because it's a habit. Even when it's on, you have a tendency as you're on a scene to just hit it and double check that it's working. You understand what I'm saying? Because the position of it now, has it accidentally been turned on and off? That has happened before in the past, and that's kind of why. I mean, you just instinctively just try to make sure that thing is on. But I do have a memory and of me turning it on as I was running down the breezeway that day. I don't remember. I don't think that there's any other body cam footage that was mine that day.
Okay, so with any kind of issue, maybe with Mendoza turning it on at the exact same time, we would have to go talk to Mendoza and ask.
Yeah, that's news to me. Yeah, I have no idea anything about that, sir.
Okay, and you were not with Mendoza at the time when you activated your body cam.
Now, can you clarify which Mendoza? Because I had two Mendozas at that day.
Jesus.
Jesus, also known as Blue. We call him Blue, but yes, sir. So again, I'm going to have to clarify with you. When I first got there at the scene, when I was explaining to you earlier, I was there with him.
Right.
Does that make sense?
At Geraldine and Grove.
Geraldine and Grove, yes, sir.
That's right. And that's why we're trying to, because in our mind, we have two officers with body cam, none of the camera footage from Geraldine and Grove, and both are activated at the same time at a different spot.
Body cam footage.
Yes.
Yes, there was dash cam footage, I believe, that showed that I arrived on scene.
And we do have that. It's the body cam and because the dash cam footage does not record audio.
No, that dash cam did not.
So, okay, so that basically, that kind of covers to me in my mind, and I'll pass it back over if you have any other questions.
That's all right.
Yeah, in my mind, Judge, that's what we're trying to do is, as you can see, we have officers that are there, no body cam footage, two body cameras there. They leave each other, they separate, and both turn on at the same time, separated away from the corner. So we kind of solved the first half. He's testified to what he's testified to, and then we would like an opportunity to talk to Mendoza to see and make sure that there wasn't any, any kind of other issue. And we're going to get an opportunity maybe to talk to him tonight. And so
We're going to try to make him available to the defense tonight.
Right.
Okay, but you're done for the day. I've already advised you about the rules. So
Yes,
we'll
sir.
see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I don't know if y'all need him, but he's done for today as far as I'm concerned. Okay, we'll be in recess till 9 a.m. tomorrow with the jury. Thank you.
That judge doesn't look like he's too happy right now, y'all. That judge is like, yeah, we'll see y'all tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. He looks all worn and haggard. He's like, where's the scotch, baby? He's right, where's the scotch? Give me the scotch. Yes, they released them minus the bench at the end. I really understand not showing that portion. We'll see what we see. I think that they should be able to show it, except for anything gory. But that will be shown in court. That's the sad thing about certain people sitting in court, is they get to hear the gory stuff, which is not what we would want to see. So we are going to see this guy tomorrow. Yay! I like this. I think it's going to be interesting seeing this guy tomorrow. And we're done at 5:15 my time. Yay! First of all, big round of applause for all the mods. All right, let's do a recap. Before the jury even entered, judge alleviated a witness issue privately, setting the tone for a very tightly controlled day of testimony. The teacher's aide testified, I begged him to do something. One of the most emotional witnesses today, Robb Elementary teacher aide, who testified during the shooting, she pleaded repeatedly with Austrian Adrian Gonzales to intervene. Said Gonzales did nothing in those crucial moments, described the terror and the chaos as she tried to protect students while waiting for law enforcement to act. The testimony directly supports the prosecution's argument that Gonzales' inaction endangered children. Then we had a continued focus on law enforcement training failures. Morning testimony also centered on the training expectations versus actual response, with experts' analysis reacting to the what Gonzales should have done under active shooter protocol, how his actions compared to standards in law enforcement training. Then they widened the gap between publicly and unfolding inside. They widened the gap between policy, and what unfolded inside the elementary. This was highlighted in multiple outlets, and it was absolutely heartbreaking. Reporters emphasized that today's testimony followed 2 days of intense emotional accounts. Teacher Reyes, the sole survivor of his classroom, the Robb Elementary staff describing the failures and the delays. Afternoon edition witnesses, Gonzales Ranger interview. Coverage noted that the jury continued to see and hear was Gonzales himself via the interview from the Texas Rangers, footage recording from the day after the shooting, his explanations for his decisions and movement during the event. Overall, today's testimony intensified in the focus on Gonzales's inaction, and today's been the first day they really focused on that. With the teaching aid emotional account becoming the centerpiece, the prosecution continues to build the narrative that Gonzales failed to act despite training, ignored pleas from staff, contributed to the danger faced by the children trapped inside. The defense has not yet presented, of course, their full case in chief, but we are on the path to that. Right now, the prosecution ended with the voir dire of the gentleman who got nicked in the head by a bullet. Thank God he did not die. It was not, just a hair lower, and that would have been the end. So once again, everybody, thank you so much for joining. I am hopefully going to get off because it's 7 o'clock. we're going to come back and we are going to be finishing up the other Brendan Banfield trial, excuse me. We're going to come back. My two fabulous mods are going to have wonderful evenings with their family, so enjoy. I want to, first of all, just take a moment to thank everybody. It has been a horrendous last year, and I feel like a new woman today. I feel like the heaviness is gone today. I feel like clarity is returning. So, yeah, I feel like the spirit of grief is gone, and I'm looking forward to what's coming next. So we will be coming live tomorrow at 9 a.m. I will keep an eye. I may start a few minutes early if the court ends up having a voir dire, but otherwise we'll see you at 9 a.m. for trial. In the meantime, hug your loved ones, give them a kiss when you go to bed, and thank God every day that you weren't at that school. Oh, it's heartbreaking. And if you need to self-care, please do so. All right. Bye, guys. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.